Chapter 960. The old demon was a remnant soul. Before, Yang Kai didn't know which era he was from, but as he grew in power and came into contact with more and more secrets, he was able to determine that the old demon was at least a few thousand years old, because Yang Kai had found him in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The Heaven's Cave inheritance had something to do with Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion. The inheritances of these two great forces had been broken thousands of years ago. That era belonged to the great demon god. In other words, the old demon and great demon god were from the same era. It was possible that he had dealt with the bone race, but his memory loss was so severe that he couldn't even remember his own name, only vaguely remembering how he addressed the old demon. He didn't know much about the bone race. If there is a bone race, is there a race with a single horn on their head? The old demon seemed to recall some clues and asked, "You mean the monster race?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. With a single horn on their head, it was very likely they were monster race. No. It's a race called the horn race. The old demon frowned, unable to recall much about it. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai let the old demon rest. For 5 days, Yang Kai and the others stayed in the demon palace. Zhang Yuan's hospitality was impeccable. Every day, there would be a variety of exotic delicacies, all of which were unique to the demon land. Not only were they extremely delicious, but they could also improve one's cultivation and refine one's physique. However, Yang Kai didn't come here to enjoy life. Many times he spoke to Zhang Yuan about the secrets left behind by Great Demon God. Zhang Yuan simply brushed him off, telling him there was no need to rush and that he could enjoy himself in the demon capital for a few days before discussing this matter again. Yang Kai knew that Zhang Yuan was aware that with his strength alone, there was no way he could compete with Meng Wuya and Li Rong, so he had probably already sent a message to the 4 demon general to ask them to come help. It wasn't that he wanted to fight, it was just that no one knew what the secrets left behind by the great demon god were, and it was likely that there were some great benefits to be had. If the moment came, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be polite and would definitely lead the 4 demon general to snatch these benefits. Understanding Zhang Yuan's concerns, Yang Kai no longer pressed him. A few days later, Kai Yang, who was wandering around the demon capital, suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky, a pensive look on his face. The 4 demon general have arrived. Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. This old master knew Zhang Yuan was waiting for them. That old boy's vigilance is quite heavy, thinking we're after the secrets left behind by great demon god. It's only natural for him to have scruples. Yang Kai snorted. Let's go back. I don't think he'll refuse this time. Saying so, Yang Kai led the group towards the demon palace. On the streets, countless demons cast curious glances towards Yang Kai. The demons living in the demon city all knew that this human youth was a guest of the demon commander's master. So when Yang Kai was wandering around these past few days, none of them dared to cause trouble. They were only curious as to why the demon commander's master would so warmly entertain a human. In front of the demon palace, Yang Kai and the others had just arrived when a demon walked up to them and cupped his fists. Yang Shangzhu, demon commander's master invites you in. Yang Kai and Meng Wuya glanced at each other and smiled knowingly. Lead the way. Yang Kai nodded lightly to the demon. The demon didn't say a word, simply turning around and leading the way. Inside a certain palace, Zhang Yuan and the 4 demon generals sat down, waiting for Yang Kai to arrive. Seeing him stride forward, Zhang Yuan stood up and greeted him with a big smile. Yang Shangzhu, I've made you wait for so many days because my 4 subordinates were also very curious about the secrets left behind by the great demon god, and insisted on coming here to take a look. And come, this senior will introduce you to him. Saying so, Zhang Yuan turned to the 4 demon generals and said, This is Yang Kai, the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. I believe some of you have already met him, and even if you haven't, you have at least heard of his reputation. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 4 and added, I am also the successor of the great demon god. Zhang Yuan's complexion changed, and the 4 demon generals couldn't help showing a trace of nervousness and awe. Even Shueli smiled at Yang Kai in a friendly manner, no longer displaying any of her previous hostility or arrogance. The weight of the great demon god's successor was almost equal to that of the demon commander.
so none of them dared show the slightest contempt or disrespect. Zhang Yuan gawked for a moment before laughing. N. Yang Xingzhu is also the successor chosen by the great demon god, but unfortunately, he is a human. If he were someone from my demon race, N. This senior would gladly hand over the position of demon commander to him. The demon land was established by the great demon god, so his successor should naturally be in charge of it. Zhang Yuan's few words revealed his dread towards Yang Kai, as if he was afraid he would try to snatch the position of demon commander. Quickly changing the subject, he introduced Yang Kai. These four are the pillars of my demon land, and Yang Xingzhu has already met Xue Li and Meng Gu. He is Go Qiong and he is Ba He. Saying so, he pointed to the other two. Ba He gently nodded to Yang Kai. This demon general Yang Kai had only heard of his name and had never had any dealings with him. On the other hand, Yang Kai gave Go Qiong a second glance. Go Qiong's face twitched as he felt somewhat embarrassed, cupping his fists and saying, Yang Shangzhu, there seems to have been some misunderstanding between you and me before. Go Qiong will apologize to Yang Shangzhu here. Master Yang Xingzhu, please don't take offense. I must also thank Yang Xingzhu for saving my son's life. If it weren't for Yang Shangzhu, my son would have already died in that mysterious small world. Yang Kai smiled heartily. Master Go Qiong is too polite. How is Go Che? Many thanks for Yang Shangzhu's concern. My son is well. Go Qiong nodded. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai wouldn't bother with him about his past, and would simply brush it off. His son, Go Che, had once been trapped in a mysterious small world with Yang Kai. In the end, it was Yang Kai who helped him escape. It was in that mysterious small world that Yang Kai obtained the divine tree. However, after escaping from that mysterious small world, they were captured by Xue Li and taken to Sand City. Soon after, Go Qiong sent someone to redeem Go Che and take Yang Kai's life. All of these grievances were not worth mentioning. What about the Sun Clan? All the mysterious small worlds in the world have been opened, and there was a clan called the Sun Clan living in that mysterious small world. What happened to them? Yang Kai asked. In the past, he had suffered many losses at the hands of the Sun Clan. They've all been eliminated. Go Qiong replied firmly. The power in their bodies restrains my demon race, so they can't exist. Yang Kai nodded. The Sun Clan suffering such a fate was normal. Who told the entrance to that mysterious small world to be in the demon land? Even if Go Qiong didn't eliminate them, Xue Li wouldn't sit idly by. Good. Enough of this small talk. Let's get down to business. Zhang Yuan shouted. Everyone's expression became solemn. This time, I invited Yang Xingzhu here mainly for the secret left behind by Great Demon God. Yang Xingzhu must be very curious. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. That's why I came here. Zhang Yuan gently nodded and sighed. To be honest, if I had any other choice, this senior would not have wanted to rely on others. This is a secret left behind by Great Demon God Master, one of the secrets of my demon race. But now, besides the Demon God Mystic Tome in Yang Shengzhu's hands, there is no other way to open this secret. I believe this is also the intention of Great Demon God Master. The several demon generals' expression became dignified as they stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. So, this senior needs to confirm this and also needs Yang Xingzhu to give this senior a guarantee. What guarantee? No matter what this secret is, Yang Xingzhu must not reveal it. Good. Yang Kai nodded. If there are any benefits left behind, they will belong to my demon race. Yang Xingzhu must not covet them. Of course, since you've worked so hard and traveled so far to come here, this senior will definitely give you a satisfactory reward. Demon Commander Master, what kind of benefits do you think there will be? Yang Kai chuckled. Who knows? Legend has it that Great Demon God Master possesses all kinds of divine technique. Perhaps his cultivation method is hidden there. As soon as this statement came out, the breathing of the four demon generals suddenly became rapid, and a look of greed appeared in their eyes. All of them were tempted. I actually think there's nothing there. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Why does Yang Xingzhu say that? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, secretly feeling that Yang Kai seemed to know something. so he couldn't help paying attention to him. Just saying. Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. In that strange world, great demon god's soul clone had said that if he had a chance to go to the demon capital, as long as he went there, all the mysteries would be solved. So Yang Kai firmly believed that this secret was not some kind of divine technique of great demon god, but rather a simple secret. The benefits left behind by great demon god were all hidden in the demon mystic tome, and Yang Kai had already obtained them. Seeing that Yang Kai wasn't willing to talk about it, Zhang Yuan frowned and helplessly asked, "Then does Yang Xingzhu agree to this senior's proposal?" "It doesn't matter. I'll do as you say." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing him agree so readily, Zhang Yuan's expression froze for a moment as a bad premonition filled his heart. He also felt that the secret left behind by great demon god didn't have any benefits, causing his mood to plummet. But until the last moment, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be disappointed, so he quickly regained his composure and said, "Then there's no problem. Of course, if Yang Xingzhu trusts this senior hopes you can enter that place alone." "Impossible." Meng Wuya shook his head decisively, staring at Zhang Yuan with a sneer. "You and the 4-demon general are here. If you let him follow you alone, wouldn't that be the same as sending a lamb to the tiger's den? No matter what, this old master and the others must follow. This old master doesn't trust you." In the past, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of the demon commander, and had learned from his mistakes. Zhang Yuan looked at Meng Wuya helplessly, aware of the latter's firm attitude, hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Good. Then everyone will go together. However, this senior still has the same condition. No matter what you see there, you cannot leak it out, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Meng Wuya looked at Zhang Yuan provocatively. "Nothing. This senior cherishes his friendship with Yang Shangzhu very much, and doesn't want to make things difficult for anyone." Zhang Yuan smiled lightly and no longer said anything, beckoning to his group. "Everyone, please follow me." The 4-demon general excitedly followed. They were also very curious about the secret left behind by great demon god. Before, they had only heard rumors about it and had never been to that place, but now that they had the opportunity to see it with their own eyes, it was all thanks to Yang Kai. Chapter 961. Following Zhang Yuan through the demon palace, after a short time, they arrived at a certain room and Zhang Yuan walked in, the others following closely behind. Yang Kai looked around and quickly discovered that this room should be Zhang Yuan's personal residence, and the entrance to the secret chamber left behind by great demon god was also hidden here. For many years, only the demon commanders of each generation were qualified to study this place, but now there were many more. In the corner of the room, Zhang Yuan released a few bursts of demonic qi, and a hidden door suddenly opened. Zhang Yuan walked in without saying a word, followed by the 4-demon general. Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai and whispered to him to be careful before taking the lead. Yang Kai then walked inside. Li Rong, Han Fei, and the old demon brought up the rear. There was a straight passageway leading downwards. Although there was no light, it was not dark. Both sides of the passageway were decorated with many strange stones that were emitting light. The light was gentle and not dazzling. From the front, whispering could be heard, as if the 4-demon general were discussing something. Kaiyang also discovered a lot of interesting things. On the walls on both sides of the corridor, there were many drawings of dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. These drawings were very abstract, and if one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell what they were. Zhang Yuan's voice came from the front. "These patterns are all important and glorious events of great demon god's life. Perhaps they were created by great demon god himself, but they don't have much significance." Yang Kai nodded gently, walking forward and looking around. Suddenly, the incongruous patterns in front of him seemed to come alive as clear scenes flashed before his eyes, silently narrating the life stories of great demon god. Yang Kai even saw the battle between great demon god and the 9 Heavens Holy Land Master. Great demon god was injured while the 9 Heavens Holy Land Master was severely injured, taking away a drop of demon god golden blood. Yang Kai also saw the battle between great demon god and a man and woman who were proficient in a dual cultivation secret art. The golden dragon and ice phoenix flew around the world, but the couple still couldn't defeat them. He even saw a pair of tall and sturdy twin brothers being defeated by the great demon god. Then, he saw the great demonic god standing proudly in the middle of an iceberg that had never melted since ancient times. Beside him was a woman in pure white clothes who was bathed in blood. She was looking at him with a look of love and hate. After a long time, the great demonic god left in a carefree manner. The woman was sad, and tears silently fell from her eyes. Yang Kai suddenly realized that there was a mystery behind these patterns. If he studied them carefully, he might be able to gain something special. The man and woman who were proficient in a dual cultivation secret art were obviously the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace. Those twin brothers were definitely the two pavilion masters of the Twin Spirit Pavilion at that time. As for the woman wearing a white dress in the Ice Mountain, if Yang Kai wasn't wrong, she should be a senior from Ice Sect. These three sects were the top sects in that era. Those who fought against the great demonic god were all the most powerful masters of their time. But the great demonic god never lost a single battle, winning every single one of them. Scenes flashed before Yang Kai's eyes like flowing water, giving him a wonderful feeling, as if he was standing in the position of the great demon god, coldly overlooking all living beings in this world, making him feel lonely at the top. The great demonic god only took a few dozen years to establish himself as the strongest master under the heavens, one that no one could surpass. Since then, he had been lonely and lonely. He embarked on a journey to Starfield to explore more profound mysteries and secrets of the martial Tao. There was no news of him. There were rumors that he had accidentally fallen on his way to Starfield. Yang Shengzhu, Yang Shengzhu. Hearing Zhang Yuan's shout, Yang Kai's body shook and he quickly came back to his senses. Noticing that everyone was looking at him strangely, Yang Kai immediately understood that he had accidentally immersed himself in these strange patterns. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Yuan's expression froze as he stared blankly into Yang Kai's eyes. From these eyes, he saw a sense of melancholy, as if in an instant Yang Kai had experienced thousands of years of the flowing time great emperor, giving the young man in front of him the impression that he was a flowing time great emperor. Meng Wuya apparently also noticed this and couldn't help frowning. However, this melancholy quickly disappeared, so quickly that Zhang Yuan thought he was imagining things and smiled. "We've arrived. Now we'll have to trouble Yang Shengzhu." "Have we arrived?" Yang Kai looked forward and found that there was a dead end in front of him, a thick wall blocking their path. There was a hole in the wall. It was squarish and very flat. Everyone stared at him eagerly. Yang Kai understood and with a wave of his divine sense, took out the demon mystic tome. In an instant, Zhang Yuan and the four demon generals' eyes lit up. "Don't try anything funny. If you fight here, none of you will have an easy time." Meng Wuya grinned wickedly. This space was too narrow. Once so many Saint Realm masters fought here, the only result would be a lose-lose situation. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly and said, "Isn't Brother Meng being too vigilant? This senior has no intention of seizing someone's treasure." "Who knows? That's the demon mystic tome we're talking about. Who knows what you're thinking?" Meng Wuya coldly snorted, leaning closer to Yang Kai and motioning, "You do it. I'll keep an eye on them." Yang Kai nodded and slowly pressed the demon mystic tome in his hand into the pit. Inside the quiet corridor, everyone's breathing suddenly stagnated. Their eyes all glued to the demon mystic tome like locusts, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. As the distance closed, Yang Kai felt the demon mystic tome in his hand tremble slightly and emit a buzzing sound. Immediately after, the demon mystic tome transformed into a black light and shot directly into the pit. The square pit was instantly filled, and in the next moment, the entire world began to tremble. A rustling sound rang out as gravel began to fall from above everyone's heads, giving them the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. Everyone's expression changed as they secretly became vigilant, not knowing what would happen next. With a cracking sound, a crack suddenly appeared in the thick wall in front of them, and a dazzling white light bloomed from it, causing everyone to lose their sight. At the same time, a huge and irresistible suction force emerged from this crack and even masters like Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya were helpless in the face of this force. With a series of strange screams, everyone was swallowed up by this crack and disappeared. It was as if they had been swallowed into the belly of a fierce beast. The next moment, in a white world, the masters of the demon race and Yang Kai, Meng Wuya, and the others appeared one by one. "Little brat, where's the demon mystic tome?" Meng Wuya only briefly checked his condition before hurriedly asking Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and whispered, "It's back." The moment he was swallowed up by the crack, the demon mystic tome used to open the seal returned to Yang Kai's body. "That's good." Meng Wuya nodded. "What is this?" "Over there," Meng Gu suddenly shouted, his tone filled with excitement and disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. Following his gaze, everyone's eyes shrank as they collectively became sluggish. In front of everyone was a ship. It was an incomparably huge ship. However, this ship had been here for who knew how many years and had long since become dilapidated. There were also many traces left behind from the great battle. What was strange, though, was that this ship did not have a mast, and there were no traces of it being submerged in water, as if it had never been in the water before. A desolate aura emanated from this dilapidated ship, making people feel that it was very old. Yang Kai glanced around and released his divine sense, surprised to find that all the materials used in this ship were of the highest grade. The dilapidated hull exuded the aura of a saint-grade artifact. A strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he secretly clicked his tongue. Such a huge ship, how much material must it have cost to cast? That amount of materials was enough to create hundreds of saint-grade artifacts. This is the secret left behind by Great Demon Master? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself with a look of disbelief on his face, a deep sense of disappointment flashing across his eyes. He had speculated countless times about what would be here, fantasizing that this place would contain great demon gods' cultivation method, various divine technique, or even some secret that would allow him to break through to the next level. No matter what was left behind here, he was looking forward to it. So he had lowered his status and befriended Yang Kai, hoping to use the demon mystic tome in his hands to open this barrier. But when he really came here and opened the barrier that no previous demon commander had been able to open, he found that the situation here was completely different from what he had imagined. It was just a dilapidated ship. Although this dilapidated ship exuded the aura of a saint-grade artifact, what use did it have? Was he going to use it to go out to sea? Zhang Yuan's strength was top-notch, so there was no need for him to use a ship to go out to sea. He couldn't accept this. He even suspected that everything here was a joke played by Great Demon God to his descendants. "It seems like there's only this dilapidated ship here." Meng Wuya grinned, taking pleasure in Zhang Yuan's misfortune. The more disappointed Zhang Yuan was, the happier he was. He couldn't wait for Zhang Yuan to die from disappointment. That shouldn't be the case. Yang Kai frowned. In that strange world, Great Demon God's soul clone had clearly said that as long as he went to the demon capital, he would have a chance to figure out everything. Now that he had come here and opened the barrier he had left behind for thousands of years, it was time to unravel his doubts. But he found that things were somewhat different from what he had expected. He was also a little disappointed. If it was just to see this dilapidated ship, why would he come all the way here? Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that there was nothing else here except for this dilapidated ship. The profound mysteries are hidden on that ship. Find them for me. Zhang Yuan seemed to have recovered and waved his hand as he shouted. The four demon general glanced at each other before rushing towards the dilapidated ship. "I'll also take a look." Meng Wuya grinned wickedly, his figure flickering as he also rushed towards the dilapidated ship with the four demon general, obviously not wanting to give any benefits to others. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't join in the fun. Chapter 962. In the blink of an eye, the four demon generals and Meng Wuya arrived in front of the big ship and were just about to set foot on it when suddenly, a thick demonic chi burst out from a certain part of the ship. The four demon generals only felt a strong pushing force hit them head-on, and all of them let out strange cries as they tumbled backwards. Even Meng Wuya was pushed back, tumbling through the air a few times before landing beside Yang Kai, staring towards the broken ship with a look of dread. On the other side, a pitch-black energy suddenly appeared. This energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It floated in the air, constantly changing and wriggling. "Great demon god's aura," Yang Kai shouted, a look of vigilance filling his face. "Is this the aura of great demon god master?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, his eyes filled with fanaticism as he let out a burst of laughter. This senior knew there was more to this place than just a broken ship. Saying so, he stared at the massive energy with a burning gaze, hoping to discover something from it. As long as he could find something, this trip would have been worth it. Feeling the tyrannical pressure from this aura, everyone became vigilant. A moment later, the wriggling dark energy transformed into a humanoid figure, and although it was very vague, Yang Kai was still able to make out the image of great demon god from its outline. The figure only paused mid-air for a moment before pouncing straight towards the crowd. As it approached, everyone felt as if their strength had been imprisoned, unable to move at all. With a look of horror, all of them watched as this figure passed through their bodies, exploded into a cloud of black mist, and disappeared. At the same time, everyone felt as if something had appeared in their minds and involuntarily closed their eyes to investigate. Inside the vast expanse of white space, everyone stood motionless, each of them using their divine sense to examine the traces left behind by the black shadow passing through their bodies, their expressions gradually becoming more and more brilliant. It was the same for Yang Kai. After he immersed his mind, he suddenly realized that his soul was no longer in his knowledge sea, but in a vast star field. Stars dotted the sky, and there was nothing under his feet. A master covered in golden light was flying fast in the star field. His eyes were firm, his body was tough, and his face was dignified. He didn't use any secret treasures to protect himself, nor did he circulate the power in his body. He just relied on his body's defense to wander in the star field. It was the great demonic god. Yang Kai was greatly shaken. He immediately understood what the black shadow had instilled into his knowledge sea. This was clearly the experience of the great demonic god when he explored the star field. The legendary figures of that generation had left behind their experiences in the star field for future generations. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was just an outsider. He could only quietly watch everything that happened to him, unable to intervene at all. He believed that the others were the same. Immediately, Yang Kai focused on observing, not wanting to miss a single detail. This scene could be connected to the patterns in the corridor. After countless years of loneliness, the great demonic god finally embarked on the path to explore the star field. He had no goal in mind, just like a fallen leaf, drifting with the wind in the vast star field. He encountered the storms of the star field but managed to rush through them unscathed. His strength was astonishing. He encountered an asteroid sea and sat cross-legged on one of the asteroids, allowing it to carry him through the star field. After an unknown amount of time, the great demonic god sitting on the asteroid sea suddenly opened his eyes and stared blankly in a certain direction. Following his gaze, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He saw a huge ship sailing through the star field, one that was basically the same as the broken ship he had seen before. The great demonic god's eyes lit up, and after the big ship left, he followed it without saying a word. His original intention was to let this big ship take him to a more mysterious world where he could pursue a more profound martial Dao. But to the great demonic god's surprise, this starfield ship seemed to have a problem and seemed to have lost its way in the starfield. The great demonic god followed it for a few years without any gains and continued to wander the starfield. Until one day, the starfield ship seemed to have discovered something and suddenly changed direction, heading towards a certain planet. The great demonic god had returned. After following the starfield ship and arriving at the planet, the great demonic god suddenly discovered that this was the Tongxian realm he had left. After wandering the star field for who knows how many years, following the starfield ship, the great demonic god had finally returned to the place he had left. The big ship was anchored somewhere in the demon land. From the big ship, many guests from outer space walked down. Some of these guests had green eyes like ghost flames, some had a single horn on their forehead, which was very strange, and some had a pair of long ears, but most of them were no different from humans. Each of them was extremely powerful, with the weakest among them being a transcendent. The leaders of this group had even surpassed the Saint Realm. As soon as they appeared, the entire demon land was engulfed in the flames of war. The demon general had come to stop them, but the peak Third Order Saint Demon General was as weak as an ant in front of these star-field guests and was easily killed by a green-eyed cultivator, not even his bones remaining. On a high peak, these masters from the star field stood atop, overlooking Tong Xian Realm, all of them in high spirits, feeling that with their strength, they could completely enslave this weak world. The great demonic god did not decline and led the entire demon race to fight against these invaders. The scene changed, and on a hellish battlefield, the great demonic god's golden body was bathed in blood as he killed one enemy after another, sending them flying in all directions. On this battlefield, blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. There were ancient demon clansmen with demon crests on their faces who swore to follow the great demonic god, using their bodies and lives to block one attack after another for the great demonic god. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of Dragon Phoenix Palace teamed up to fight against the powerful bone race, Long Feng Chung Xiang. There were also many masters from Ice Sect who, with a single thought, could cause snowflakes to fall and freeze the world. The two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion used their twin chi shared spirit divine art to further enhance their strength. There was also the monster race's great senior, demonic chi. The world changed color. In this battle, all the guests from the starry sky were killed, none of them surviving. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were nowhere to be found, and so were the two pavilion masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Several of the monster race's great seniors had died on the spot. The entire demon race suffered heavy casualties, with the great demonic god suffering heavy injuries and barely surviving. Over the next few dozen years, the great demonic god dragged his broken body across Tong Xian Realm, using the power of the void corridors scattered throughout the continent to construct a shocking spirit array. He sealed the entire Tong Xian Realm, making the planet where Tong Xian Realm was located fade from the sight of the star field, making it so that any guests from the starry sky who might come here would never be able to find Tong Xian Realm. He left a wisp of his soul clone at the center of this spirit array, guarding it, not allowing anyone to approach for thousands of years. Then he sealed the ancient demon clan. From then on, there was no news of them. In that vast white world, everyone slowly opened their eyes. Everyone's expression was incomparably complicated. Some didn't dare to believe what they had just seen. The atmosphere was strange and dull. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk as they woke up. The dark energy that had been pouring into their bodies overflowed and rushed towards Yang Kai, imprinting itself into his body and disappearing. Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled and his face became ferocious, as if he was enduring some kind of severe pain, sweat dripping from his forehead and drenching his clothes in an instant. Master! Li Rong didn't have time to digest the information she had just obtained and hurriedly looked towards Yang Kai. Everyone had woken up, but Yang Kai still had his eyes closed. Li Rong was also very concerned about the dark energy just now, but she didn't know why Yang Kai's experience was different. Don't disturb him. Meng Wuya suddenly spoke up, a thoughtful look on his face as he said in surprise. He seems to have gained something else. In the end, he is Great Demon God's successor. Master Demon God seems to be a bit biased. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai enviously. Although the dark energy that had poured into everyone's bodies just now carried Great Demon God's memories, it was still a huge amount of energy. If he could refine and absorb this energy, Zhang Yuan was confident that his strength would improve greatly. Unfortunately, this energy had flown away from his body, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of it. Zhang Yuan cursed in his heart. All of you stand back. Meng Wuya looked at Zhang Yuan with displeasure, fearing that he would disturb Yang Kai at this critical moment. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. Brother Meng, after seeing what happened just now, do you think I will do anything to him? I don't know, but I don't trust you. Meng Wuya remained unmoved. Good. This senior will stand back. Zhang Yuan was helpless and could only walk away with the four-demon general and observe the situation from a distance. Yang Kai's pain seemed to be getting more and more intense, his handsome body trembling as his muscles tightened, causing Li Rong's heart to ache. When did he undergo Yuan Qi holiness transformation? Meng Wuya suddenly asked. The Yuan Qi aura exuding from Yang Kai's body had given him some clues. A few months ago when we went to High Heaven Pavilion, Li Rong replied. A few months? How could it be so fast? Meng Wuya's expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's current appearance seemed to be a sign of a breakthrough, but after an average cultivator underwent Yuan Qi holiness transformation, it would take at least a few years to truly glimpse the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Even if Yang Kai's talent was good, it was impossible for him to take this step in just a few months. This was too inconceivable. Just as Meng Wuya was pondering, under Yang Kai's left eye, a drop of blood suddenly rolled down like a pearl, mixed with a golden glow. What happened? Meng Wuya was shocked. Will young master be okay? Old Demon also expressed his concern. Meng Wuya didn't say a word and instead focused on inquiring about Yang Kai's situation. The more he investigated, the more uncertain he became. He had never encountered a situation like Yang Kai's. Chapter 963. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, a sudden change occurred. Just after he finished investigating the secrets of Great Demon God's exploration of the star field, a surge of energy suddenly poured into his knowledge sea. His entire knowledge sea was thrown into turmoil as the island formed by the six-colored soul-warming lotus floated up and down, seemingly on the verge of being overturned at any moment. Yang Kai tried his best to maintain the calm of his knowledge sea but was unable to stop it. This energy was like a violent storm, like a bolt of lightning, tearing apart his knowledge sea, causing him unbearable pain. The demon eye of annihilation suspended above his knowledge sea suddenly released a powerful suction force and absorbed all the energy that poured in, immediately plunging his entire knowledge sea into darkness. This was Yang Kai's domain, and here he was the master. He could command everything here, even change the scenery and layout. However, when the demon eye of annihilation swallowed all this energy, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he had lost control of his knowledge sea. His soul avatar felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, falling forever without end, causing him to panic. In the darkness, only the golden light emitted by the demon eye of annihilation was dazzling. His soul avatar was enveloped by this golden light, giving him a terrifying feeling that it was about to be swallowed whole. The golden light of the demon eye of annihilation restrained all spiritual energy. The souls of the masters Yang Kai had killed were all drawn to this place and then purified by this golden light. It had never harmed Yang Kai before, but this time was different. Yang Kai faintly felt that if he didn't do something, he might end up like those people, his soul avatar purified, leaving behind only some pure spiritual energy. At that time, he would no longer exist in this world. Roaring in resistance, Yang Kai saw a faint six-colored light bloom in the darkness. His mind shook as his soul avatar hurriedly flew in that direction. A moment later, his soul avatar set foot on the six-colored island. On the six-colored island, there were countless tiny soul-devouring insects living here. After a long period of nourishment, these soul-devouring insects seemed to have become stronger than before. Yang Kai ignored them and with a thought, the six-colored island returned to its original form, taking on the appearance of the soul-warming lotus. The lotus petals gradually closed and wrapped around Yang Kai's soul avatar. The golden light from the demon eye of annihilation was like a scorching sun, evaporating the energy in Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, causing it to rapidly dry up. An unimaginable pain was transmitted from the depths of his soul. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and urged the power of the soul-warming lotus to continuously replenish his fading knowledge sea. Gradually, the pain became a lot weaker and Yang Kai was surprised to discover that he had formed a strange connection with the demon eye of annihilation that belonged to Great Demon God. Since obtaining the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai had been trying to refine it, but unfortunately he had never succeeded. Although he could use the purifying power of the demon eye of annihilation, fundamentally speaking, this golden eye was just a foreign object that existed in his knowledge sea and was not something he truly owned. This was completely different from the six-colored soul-warming lotus. After experiencing a series of painful experiences, Yang Kai had formed a true connection with the demon eye of annihilation. The evaporated energy in his knowledge sea had become a bridge between him and the demon eye of annihilation, allowing the demon eye of annihilation to truly acknowledge him. Perceiving this, Yang Kai suddenly became excited. Without restraint, he began to stimulate the power of the soul-warming lotus, constantly producing new seawater in his knowledge sea, which was then evaporated and absorbed by the demon eye of annihilation. With the passage of time, the pain in his soul became lighter and lighter, gradually disappearing. Instead, it gave Yang Kai a relaxed and happy feeling. Finally, at a certain moment, Yang Kai felt that the demon eye of annihilation had truly become his. The demon eye of annihilation, which had been suspended in midair, suddenly fell from the sky like a meteor and crashed straight towards Yang Kai. The six-colored soul-warming lotus wrapped around Yang Kai opened its petals, and Yang Kai stared at the demon eye of annihilation fearlessly, allowing it to rush into his soul avatar and disappear. The world suddenly became a little different, and a subtle joy rose from the bottom of his heart. In the vast expanse of whiteness, Kai Yang suddenly opened his eyes. Pain spread from his left eye, and Meng Wuya and the others around him were looking at him with concern and nervousness. "Yang Kai, what happened?" Meng Wuya hurriedly asked. As soon as these words came out, Meng Wuya froze on the spot, his eyes overflowing with shock as he pointed to Yang Kai. "Your left eye." The left eye was no longer black and white, but a golden pupil. The long and narrow golden pupil was filled with endless majesty, and the expression in its eyes was also extremely indifferent. It was just like the great demon god that Meng Wuya had seen before, coldly looking down on all living things. Vaguely, an invisible vortex emerged from the golden eye and madly tugged at Meng Wuya's soul, as if trying to devour it and destabilize it. Treasurer Meng's face changed greatly, and he quickly averted his gaze, shouting, "Close your left eye." Yang Kai was startled but quickly realized what had happened and reached out to cover his left eye. The palm of his hand was damp and hot, as well as the smell of blood. It wasn't until this moment that Li Rong, Han Fei, and Old Demon breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with shock. "Young master, what happened to your left eye?" Old Demon asked in a trembling voice. Old Servant's soul was almost sucked away. The demon eye of annihilation, it's the demon eye of annihilation of great demon god. Zhang Yuan screamed crazily. Even though they were separated by a great distance, when he looked at Yang Kai just now, he could still feel the pull he felt. It was as if he was facing the great demon god himself. The pressure he felt was like a mountain. The four demon general also went pale as they stared at Yang Kai with complicated expressions. The great demon god had all kinds of divine abilities, and one of them was cultivated in his left eye. It was the soul-extinguishing golden light. According to the ancient records, the great demon god's left eye could see through all illusions in the world and restrain all divine souls. What Zhang Yuan had never imagined was that after thousands of years, the demon eye of annihilation would reappear. It had reappeared in the body of a human. This made him feel very disappointed. He couldn't help wondering what this little brat Yang Kai had done to be so lucky. "I need to enter retreat for a while." Yang Kai covered his eye and wiped the blood from it as he said lightly. Meng Wuya nodded. That golden eye was really too dangerous. If he couldn't control it freely, anyone who approached Yang Kai in the future would likely suffer a calamity. "Then you enter retreat here, we'll go out first. When you come out, we'll discuss other things," Meng Wuya said in a deep voice before turning to Zhang Yuan. "Do you have any questions?" Zhang Yuan shook his head. Yang Kai then summoned the demon mystic tome and opened the exit, allowing the others to leave first. After they left, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in studying the demon eye of annihilation. Time flew by, and 1 month later, inside the demon palace, demon commander Zhang Yuan, the four demon general, and Meng Wuya were all waiting anxiously. During this past month, Yang Kai had remained in retreat,
so they had nothing to do. It wasn't until today that they suddenly noticed Yang Kai's aura appear and immediately understood that he should have exited his retreat. All of them rushed to Zhang Yuan's room and stared at the entrance to the secret room. Not long after, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Everyone turned to look at Yang Kai's left eye with lingering fear and found that it had returned to its normal state, becoming black and white again. "Did you succeed?" Meng Wuya hurriedly asked. Yang Kai gently nodded. It took him an entire month to finally be able to freely control the demon eye of annihilation. This eye, which contained the divine technique of Great Demon God, could greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. Since Yang Shangzhu has come out, let's discuss what we saw before. Zhang Yuan didn't want to talk too deeply about the demon eye of annihilation and said in a sour tone. Everyone glanced around at each other and nodded. They had been holding this matter in their stomachs for an entire month now, so they had no choice but to discuss it. Inside the hall, the demon race masters and Yang Kai took their seats. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan lightly coughed and said, "I think everyone here has seen what this senior saw before." Everyone nodded. Great Demon God really fell, but he didn't fall while exploring the star field as the rumors say, but rather died for the sake of Tongxian realm. Zhang Yuan sighed. Great Demon God Master is truly admirable. Meng Wuya sneered. He's been dead for thousands of years. There's no need to say such empty words. Zhang Yuan looked at him indifferently. This is the great achievement of Great Demon God Master. No one can deny it. If he had not exhausted himself in battle, this continent would have long since fallen into the hands of those starry sky visitors. Whatever you say, Meng Wuya spat. Meng Wuya spat disdainfully. Although he didn't like the demon race very much, it was undeniable that Great Demon God's actions had indeed changed the fate of Tongxian realm. Unfortunately, the Bone Race clansmen had not all died. Although in the message left behind by Great Demon God, everyone saw that all the starry sky visitors had died. There must have been some Bone Race clansmen who had secretly hidden themselves away from Great Demon God's sight. After thousands of years, they had revived again. Thanks to Great Demon God Master, we now know that there is a higher realm above the Saint Realm, the Saint King Realm. Zhang Yuan shouted. Great Demon God Master had already reached the Saint King Realm back then. It was precisely because Great Demon God's strength surpassed that of this world that even masters like Meng Wuya and Zhang Yuan were unable to break through the various barriers left behind by him. The huge disparity in strength left them helpless. Among those starry sky visitors, there were also Saint Kings, but they were all defeated by Great Demon God and killed. I don't understand. Why did Great Demon God Master use the void corridors all over the world to arrange such a shocking spirit array to seal off all of Tongxian realm? Meng Gu asked curiously, because he perceived the danger of those starry sky visitors. Yang Kai quickly said, Great Demon God's method back then was not a seal, it was probably just a way to dilute it. Among those starry sky visitors, there were Saint King Realm Masters, so Great Demon God knew that once he died, if such masters came to Tongxian Realm in the future, no one would be able to resist them, so he arranged a massive spirit array to make Tongxian Realm fade away from the star field. This way, if any starry sky visitors passed by Tongxian Realm, it would be difficult for them to discover any traces of life here. This should be a form of protection. Chapter 964. Yang Kai's explanation was reasonable and was exactly what most of the people present had been thinking about for the past month. All of them nodded in agreement. I understand. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he said thoughtfully, I understand what Great Demon God's soul clone meant. Great Demon God Master's soul clone? Zhang Yuan was startled and quickly asked for more details. Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and simply explained how he rescued Meng Wuya. When I finally left, Great Demon God's soul clone told me that this world had been sealed for too long, and it was time to see the light of day again. At that time, I thought he was referring to that strange, mysterious small world, but it turns out he was referring to Tongxian Realm. He asked me to come to the demon capital because he had left a message here. The seal had been lifted, the mysterious small world had opened,
and all of Tongxian realm had once again appeared in the star field. This was what great demon god meant by seeing the light of day again. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that ancestral founder Chu Lingxiao had said that the current star field was somewhat different from before, and many stars that could not be seen before could now be seen. This was also because great demon god's seal had been lifted. Now that the seal had been lifted, the world had become much brighter, and naturally, many stars that could not be seen before could be seen. So, Meng Wuya's expression became strange, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Tongxian realm becoming like this is the responsibility of this old master and little Yang Kai? Exchanging a glance with Yang Kai, both of them also wore blank expressions. The lifting of the seal is your responsibility, but the revival of the bone race has nothing to do with you, although the timing is somewhat coincidental. The old demon frowned. It may have something to do with it. The great demon god left behind a seal and his aura covered the entire continent. So the bone race did not dare to awaken, but after the seal was lifted, the great demon god's aura disappeared. The bone race sensed it and dared to come out. Yang Kai pondered. This is just my guess, but it is very likely to be true. The 5 masters from the demon race all glanced at each other before Zhang Yuan said, if that's the case, then Yang Shengzhu has an unavoidable responsibility for this World War II catastrophe. You are also duty-bound to stop them. What do you mean by that? Meng Wuya squinted at Zhang Yuan and sneered. Do you want to stay out of this? Yang Kai said that the bone race has several dozen Saint Realm masters and that they can use their corpses to create new clansmen. Once they are given enough time, they will never be able to kill them all. The bone race was like a spark, and although the current fire was small, it could start a prairie fire. Zhang Yuan smiled wryly. Of course not. The great demon god master was able to exhaust himself and die for the sake of the entire continent. My demon race is his descendant, so naturally it is impossible for me to disgrace him. And my demon race will also assist Yang Shengzhu. Although he said so, everyone could see the reluctance in his words. Yang Kai glanced over at him before standing up and saying, I already understand what happened and the truth of the continent. Whether your demon race wants to intervene or not is up to you. If you want your descendants to be enslaved by the bone race forever, you can also bide your time. Saying so, Yang Kai turned around and walked straight out of the hall. Meng Wuya and the others quickly followed. Zhang Yuan's face changed as he shouted, Yang Shengzhu, wait! What is it? Yang Kai turned around. Dare I ask, when Yang Shengzhu returns this time, will he deal with the bone race? Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before replying. Relying on my 9 heavens holy land alone is impossible. The difference in strength is too great. I need to find some helpers, but I don't know how many I can find. Zhang Yuan frowned and pondered for a long time before saying, I don't think there is anyone in this world who understands the power of the bone race better than us. Just now, this senior had some misgivings. Yang Shengzhu, after you go back, gather as many helpers as possible while this senior will immediately take stock of them and bring them to 9 heavens holy land to join you. Yang Kai sneered. You want to help? Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. This senior simply doesn't want to disappoint the great demon god master. I am the demon commander, the ruler of the demon land. Can't I even clean up the mess left behind by the great demon god master? Yang Kai stared at him deeply before turning to look at the 4 demon general behind him, discovering that all 4 of them also wore solemn expressions. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai declared, No matter what, when this matter is over, all grievances between us will be written off. When the time comes, this senior may have many things to ask Yang Shengzhu about, especially when it comes to the great demon god master. Zhang Yuan laughed. Good. Yang Kai nodded. We'll be going now. There's no need to see us off. After Yang Kai and the others left, Zhang Yuan's expression became dignified as he turned to the 4 demon general and said, How serious this matter is, all of you are well aware. There is no need for this senior to explain any further. Return to your respective territories and gather your forces. Half a month from now, we will meet in Man City. Yes. The 4 demon general nodded and quickly left. Aboard the star shuttle, Yang Kai and the others quickly flew off. Meng Wuya said with some surprise. Zhang Yuan is quite easy to talk to this time. It's not that he's easy to talk to. It's just that he understands that without the lips, the teeth will feel cold. If we fight with the bone race, if we lose, the next one to suffer will likely be his demon land. But if we win, I will definitely settle accounts with him in the future. No matter who wins or loses, there will be no benefits for him, Yang Kai said lightly, seemingly seeing through the concerns in Zhang Yuan's heart. His attitude from the beginning was very ambiguous, clearly unwilling to intervene in this matter. After all, once he did, he had to be prepared to suffer some losses. But seeing that Yang Kai was really about to leave, he had no choice but to compromise. Perhaps at first, he wanted Yang Kai to give him some benefits so he could help. After all, he didn't have any friendship with Yang Kai, and Yang Kai had too many things he coveted. The demon mystic tome, the demon god divine technique, the demon god golden blood, all of them made him extremely jealous. In any case, this time's world catastrophe is this old master's responsibility. Meng Wuya sighed heavily. If he hadn't taken Xianing Chong to that mysterious small world, Yang Kai wouldn't have had to destroy the 8 Tongxian pillars in order to rescue him. Those pillars were the hubs of the entire spirit array, and once they were destroyed, the spirit array would no longer be able to operate and the world seal would be destroyed, resulting in the current situation. Meng Wuya blamed himself. No one's responsibility. Yang Kai shook his head. Even if I hadn't destroyed it that time, that spirit array would have stopped functioning on its own one day. We just caused this incident to happen ahead of time. If you don't have any responsibility, then why are you so enthusiastic? Meng Wuya laughed dryly. Am I enthusiastic? Yang Kai frowned. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded together. Old Demon also grinned meaningfully. Young master, you are indeed so. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, that may be because I don't want those who have just lost their homes to lose a place that can shelter them again. If it was anything else, even if the sky fell down, there would still be others to hold it up. But for those people, I am their heaven. If I don't hold it up, who will? Meng Wuya's body shook, knowing that the people Yang Kai was referring to were those from the great Han dynasty. Nodding lightly, you've matured a lot. Li Rong's beautiful eyes also flashed brilliantly as she stared towards Yang Kai, feeling more and more that her master was extraordinary. Under the night sky, the star shuttle flashed a brilliant blue light and flew across the sky like a meteor. Kai Yang looked up at the sky full of stars, but he was unable to find the beautiful figure that had captivated his dreams in this magnificent world. Su Yen right now was nowhere to be found in Starfield. A few days later, Yang Kai's group returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land. The atmosphere in the Holy Land was clearly different from before, and it was quite dignified. As soon as Yang Kai returned, Su Hui hurriedly reported, Holy Master, news has spread that within a 10,000-kilometer radius of Water Spirit Temple, all living creatures have been wiped out. This matter seems to have spread across the entire continent and has caused quite a stir. On top of that, the Bone race seems to be continuing to expand their territory, acting extremely presumptuous. Let them expand. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The bigger they make this matter, the easier it will be for us to deal with it. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, when you passed the news to the great forces of the human race, what was their attitude? Su Hui angrily replied, not many people believed it, and even if some reluctantly believed it, none of them had any intention of intervening. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, but now I think they should believe it. Can't be helped if they don't believe me. In the direction of Water Spirit Temple, countless people have already begun to flee. Our holy land is on the edge of the human race's territory, so we don't need to worry about anything for the time being. Good. Continue to contact people and have those who are willing to fight against the Bone race come to my Nine Heavens Holy Land. Tell them that this time it's not just my human race's business. The demon race and monster race will also be sending people. This time, the masters of the entire world will be joining forces. The demon race and monster race? Su Hui was shocked, suddenly realizing that the situation was more serious than he had thought, quickly excusing himself and leaving. After briefly staying in the Holy Land for a while, Yongkai rushed to the Beast Sea Jungle. Inside Thunder Tree Palace, the three monster race great seniors had gathered and seemed to be discussing something. When Yongkai arrived, the three great seniors were a little surprised. Thunder Dragon asked in surprise, "Didn't you go to the Demon Land? How come you've returned so quickly?" "I've already been there and met with Zhang Yuan." "What was his attitude?" "He will send someone over. I came this time to see what you three think." "Zhang Yuan will also send someone over." Among the three, the only woman exclaimed, "Allow me to introduce you, Yongkai. You should have never met Yu right?" The one called Yu by Lei Long was an enchanting woman. She had a graceful figure, a graceful waist, and a pair of soft breasts. Her skin was white like cream, and her beautiful eyes emitted a spirit that could captivate one's soul. She was one of the three monster race great seniors, and her true body was an ice jade python great senior. In terms of strength, she was no worse than Thunder Dragon and earth-splitting Divine Ox. After the two greeted each other, Yu covered her mouth and giggled. "I've long heard that Yang Shengzhu is so young but has such outstanding strength. Seeing you today, it seems your reputation is well-deserved. Yang Shengzhu, would you be interested in visiting my territory for a few days?" Saying so, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Yongkai. "If there's an opportunity, I'll definitely ask for your advice." Yongkai grinned. "Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for you," Yu said while throwing a flirtatious glance towards Yongkai. Thunder Dragon's face went black as he shouted, "Hey! Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to do this in front of me?" Chapter 965. Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a bitter tone. Yongkai glanced at him and immediately understood that Thunder Dragon was interested in this dragon lady. Solemnly saying, "Let's get down to business." The expressions of the three great seniors also became dignified. Words alone won't be enough. Three seniors should take a look with your own eyes. Yongkai quickly said, "Take a look with our own eyes?" Thunder Dragon raised his brow, somewhat puzzled as to what Yongkai wanted them to see. "If three seniors trust me, release the defenses of your knowledge seas." As Yongkai spoke, he condensed a white ball of light at his fingertips. This ball of light exuded his soul aura and was obviously a part of Yongkai's memories. The three monster race great seniors looked at each other and nodded. Yongkai then pointed his finger at the foreheads of the three great seniors and sent this ball of spiritual energy into their knowledge seas. The three great seniors' bodies shook slightly before they slowly closed their eyes and carefully examined the information sent by Yongkai. This information not only included everything they had seen in the demon capital, but also what Yongkai had seen in Water Spirit Temple. After a long time, the three monster race great seniors slowly opened their eyes, their expressions extremely solemn. They all deeply understood just how difficult it was to deal with the bone race. "I didn't expect this matter to have something to do with Great Demon God," Thunder Dragon muttered to himself. "On top of that, my monster race's seniors also fought against those Starry Sky invaders." Yu frowned slightly. "But why is there no record of this? Almost all of my monster race's seniors died in battle. Such a glorious past should have been recorded. Above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm? Since ancient times, only Great Demon God has reached this realm?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted. "It's really incredible. What do you want us to do?" Thunder Dragon looked at Yongkai seriously. "Help," Yongkai said concisely. "According to my observations, the bone race doesn't have a single Saint King Realm master. The most powerful one among them is only a third-order saint, and there are only a few of them. What's most frightening is that they can create new clansmen using a special method. They seem to be invincible, but that's not the case. If the humans, demons, and demons can join forces, it won't be difficult to destroy them." Thunder Dragon nodded. "If we want to make a move, we have to do it quickly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it will be for us." "That's what I thought too. Old Cow and Yu what do you think?" Thunder Dragon turned his eyes to the other two great venerables. "After all, this concerns the entire monster race. This king cannot make a decision alone. I'll listen to you." You were handed the decision over to Thunder Dragon. Earth-splitting Ox shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Thunder Dragon grinned. Zhang Yuan has already intervened in this matter. How can my monster race remain uninvolved? If news of this were to spread, wouldn't the world laugh at the demon clan? Count us in as well. Yang Kai shook his head and nodded firmly. Good. I knew Thunder Dragon Great Senior would be easy to deal with. Thunder Dragon shook his head. This isn't helping you. It's just that my monster race is seeking a way to survive. Tong Xian Realm is not the territory of those bones. This is our territory. After the three great seniors agreed, they immediately began to convene the monster race masters. The Beast Sea Jungle wasn't too far from Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so once the gathering was complete, they would soon be able to meet up with Yang Kai, much faster than the demon race. Both the monster and demon clans had already expressed their willingness to intervene in this matter, but what made Yang Kai feel slightly disappointed was that the great forces of the human race had yet to respond. With the exception of some forces that had a close relationship with Nine Heavens' Holy Land or Yang Kai, most of them maintained a wait-and-see attitude. All of them took it for granted that the situation wasn't too bad and that even if the disaster spread, it wouldn't affect them. The ambiguous attitude of these great forces made Great Elder Su Hui so angry that he couldn't stop cursing. But there was nothing he could do. One day, an old man and a young man arrived at Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The old man had white hair and gave off a sage-like aura, while the young man had red lips and white teeth. His appearance was handsome enough to make many women feel ashamed of their inferiority, secretly hating how such a handsome man could be born. Master, we've arrived. The handsome young man looked towards the 9 peaks and took a deep breath. That guy is doing quite well now, actually occupying such a large piece of treasure land. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. There's no need to envy others. You and I, master and disciple, have traveled the world and gained many things. What master says is right. The young man nodded respectfully. But master, why did you suddenly want to come here? The old man chuckled. I heard there was an alchemy grandmaster here, so master naturally wanted to meet him. How could there be an alchemy grandmaster that can compare to master? The young man sneered, apparently not taking this seriously, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he muttered to himself. Does master not want to embarrass the human race? Since you know, why say it out loud? The old man sighed slightly. The world's situation is worrying. How many people can he call upon at such a young age? The demon race and the monster race have already taken action. Only the human race is still divided. This old master has not appeared for a long time, but now it's time for him to show his face. I knew this was master's true intention. The young man grinned meaningfully, as if he had long seen through the old man's intentions. Good. There is a disciple guarding the mountain over there. Go and inform him. The old man waved his hand to the young man, who quickly stepped forward and said a few words to the Holy Land disciple guarding the mountain. After hearing this, the disciple quickly said, Please wait a moment. I'll go and report to Great Elder. Inside the Holy Master Court's alchemy room, Yang Kai was refining pills with his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters when suddenly the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Frowning, Yang Kai put down the things in his hands and quietly left the room. Outside the door, Su Hui was waiting. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked. Someone outside the peak is asking for an audience. Who is it? According to the disciple's report, the person who asked for an audience called himself Zhai Yao. Zhai Yao. Yang Kai's body shook as he hurriedly asked, Did he come alone or with an old man? Su Hui was taken aback, not knowing why Yang Kai was so excited, quickly replying, It seems that there was an old man with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai rushed out of the 9 peaks like a gust of wind. Su Hui scratched his head, a blank look filling his face. He had never seen Yang Kai greet a guest so eagerly. As 9 Heavens' Holy Land's reputation grew, very few people were qualified to be personally welcomed by the Holy Master. What was the identity of Zhai Yao? How could he be so important to the Holy Master? While Su Hui was wondering, Yang Kai rushed back like a gust of wind. Su Hui was stunned. Holy Master, you? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai had already brushed past him and rushed straight into the alchemy room. A moment later, several grandmasters' angry shouts rang out from inside the room. "Little brat, you ruined my furnace of pills. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't let you off. My pills were also destroyed. What a pity these Saint-grade herbs were wasted. Heavens, smelly brat. What do you want to do? Waste heaven's treasures. Waste heaven's treasures. Don't pull me, I want to stay here and perform alchemy. I'm not going anywhere. Who do you want to see? This old master won't see anyone. That's right, what kind of person could be more important than alchemy? Besides, what kind of divine being is actually qualified for us old fogies to meet with him? Does he even have such qualifications? I won't see him. Tell him to scram." The several grandmasters were all grumbling, obviously very dissatisfied with Yang Kai disturbing their alchemy. Su Hui vaguely heard Yang Kai say something in a low voice. In the room, the shouts of the grandmasters stopped abruptly, as if they had lost their ability to speak. It was completely silent. Su Hui also seemed to hear a rapid heartbeat coming from inside the room. Soon after, the 5 grandmasters rushed out of the room, each with a fanatical look on their faces as they fought to be the first to rush out. The fat on Chong Bao's body trembled violently, wave after wave, but he still refused to show weakness. He ran faster than a rabbit, relying on his fat body to knock down the other grandmasters as he took the lead. Su Hui was dumbstruck. When had he ever seen these famous grandmasters lose their composure like this? "Grandmasters, don't run so fast." Su Hui only had time to warn them before the 5 grandmasters disappeared. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchong also flew past him. What's going on? Su Hui was confused. Outside the 9 peaks, when Yang Kai and Xia Ningchong arrived, they happened to see the 5 grandmasters gathered around a white-haired old man. All of the grandmasters wore expressions of worship and fanaticism as they spoke to the old man cautiously. Chong Bao wiped the sweat from his forehead as he smiled brilliantly, seemingly having been praised by the old man. His face flushed with excitement. "Brother Yang." The young man next to the old man called out to Yang Kai. "Brother Zhai." Yang Kai greeted him warmly. "It's been many years. And it's been almost 10 years since we last met in Floating Cloud City." "Oh," Zhai Yao said, suddenly turning his eyes to Xianing Chong and exclaiming, "Aren't you that girl? Why are you here?" "This is my senior sister, Xianing Chong." Senior sister. Zhai Yao's expression froze as he suddenly remembered. "So, you finally found her? Congratulations. Congratulations." "Many thanks, Brother Zhai." Yang Kai smiled, walked over to the old man, and respectfully bowed. "Junior greets Li Lao." Xia Ningchong also gracefully bowed. "Little friend Yang doesn't need to be so polite." Li Lao smiled and nodded. "This old master came uninvited. Little friend Yang won't blame me, right? Li Lao is too serious. Li Lao and Brother Zhai coming to the Holy Land is Junior's honor. How could I dare blame you? Please come in." Kai Yang gestured to the side. Li Lao smiled and nodded before, under the escort of the 5 grandmasters, strolling into 9 heavens' holy land. When the disciples guarding the mountain saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They didn't know where this old man and young man came from. Why were the 5 grandmasters and the Holy Lord so respectful to them? Their hearts were filled with suspicion. Chapter 966. The news of the old man of Heaven's Keep. Li Rui's arrival in 9 heavens' holy land spread like wildfire throughout the 9 peaks. Many disciples of the 9 peaks put down what they were doing and ran to the guest hall. They craned their necks and looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the master from afar and be proud of it. The source of all this was because Su Hui had accidentally blurted out Li Lao's name. When Yang Kai and the 5 grandmasters led Li Lao and Zhai Yao to 9 heavens' holy land, Su Hui quickly inquired about the identity of the other party. After all, he was the Holy Land's great elder, Old Man Emo, so he could not neglect his guests. After learning that this old man was the old man of Heaven's Keep, Su Hui shouted on the spot. Only now did he understand why Yang Kai had hurriedly run over to greet him and why the 5 venerable grandmasters were acting like students in front of this old man. In this world, only Li Lao had such qualifications and could command such respect from the 5 grandmasters. As a result, the news spread like wildfire. Thousands of disciples from the Holy Land gathered around the reception hall, leaving not even a drop of water able to leak out. Every generation produced a new generation of talents. Thousands of years ago, the demon race had its great demon god, but now the human race had its own unique talent, Li Lao. The human, monster, and demon races were mutually antagonistic and hated each other. But if there was anyone in this world who could command respect from all 3 races, besides the old man of Heaven's Keep, there was no one else. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan and the several great seniors of the monster race didn't dare act rashly in front of Li Lao. Unfortunately, Li Lao was a mysterious dragon who moved about without a fixed residence, so very few people knew what he looked like. So it had been many years since anyone had heard anything about him. Back in Floating Cloud City, Li Lao had quietly gone to the city lord's mansion without alerting too many people. It was rumored that he had died long ago, causing many people to sigh. But now, he had taken the initiative to come to 9 Heaven's Holy Land. What are you looking at? Don't you need to do anything? If you keep crowding around here, I'll dig out all your eyeballs. Su Hui walked out of the hall with a cold face and shouted. The thousands of disciples were shocked and scattered like birds and beasts. In the main hall, Yang Kai said embarrassedly, I've embarrassed myself in front of Li Lao, and I will restrain my disciples from revealing your whereabouts. It's fine, it's fine. Li Lao waved his hand amiably, indicating that he didn't care. In the past, wherever I went, I concealed my identity and didn't want outsiders to know my whereabouts. But this time, I hope someone knows that I'm here. Why is that? In the hall, the Holy Land's elder Chang Mo and the alchemists looked at him in confusion. Li Lao muttered to himself for a moment before his expression turned serious. He said calmly, Recently, this old man has heard a lot of strange news. It is said that the news came from here? Yes. That information? It's true. Yang Kai nodded. As expected. Li Lao sighed lightly and said leisurely, This old master also heard that Zhang Yuan and the monster race's great seniors have taken action, but most of the great forces of the human race are still maintaining a wait-and-see attitude. Yang Kai's expression became heavy. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. They aren't like Zhang Yuan and the monster race's great seniors who have seen some secrets with their own eyes. So they aren't too convinced. This can't be blamed on them. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, But not all of them are like this. Soaring Heaven Sect, Dragon Phoenix Palace, Twin Spirit Pavilion, and Bold Independent Union have all sent word a few days ago that they will be bringing people over as soon as possible. How many masters can these sects with close ties to little friend Yang possibly gather? When the time comes, I'm afraid the monster race and demon race will become laughingstocks. Currently, my human race is the most powerful force in the world, and this matter is happening in our territory, but in the end, it is the monster race and demon race that are mobilizing all of their forces. What kind of scandal is this? There's no other way. I can't force others to do this kind of thing. Yang Kai also felt helpless. Does little friend Yang know which force is the largest in this world? Li Lao suddenly asked with a smile. The largest force? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before thinking about it carefully. My 9 Heavens Holy Land has developed quite well, and can be considered one of the top forces in this world. My sect, Soaring Heaven Sect, is also doing well, but how can we compare? And there are many holy lands in this world where some of the top masters don't appear for a long time. No one knows whether they are still alive or not. Hifeng also echoed. Li Lao, which force are you talking about? Duan asked curiously. Li Lao laughed but didn't answer directly, instead slowly saying, Little friend Yang, the development of your 9 Heavens Holy Land is something this old master has heard about. It is said that because of a mysterious alchemist, 9 Heavens Holy Land status has rapidly risen, gradually surpassing what it once was. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, his eyes suddenly lighting up. understanding what kind of force Li Lao was referring to. A mysterious alchemist was able to make all those cultivators come here to beg for pills. What if all the alchemists in the world were included? The Alchemist Guild! Yang Kai shouted. Li Lao smiled and nodded. If the Alchemist Guild were to step in, I believe those great forces and masters in the world would make the right choice. Li Lao, did you come here today just for this? Yang Kai looked at him excitedly. Since becoming famous, this old master has begun to play with the world, not caring about worldly affairs. For the past 1,000 years, I have not done anything for this world. But now that countless people have worshipped this old master's heart is uneasy. Now that an opportunity has presented itself, this old master will naturally not let it go. And, although I have not appeared in the world for a long time, I believe this old master still has some face. Li Lao smiled and nodded. Then I'll go to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters now and have them come forward to negotiate. Hong Fong hurriedly stood up. There's no need. Master has already spoken to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters before coming here, and has also contacted some old friends I haven't contacted for many years. Zhai Yao smiled confidently. I believe it won't be long before many people come here. Inside the hall, everyone looked at each other excitedly. Regardless of whether these people came here voluntarily or not, as long as they could come, the three clans would be able to solve the problem of the bone race as soon as possible. Many thanks, Li Lao. Yang Kai said sincerely. It is this old master who should thank you on behalf of the world. Little friend Yang has rushed to help the three clans. It is clear that he cares about the world. This old master cannot compare. Li Lao looked at Yang Kai approvingly. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before solemnly saying, Li Lao misunderstands. I have rushed to the three clans and sent messages to all the great forces not because of any righteous cause, nor because I want to save the world. Oh, then why is little friend Yang so enthusiastic? As far as this old master knows, you were the one who took the lead in this matter. The monster race and demon race were also united by you. And because I want to deal with the bone race as soon as possible and then go do my own thing. If the bone race is not dealt with quickly, I will have to worry about them in the future. Yang Kai replied sincerely. Li Lao stared at him deeply, not asking what he planned to do after dealing with the bone race, instead just laughing and saying, no matter what your intentions are, this is a good thing. When future generations look back at the ancient records and look back to this day, they will definitely see little friend Yang and Nine Heavens Holy Land's name. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. 10 days later, Nine Heavens Holy Land didn't receive any reinforcements from the human race, but the Saint-grade alchemists from the Alchemist Guild's headquarters did. These alchemists usually didn't leave their homes and had noble status, so it was always others who came to visit them. But today, as if they had all come to an agreement, they all rushed to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Because the old man of Heaven's Keep was here. All of them had come because of Nine Heavens Holy Land's reputation and were all excited. Over the next few days, more and more Saint-grade alchemists from different places arrived. After learning the news, these Saint-grade alchemists moved even faster than the human race's reinforcements. In just 10 days, nearly 30 Saint-grade alchemists had gathered in Nine Heavens Holy Land, almost accounting for 90% of all the Saint-grade alchemists in the world. The remaining 10% were also on their way. With the addition of the Saint-grade alchemists, the human race masters from various forces also arrived one after another. Among them were several peak third-order saints. Each of these masters was over 1,000 years old and were all old acquaintances of Li Lao. So when they heard him summon them, they didn't hesitate to rush over. Each of these experts had an extraordinary force behind them. Their disciples and grand-disciples had also followed them to the 9 peaks. Soaring Heaven Sect's Chu Ling Shao also came with his 4 martial uncles. Chu Ling Shao and these old men also seemed to know each other, and when they met, it was quite lively. All of them praised Yang Kai in front of Chu Ling Shao for being young and promising. As time passed, more and more human race masters gathered in the 9 peaks, none of them below the transcendent realm, all of them transcendents and saints. Because the Alchemist Guild had issued an order, if any of the great forces didn't give them face this time, the Alchemist Guild would not give them face in the future. Not only would they not be able to enjoy the services of an alchemist, but they would also not be able to buy any spirit grasses or spirit medicines. The world was shaken, and all the great forces no longer hesitated to mobilize. They could offend others, but they didn't dare to offend all the alchemists in the world, especially since the old man of Heaven's Keep had personally stepped forward. Once a cultivator lost the assistance of pills, they would have a difficult time in the future. Moreover, coming to help this time was not without benefits. The Alchemist Guild had promised that after this matter was resolved, all the alchemists under its jurisdiction would perform alchemy for them for 3 years free of charge, including those saint-grade alchemists who rarely acted. Such a huge benefit, no one would easily let it go. The entire 9 Peaks became extraordinarily lively in a very short period of time. Experts came and went like carps crossing the river, appearing in an endless stream. Yang Kai was also introduced by Li Lao and Chu Ling Xiao to some of the top masters. Time flew by and another month passed. On the horizon, there seemed to be a demonic chi approaching like a collapsing mountain. On the other side, there was also a demonic chi soaring to the sky. The masters on the 9 Peaks all turned their gazes towards the sky, their expressions dignified. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he shouted, "The monster and demon races are here." Chapter 967. The several monster race great seniors had finished their preparations a month ago, but the masters from the demon race had yet to arrive, so they had been waiting until today when they sensed the auras of the demon race masters. Inside the 9 Peaks, the human race masters looked up at the sky and saw the masters from the other 2 races approaching, many of them showing looks of dread and disgust. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different hearts. The hatred between races was not something that could be resolved overnight. It was a deep-rooted grievance. Not long after, Zhang Yuan led the 4 demon general and some of the Saint Realm masters from the demon race to the 9 Peaks, the 3 monster race great seniors also arriving at the same time. Letting out a hearty laugh, Zhang Yuan swept his eyes around lightly and calmly said, "So many people. If I had known there would be so many people gathered here, this senior wouldn't have had to rush over from the demon land. Your human race could have handled this matter on its own. This senior thought none of you would intervene." Thunder Dragon nodded to the side. This king also thought so. The 2 of them calling out "this senior" and "this king" caused many of the human race masters to glare at each other angrily. Their hearts filled with displeasure as their expressions became ugly. "Can you all stop talking?" Yang Kai crossed the crowd and glared at them. "Do you want to stir up hatred between our 3 races before you're willing to give up? Since you've already come here, do you still want to return home?" Zhang Yuan sneered as a look of vigilance appeared on his face. "That's not what I'm thinking. But this senior needs you human race masters to promise me that after the bone race is annihilated, you won't take the opportunity to attack my demon race. You humans are famous for your insidious and cunning nature. If you can't guarantee this senior will leave immediately." "My monster race also needs a guarantee," Thunder Dragon shouted. Faintly, the monster race and demon race stood on the same side in an instant. Before the 2 races arrived, they really hadn't expected the human race to make such a big show of force. They only thought that with the human race's scattered and disunited nature, having a dozen or so great forces join forces would already be quite good. But when they arrived, they discovered that almost all of the human race's masters were gathered here. In terms of third-order saints alone, there were 5 or 6 of them. This did not include the people around Yang Kai. Once the crisis of the bone race was resolved, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't guarantee that the people they brought with them would be able to escape unscathed. At this moment, the leaders of the 2 clans were already thinking of retreating. They secretly regretted agreeing to Yang Kai's request so quickly. "Would you believe me if I promised you?" Yang Kai looked at the 2 of them indifferently. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Long shook their heads together. Although Yang Kai's aptitude was good, in the end he was still a rising star. His words held absolute authority in 9 Heavens' holy land, but among the many human race masters present, they held little weight. Among the humans, an expert laughed and said, "Aren't the 2 of you gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? If you really want to put it that way, even if we didn't have any thoughts about you before, we do now." As he said this, he smiled maliciously. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon's expressions became cold. "How about this old master promises you?" From the crowd, a voice called out. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon turned to the source of this voice, and after seeing the old man who was slowly walking towards them with a gentle smile on his face, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked and cupped their fists respectfully. "Greetings, Li Lao." Li Lao walked over calmly and smiled lightly. "You two are too polite, and this old master can guarantee you on behalf of the entire human race that after this matter is settled, you will be able to withdraw unscathed. No one will harm you. Do you two trust this old master?" Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan looked at each other and nodded seriously. Thunder Dragon smiled and said, "If there is a human in this world who can convince me, besides Li Lao, it would be Yang Shangzhu." "My thoughts exactly," Zhang Yuan agreed. Li Lao let out a long sigh. "I have learned the specific situation from little friend Yang. The revival of the bone race must not be underestimated. This time, the world's catastrophe may really require the three races to join forces to resist. So this old master hopes that you can temporarily put aside the hatred between our races and focus on the starry sky visitors." What Li Lao says is correct. We will follow Li Lao's orders. We will do our best. Among the crowd, many human race masters agreed, none of them daring to refute Li Lao's words. Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he had been worried that Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon would bring their people here and cause some kind of conflict with the human race. If that happened, their own backyard would be on fire before they even had a chance to fight the bone race. The sudden appearance of Li Lao had resolved this potential crisis. At the very least, he had temporarily unified the three races. "This senior has another question," Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted. "Our three races have joined forces this time. Who will give orders when the time comes?" As soon as this question came out, everyone quieted down and began contemplating the appropriate candidate in their minds. After a while, everyone turned their eyes to Li Lao. Apart from Li Lao, there was no one else who could command the three races. Li Lao shook his head and laughed. "You don't want this old master to go to that battlefield, do you? This old master's bones are too old. Going there is tantamount to sending him to his death." Everyone couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, but considering Li Lao's actual situation, no one dared to ask him to fight against the bone race. If something really happened to him, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. Li Lao stroked his white beard and quickly said, "Although this old master cannot go, I have a candidate here that you may consider." "Who?" Many people suddenly looked at Li Lao. "What do you think of little friend Yang? He was the one who took the lead in this matter. If he hadn't informed the world, I'm afraid we would all have died in Li's hands. On top of that, he understands the situation better than any of us. Most importantly, this old master has heard that little friend Yang does not have any racial boundaries in his heart. He can even make friends with the monster race and demon race. I think there is no other suitable candidate besides him." Among the human race masters, many whispered, some nodding, some shaking their heads, all with different expressions. Yang Kai also froze for a moment before shaking his head. "Li Lao, I'm afraid I can't do this. I don't like to order others around. On top of that, this junior is still young and his strength is low. Everyone here is junior-senior. How can I order them around?" Li Lao sternly said, "Don't belittle yourself. Although your current strength isn't high, to have such achievements at your age makes you the strongest person in Tongxian realm. I believe that besides the great demon god from thousands of years ago, no one can surpass you. In the future, your achievements will definitely not be inferior to any of the seniors here. On top of that, you are also the holy master of 9 Heavens' holy land. Your status is no lower than anyone else's." "That's true." Yang Kai frowned, not wanting to accept this hot potato from the bottom of his heart. Li Lao raised his hand and interrupted him. "The alliance of the three clans really needs someone who can weigh the pros and cons and give orders. If you don't do this, then the alliance of the three clans is nothing more than a pile of loose sand." Zhang Yuan nodded. This senior has no objection. Thunder Dragon shrugged his shoulders. My monster race also agrees. All of them seemed to be more reassured by Yang Kai. After all, they had no friendship with the other masters of the human race and had never dealt with them before. On the contrary, there was even hatred between them. If they really allowed someone else to order them around and influence their actions, it was likely they would be put in a difficult position. My Soaring Heavens sect also agrees. Chu Ling Xiao nodded to the side. Little Yang Kai, those who can do more work, don't refuse. Meng Wuya also tried to persuade him. As soon as these two spoke, many of the human race masters began to ponder. Whether it was Chu Ling Xiao or Meng Wuya, they were both top masters of the human race, so their words naturally carried a lot of weight. Soon, the hesitant human race masters were shocked to discover that although the holy master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was young and his strength wasn't high, his connections were far stronger than anyone else's. He had gathered many Saint Realm masters under his command and was from Soaring Heavens sect. He had a close relationship with Meng Wuya, the former strongest master of the human race, and was favored by Li Lao. He had also made friends with Zhang Yuan and the three monster race great seniors. Imperceptibly, Yang Kai's status in the hearts of these people suddenly rose, making them realize that this young man would one day be able to command the world and dominate the world. With this thought in mind, no one dared to despise Yang Kai anymore. Immediately, they all expressed their opinions and agreed with Elder Li's suggestion. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Not only did he not feel any joy in his heart, he even felt a sense of rejection. All eyes gathered on him, waiting for his reply. The situation was pressing and there was no way he could refuse. If he really refused, as Li Lao had said, the three clans joining forces would be nothing more than a pile of loose sand. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai braced himself and said, "Then this junior will not refuse. I ask all the seniors here to help." Li Lao smiled and nodded with satisfaction. "Do as you wish. Don't feel any psychological burden." Yang Kai nodded gently, sweeping his eyes over the crowd and declaring, "Since everyone is here, there's no time to lose. Let's go. I wish you victory." Li Lao cupped his fists solemnly. "Thank you for your kind words, Li Lao." Yang Kai took a deep breath and took the lead to fly out of the 9 peaks, Li Rong and Han Fei following closely behind. Many of the human race masters also circulated their Yuan Qi and flew up into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon glanced at each other, smiled slightly, and quickly followed. In an instant, the 9 peaks' robes fluttered in the wind as a sea of people gathered. All kinds of Yuan Qi bloomed mid-air, creating a spectacular sight. As they flew, many masters summoned their flight-type artifacts to increase their speed. Carriages, flying palanquins, swords, carriages, all kinds of artifacts flew out in a dazzling display. Behind the human race expert, numerous devil race experts had wrapped themselves into a black cloud, hiding their figures within the black cloud as they rapidly advanced. Behind them were the monster race masters, some in human form, some not. Many of them were large and ferocious-looking monster beasts, but even so, their speed did not slow down in the slightest, rolling clouds of dust as they soared into the sky. Li Lao stood on the 9 peaks and stared at this lineup of masters from all over the world disappearing, turning to the Saint Great Alchemists standing behind him and saying, "We should also do what we need to do and refine more Saint Pills. When they return in triumph, many of them will need to be healed." Chapter 968. The sky was dim and the earth was groaning, as if the end of the world had arrived. The masters from the 3 clans flew over a city and spread out their divine senses. But after noticing that there were no signs of life in this huge city, they couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines. This was already the 10th dead city they had seen so far. These cities were originally bustling with noise and excitement, but now they had all been reduced to rubble, with dark blood stains everywhere, and the bones of the dead nowhere to be seen. After leaving 9 Heavens' Holy Land, after traveling for more than a month, a few days ago, as they gradually approached Water Spirit Temple, the masters from the 3 clans found that the situation was much worse than they had imagined. The bone race's expansion had been rapid, and with Water Spirit Temple as its center, the surrounding several tens of thousands of kilometers had become empty. Even the birds that were normally seen here had disappeared. This area of several tens of thousands of kilometers seemed to have become a dead territory, with not a single living creature to be seen. On the human race's side, at least 100,000 people had disappeared. How many more bone race clansmen could be born from these 100,000 corpses? No one could calculate clearly. In front of them, a blue light flashed and Yang Kai's figure appeared, his expression dignified. "What's the situation?" Chu Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. Because Yang Kai had a star shuttle, he had gone ahead a few days ago to inquire about the situation and had only returned today. Not optimistic. Yang Kai shook his head and glanced over at the many masters behind them. The bone race now has at least 3,000 clansmen, none of whom is below the transcendent realm. As soon as this statement came out, everyone paled. When Yang Kai had first encountered the bone race, they only had a few dozen saints and over 100 transcendents, numbering no more than 200. But after just half a year, their number had actually exceeded 3,000. This kind of crazy growth was almost impossible to accept. And these 3,000 people were all masters whose strength had surpassed the transcendent realm. Such a force was enough to sweep across the world. We only have a little over 1,000 people, but their numbers are 3 times greater than ours. Chu Ling Xiao called out in amazement. Even someone as experienced and knowledgeable as him feeling somewhat pale at this moment. Zhang Yuan, Thunder Dragon, and the others also realized the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. There are bad sides and good sides. Although there are quite a few of them, most of them are transcendents, the number of Saint Realm Masters has not increased by much. I estimate that there are only about 20 more than half a year ago. On the other hand, we have 200 saints on our side. In this regard, they are inferior to us. But the remaining transcendents are also a big problem. Meng Wuya frowned. Yang Kai grinned. Leave those transcendents to me. Everyone looked at him in surprise, not knowing why he was so confident. Even Meng Wuya and Chu Ling Xiao didn't dare say they could deal with 2,000 to 3,000 transcendents, let alone a rising star like Yang Kai. We should rejoice that we only managed to delay for less than half a year. If we had given the bone race another year, no one in this world would have been able to defeat them. Yang Kai said with a look of lingering fear. The bone race's development speed was simply too fast. This time, the 3 clans joining forces should be able to destroy the bone race, but if they had been given another year or even half a year, the outcome would have been uncertain. All of them are now occupying several islands near Water Spirit Temple, less than 500 kilometers from here. Everyone has been on the road for so long. Let's rest for a while and set out again in 2 days, Yang Kai shouted. No one had any objections. They were about to arrive at Water Spirit Temple and a great battle was about to break out. Naturally, they needed to maintain their peak state. In such a large-scale melee, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Immediately, many masters flew down to the ground and found a place to meditate and restore themselves. In the Water God Temple, the islands were already covered by a thick blood cloud. It was bright red, and even the surrounding seawater seemed to be affected. The originally blue seawater was now a deep red, as if it had been injected with blood. In the middle of the island there was a huge pool of blood. The thick blood seemed to be boiling, constantly rolling and bubbling. Many pale white bones and countless herbs floated up and down in this pool of blood, just like the scene Yang Kai had seen before. The only difference was that this blood pool was much larger than the one Yang Kai had seen before. It occupied almost half of the entire island's surface area and was incredibly deep. Around the blood pool, many bone race clansmen had gathered, pouring their life essence into it to help new clansmen be born. Countless ferocious faces, like strands of serene soul, were trapped in the blood pool, struggling and roaring, filling the island with a gloomy atmosphere. Kaluo sat at the highest point on the island, overlooking the blood pool, a satisfied expression on his face. Suddenly, a bone race clansman hurried over and reported, "Master, the masters of this world seem to have been attracted to this place. They are currently resting not far from here." Kaluo's ghastly eyes flickered as he grinned. They've finally come, but it's too late. Saying so, Kaluo stood up from his chair and declared, the creatures of this world are really stupid, actually giving my clan half a year to prepare. If it weren't for this half-year buffer, even if my clan had recovered, we wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything. But now it's different. Since they dared to come, we will make them pay the price and turn them into our companions. His voice was loud and filled with confidence, causing the Bone Race clansmen who came to report to feel his blood boil, as if he could already see his clansmen dominating this world and enslaving all of its inhabitants. Pass down my order. Tell our clansmen to stop pouring their life essence into the blood pool, and have the newly born clansmen absorb the energy in the blood pool as soon as possible to shape their bodies. Yes. The Bone Race clansmen immediately retreated and hurried to the blood pool to pass down the order. A moment later, the Bone Race clansmen gathered around the blood pool stopped what they were doing and began to absorb the energy in the blood pool. The skeletons who originally had no physical bodies gained their own bodies in a very short time. The Bone Race clansmen who already had physical bodies became even stronger after absorbing the energy in the blood pool. The Bone Race was also ready to go all out. In the next moment, the blood cloud that had gathered above Water Spirit Temple gradually disappeared. All the energy contained within the blood cloud was absorbed into the Bone Race's bodies, becoming their source of strength. 2 short days passed in a flash. Above the sea, more than 1,000 masters from the 3 clans, human, monster, and demon races, were rushing towards Water Spirit Temple. The island was filled with Bone Race clansmen, all of them staring at the approaching Yongkai without fear, their green eyes flashing with ferocious light as they stared at the masters from the 3 clans as if they were looking at a delicious meal. Many of the Bone Race clansmen were licking their lips, as if they couldn't wait any longer. About 10 kilometers away from the island, Yongkai stopped, and the masters from the 3 clans following behind him also came to a halt. Countless curious eyes stared towards the direction of the island. Of those who had come here, almost no one had ever seen what the Bone Race looked like. Only now were they able to see them with their own eyes. They were no different from humans, having flesh and blood. The only difference was their eyes. The dark green hue in their eyes made anyone who looked at them shudder. The bloodthirsty and crazy aura emanating from these Bone Race clansmen made anyone who looked at them feel uncomfortable. Is this the Bone Race? Many people murmured in surprise. It's not that big of a deal. I thought they all had 3 heads and 6 arms. But it turns out they only have 1 head and 2 arms. Ha ha ha. We'll let these pieces of trash know how fierce we are. Everyone clamored, seemingly not putting the Bone Race in their eyes at all. Yongkai, what do you want us to do? Just say the word. We're all at your command now. Zhang Yuan stared ahead, his demonic chi surging as a dangerous aura gradually emerged from his body. This was the race that Great Demon God had once fought with, and after thousands of years, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan was about to do the same. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart, and he secretly decided to clean up this mess that Great Demon God had left behind for thousands of years and not disgrace his name. I'll take the lead. All of you don't need to be impatient, Yongkai said lightly. You'll go. Zhang Yuan turned to look at him in amazement while Thunder Dragon and the other masters from the human race also wore strange looks. Slowly shaking his head, Zhang Yuan said, Don't say this senior is looking down on you. If you really rush up with your strength, you'll die without a doubt. That's right, little Yongkai. You're the one who gives orders to our 3 clans, so you don't need to take the lead. Meng Wuya said worriedly. How about this old master go in your place? He was afraid that Yongkai would have some kind of accident. No need, since I want to go. I naturally have my reasons, just watch. Yongkai smiled confidently. Saying so, Yongkai summoned his star shuttle, and with a flash of blue light appeared above Water Spirit Temple. Down below, countless eyes belonging to the Bone Race stared towards him. Kaluo coldly snorted and shouted, It's you! He naturally remembered Yongkai's appearance. Last time, he had been played by Yongkai, causing Kaluo to be furious and secretly decide that if he could find Yongkai in the future, he would grind his bones to dust. But now, this boy had actually delivered himself to his doorstep alone. Immediately overjoyed, Kaluo waved his hand and shouted, "Capture him for me. I want his star shuttle." Immediately, a second-order Saint Realm Bone Race clansman flew up, and before he even arrived, the malevolent aura radiating from his body condensed into the shape of a giant wild beast that opened its mouth and bit towards Yang Kai. This giant wild beast was extremely large, one that no one had ever seen before, and the monstrous aura it exuded seemed capable of swallowing the world itself. In a flash of blue light, Yang Kai used his star shuttle to easily avoid this attack, his figure shuttling back and forth above Water Spirit Temple, his huge divine sense spreading out like a tide, penetrating every corner of the island and covering every Bone Race clansman. Kaluo's eyes narrowed as he sneered, "Divine sense attack?" As he spoke, he also released his divine sense, which was not inferior to Yang Kai's. Following the source of Yang Kai's divine sense, his divine sense pierced into Yang Kai's knowledge sea like an invisible sword. Yang Kai's figure froze mid-air. Courting death. Daring to use a divine sense attack in front of me, you should take a look at your own strength, Kaluo sneered. Chapter 969. Above Water Spirit Temple, Yang Kai, who was standing atop his star shuttle, suddenly stiffened, as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, a look of pain flashing across his face. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Earth-splitting Divine Ox slapped his thigh and shouted, "It's over. That little brat has been caught. Quickly save him. It's too late." Demon General Meng Ji's face turned ugly as he stared at the Bone Race Master who was quickly approaching Yang Kai. Just now, Yang Kai had used the power of his artifact, so this Bone Race Master, who had been ordered to capture him, was unable to catch up to him. But now that Yang Kai was standing in place, this Bone Race Master quickly arrived beside him, a ferocious grin on his face as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai's neck. No one doubted that this Bone Race Master could easily break Yang Kai's neck. Many people couldn't bear to watch such a cruel scene and quickly turned their heads away, their hearts filled with sorrow for Yang Kai, who had died before he had even achieved victory. At that moment, a faint heat filled the air, and immediately after, a muffled explosion rang out as the entire sky above Water Spirit Temple was dyed red. Countless strange flames suddenly appeared, seemingly on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. These flames contained a terrifying power that shot out like meteors, instantly burning the entire island and scorching the earth. The green eyes of many Bone Race clansmen couldn't help flashing a look of dread as they hurriedly flew up into the sky to avoid this scorching power. What they feared the most was fire. This kind of scorching power was enough to completely obliterate them. At the same time, Yang Kai, who should have been instantly subdued, suddenly regained his freedom, as if he had never been restrained in the first place. Grinning towards the Bone Race Master who was approaching him, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he returned to his camp. "Smelly brat. You scared this old master to death." Meng Wuya felt a lingering fear. Although he had full confidence in Yang Kai, the scene just now had been too thrilling. "You ran over there just to play a thrilling game and scare them?" Zhang Yuan glanced over at Yang Kai, his expression slightly dissatisfied. "Of course not." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Just wait. What are you waiting for?" Zhang Yuan couldn't help frowning, not knowing what kind of game he was playing. No one understood, including the leader of the Bone Race, Kaluo. Although they had been sleeping for thousands of years, they had fought with the creatures of this continent before. He had never seen such a strange young man. His opponent's divine sense strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. What confused Koro the most was what he wanted to do. Could it be that he flew here just to show off his unusual spiritual sense cultivation? 10 breaths later, a mournful scream suddenly rang out from the Bone Race's camp. As the scream rang out, the Bone Race's side seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, causing countless screams to ring out one after another in an unending stream. They seemed to be experiencing unbearable pain. Their green eyes were trembling non-stop, and their bodies were convulsing. They fell from the sky uncontrollably, and like raindrops, they fell onto the island and into the sea, splashing water everywhere. In an instant, 500 to 600 of the 3,000 bone race masters disappeared. What's going on? Kuluo paled and asked sharply. Master, we don't know. A bone race master replied in a panic. The experts from the human, demon, and demon clans stared blankly at this scene. They were also confused and did not quite understand the situation. However, they keenly discovered that the bone race masters who were screaming in pain and falling into the sea and on the island were all transcendent realm cultivator, and all of them were relatively weak transcendents. It's a divine sense attack. One of the first order Saint Realm bone race masters went pale as he endured the immense pain in his knowledge sea, grit his teeth and reported. His divine sense attack was mixed with some unknown insects that are currently eating away at our soul energy. These insects are very small and subtle and are difficult to detect. I was also affected. Soul-devouring insects? Kuluo's complexion changed greatly as he suddenly thought of a strange insect that caused all living beings to retreat. How could there be such a thing on this continent? What made him feel even more puzzled was how this young man was able to control these soul-devouring insects and mix them into his divine sense attack. Hearing this, the masters from the 3 clans stared towards Yang Kai in amazement, each of their eyes flashing a look of pleasant surprise. Soul-devouring insects, all of them had naturally heard of them before. These were strange ancient insects that specialized in devouring spiritual energy. Once one was infected by these strange insects, if one's strength wasn't high enough, the only outcome was death. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai's soul-devouring insects seemed to be even more powerful than rumored, because according to rumor, as long as one's strength reached the Saint Realm, they could use their powerful spiritual energy to kill these insects. But on the bone race's side, there was clearly a Saint Realm master who had been affected, and although he hadn't fallen, he still seemed to be in great difficulty. Obviously, he had been affected by the soul-devouring insects and was temporarily unable to fight. The soul-devouring insects they speak of were really created by you? Meng Wuya asked with some uncertainty. And Yang Kai nodded. I used my own spiritual energy to raise them. You? Meng Wuya's expression couldn't help changing, secretly admiring Yang Kai's boldness and also feeling it was quite incredible. No wonder you said you'd leave the Transcendent Realm Bone Race Masters to you. So that's how it was. Thunder Dragon suddenly realized. Thunder Dragon Great Senior suddenly realized that the strange power of the soul-devouring insects was too terrifying. It was a power that could easily destroy an entire race. Considering all this, Thunder Dragon, Zhang Yuan, and the others felt a layer of cold sweat drip down their backs as a gentle breeze blew past. All of them secretly rejoiced that they had maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai and had not become enemies with him. If they had really become enemies with the power of these soul-devouring insects alone, he could have single-handedly wiped out the monster race and demon race. There was indeed no need to fear a Saint Realm Master. But how many saints did the 2 races have? Most of their clansmen were below the Saint Realm, so if they were infected by these strange ancient insects, they would undoubtedly die. Many of the human race's masters also noticed this, and the way they looked at Yang Kai finally changed, as if they were re-examining him, secretly wondering if they should improve their relationship with 9 Heavens Holy Land after this incident. Good job! Chu Xiaoling laughed heartily. Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily, dealing with hundreds of bone race masters at once. I think they're doomed to extinction. If they're smart enough, they won't just sit back and wait for death. Yang Kai frowned as he stared towards the bone race, his thoughts racing. Although he had caught the bone race by surprise, if they were to really engage in a melee, the soul-devouring insects would not be able to play such a huge role. These tiny insects only followed their instincts and devoured spiritual energy. So if they were to spread out in the middle of a melee, it was very likely they would accidentally injure their allies. Yang Kai now hoped that the bone race wouldn't make a move. Once the soul-devouring insects were given enough time, they would be able to kill all the bone race clansmen below the Saint Realm. At that time, with less than 100 bone race saints remaining, the combined forces of the human, demon, and monster races would easily be able to swallow them all. In less than 30 breaths of time, the 500 to 600 bone race clansmen who had fallen into the sea and on the ground had all died, their green eyes losing their usual luster and becoming dim and motionless. Even a strange race like the bone race would die if their souls were devoured. Seeing so many of his clansmen suddenly die, Kuluo's green eyes seemed to turn crimson red. In a fit of anger, he threw his head back and roared as a thick blood mist suddenly erupted from his body and swept across the surrounding islands. This blood mist not only contained his own strength but also his tyrannical divine sense attack. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the soul-devouring insects he had been raising for many years had all been killed, causing his face to change greatly as he quickly recalled the remaining soul-devouring insects. The remaining 2,000 or so bone race clansmen all glared towards Yang Kai, their eyes filled with deep hatred. A huge suction force emerged from their bodies and spread out in all directions. The bodies of the bone race clansmen who had just died began shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, their flesh and blood transforming into energy that was injected into the clansmen who were still alive, enhancing their strength. A short time later, the 500 to 600 bone race clansmen who had died had all turned into a puddle of dust and disappeared. Yang Kai was shocked. They can still do this? The masters from the human, monster, and demon clans all paled. If this was the case, the more people who died, the greater the benefits they could obtain. Whether it was their clansmen or their enemies, they could absorb the essence of their flesh and blood to strengthen themselves. Yang Kai suddenly realized this and couldn't help feeling his heart clench. He immediately understood that this was going to be a tough battle. "They're coming," Meng Wuya shouted. "Meet them." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Remember, they won't care about ordinary injuries at all. Even if you stab them in a fatal position, they won't be affected in the slightest. The best way to kill them is to tear them apart, crush them into pieces, or burn them to ashes." Yang Kai had already told everyone these things to pay attention to when they first arrived, but before the battle began, he couldn't help reminding them again. "Understood. I'll let them experience the senior's methods." Zhang Yuan grinned. On the other side of the island, the 2,000 to 3,000 bone race clansmen flew over silently, each of them wearing a ferocious expression, seemingly unafraid of death. The human, monster, and demon clans didn't move, but the thousands of bone race clansmen were secretly condensing their strength, ready to erupt at any moment. The 10-kilometer gap between the two sides was quickly closed. When the bone race army reached half a kilometer in, many masters finally moved, bursts of pure Saint Qi, demonic Qi, and monster Qi bursting forth as multicolored artifacts were summoned, filling the sky with dazzling brilliance. The sudden burst of light swept across the entire world, causing it to tremble as if it was about to be torn apart. These artifacts came in all kinds of shapes and sizes, a dazzling array of dazzling treasures. The more than 2,000 bone race clansmen opened their mouths and roared as an invisible force pulled the seawater down below, causing waves to rise into the sky like a magnificent sea dragon. Fusing with their crimson blood chi, these waves met the first wave of attacks from the human, monster, and demon clans. Chapter 970. The heavens and earth changed color as a tsunami rolled out. The hundreds of bone race clansmen who had rushed to the front were instantly blown to pieces under the power of the countless artifacts. More and more bone race clansmen emerged from behind the waves and rushed towards the human, monster, and demon clansmen without fear of death. With the help of the sea and the deaths of hundreds of their clansmen, they were able to block the attacks of the artifacts. A melee broke out, and when the 2,000 to 3,000 bone race clansmen rushed over, the allied forces of the human, monster, and demon clans were instantly split up and forced to fight on their own. The bone race also knew that today's battle would determine the fate of the entire continent. If they were defeated, they would definitely be exterminated and would no longer be able to preserve their bloodline like they had thousands of years ago. But if they won, they would be able to enslave the entire continent. As such, Kuluo decided to go all out and muster the strength of his entire clan, regardless of their own losses. Shrill howls and miserable shrieks resounded through the clouds in an instant. People constantly fell from the sky, and their blood blossomed like the most beautiful flowers. The bone race had an absolute advantage in numbers. Even though Yang Kai had caught them off guard with his soul-devouring insects, they still had 2 to 3 times the number of masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. They were not afraid of ordinary injuries. Even if their hearts or heads were pierced, their flesh and blood would wriggle and recover quickly. As long as their bones, which were the foundation of their survival, were not damaged, they were immortal. However, they did not have any artifacts. Perhaps thousands of years ago, when they first set foot on Tongxian realm, they possessed artifacts, but after thousands of years, without the nourishment of their physique and strength, their artifacts had long since been reduced to dust and could no longer be used. They could only fight with their own strength. The human, monster, and demon clans were different. Each of them had several high-grade artifacts in their hands, both offensive and defensive. In terms of number of Saint Realm Masters, they were also inferior to the human, monster, and demon clans. Each side had their own advantages and disadvantages. So when this battle that would determine the future of the entire continent broke out, it fell into a stalemate for a short time. The Bone Race clansmen were quickly killed, one after another having their bones broken and their bodies incinerated, their screams echoing as they died. The human, monster, and demon clans also suffered losses, but compared to the Bone Race, their losses were undoubtedly much smaller. The experts from all over the world displayed their divine technique, and their methods were endless. A thick, inky cloud, as if it had been dyed black by ink, enveloped the sky like a thick curtain. Not a single bit of the scorching sun's radiance could penetrate the inky clouds, and the entire surface of the sea was covered. The heavens and earth dimmed as dark clouds pressed down from above like a mountain collapsing. A heavy pressure pressed down on the hearts and bodies of the Bone Race clansmen, making it difficult for them to move. Under the black cloud, Zhang Yuan led the many masters of the demon race, forming a powerful army. When the black cloud took shape, Zhang Yuan took the lead to attack. Huge black energy balls rolled down from the black cloud and smashed into the Bone Race's camp like falling stones. Each of these energy balls was as black as ink, and there were ripples surging within them. They contained a power that could destroy the world. When this pitch-black energy ball smashed into the Bone Race's camp, a burst of pitch-black light erupted, eerie and silent. Ripples spread out and engulfed the Bone Race's skeletal body. The seawater seemed to be split apart and huge gullies began to form on the surface of the sea. Even Water Spirit Temple's island, which was 10 kilometers away, was unable to withstand such a strange attack and was torn apart in an instant. The buildings on the island were unable to bear the weight and collapsed one after another. Kacha. Countless Bone Race clansmen who were affected by these ripples were turned into minced meat in the next moment, as if they had been cut by a sharp knife. The Transcendent Realm Bone Race clansmen were unable to withstand such an attack. Even the Saint Realm Bone Race masters suffered heavy injuries in an instant and were almost torn apart. If they had not fled quickly enough, they would have suffered the same fate. After perceiving Zhang Yuan's tyrannical strength, the pairs of green eyes filled with dread. The 4 demon general followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, each of them wearing a ferocious expression as their demonic chi soared into the sky and rushed into the Bone Race camp, slaughtering them wantonly. Meng Wuya fought alone. His hands were pulling at the air in a wild manner. An astonishing aura spread out from him in all directions. No Bone Race clansman dared to approach him, all of them aware of his tyrannical aura and quickly retreating. In the midst of the tugging, streams of inexplicable energy gathered around him, gradually transforming into the figures of giant beasts. These giant beasts were extremely large in size, towering over the heavens and earth. Each of them looked incomparably ancient and desolate. They seemed to have been awakened from their heavy sleep, and the moment they opened their eyes, a catastrophic aura descended upon them. The world trembled. There were a total of 8 giant wild beasts, some running on the ground, some flying in the sky, and even some swimming in the sea. Each of them had condensed into a tangible form, like a living monster beast, and rushed into the Bone Race camp, opening their mouths wide and swallowing the bone race clansmen, not even spitting out their bones. Chu Ling Xiao led Songyan's group of 4 and accurately located a third-order Saint Realm bone race master in the middle of the battlefield. The 5 of them joined forces to quickly kill this bone race master. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The 3 monster race great seniors no longer held back and transformed into their true forms, leading the monster race masters in a rampage. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon spat out a wave of hot flames from his mouth, and wherever it passed, the bone race masters would melt, turning them into a pool of bone fluid. Arcs of lightning that were thicker than a person's body were summoned by him from the 9th heaven and struck down on the bone race masters, causing them to tremble and die without being able to put up any resistance. Wherever Earth-Splitting Divine Ox passed, the earth cracked and fissures several thousand meters deep appeared. From these fissures, an incomparably rich earth aura spread out, like a huge vortex, sucking in the bone race masters and crushing them into dust. The Ice Jade Python's body was like crystal white jade, extremely beautiful, and her physical defense was extremely strong. The attacks of the bone race masters that struck her only managed to create a few sparks, unable to harm her at all. With a flick of her tail, no bone race master was able to withstand a single blow from her, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere as their bones shattered. Among the ancient demon clan, Li Rong's figure flickered, her jade hand reaching out and reaping the lives of the bone race masters in an elegant manner. Han Fei's entire body was wrapped in a cold aura as she flew through the battlefield. Wherever she passed, the earth would freeze and snow would fall from the sky. Beautiful ice flowers would form on the chests of the bone race soldiers, freezing them into ice sculptures that would then explode. None of the masters from the 3 clans held back, all of them displaying their divine technique at this moment, going all out. They didn't care about the losses they suffered. All they cared about was killing these starry sky masters as quickly as possible. They had all been infected by Yang Kai's bravery when he had single-handedly charged into the enemy's ranks. Yang Kai was only a third-order transcendent, but he could charge into the 3,000 bone race masters all by himself and instantly kill hundreds of them. None of them were willing to show weakness. Before setting out, Yang Kai had been appointed by the 3 clans to give orders, but he didn't order others around, nor did he want to do so. He didn't use words, instead using practical actions to inspire the fighting spirit of the 3 clans. He allowed them to temporarily abandon their racial boundaries and work together to seek a way out for this world. Everyone was fighting hard, and Yang Kai was no exception. In such a chaotic battle, the role he could play as a third-order transcendent was too small. Each of the bone race masters was a transcendent, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had to expend a great deal of effort to use his 9 heavens divine skills to kill less than 10 enemies. A trace of impatience appeared in his heart as Yang Kai quickly condensed the blazing Yuan Qi in his body. The golden dragon tattoo on his back began to move in a position invisible to the naked eye, as if it had been given life, swimming around his body. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the golden dragon tattoo, illuminating everyone's eyes. A thick and majestic aura burst forth. A resounding dragon roar rang out, like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds, resounding throughout the world. A huge golden dragon suddenly soared up from a certain part of the battlefield. This golden dragon was like a radiant sun, its blazing hot energy burning all the bone race masters who approached it. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 transcendent realm bone race masters were burned to ashes. The might of the Dragon Emperor. Palace Master Chun Zhou of Dragon Phoenix Palace held his breath as he stared blankly at the golden dragon soaring through the air and wantonly slaughtering the bone race soldiers, a slight flush of excitement appearing on his face as he shouted, "The might of my Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Emperor has reappeared." Even after several years, Chun Zhou still remembered this familiar scene. On that day, the frozen nether cave heaven near Dragon Phoenix Palace had invaded, and just as the sect was about to collapse, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared, easily killing the enemy and saving Dragon Phoenix Palace's fate. Today, on this battlefield where they were fighting against the invaders from the starry sky, the might of the Dragon Emperor had appeared once again. Xiao Ling! Chun Zhou calmed down from his excitement and shouted angrily. Palace Master! Elder Xiao Ling, who had been fighting side by side with Chun Zhou, hurried over. Is Sun Yu here? Chun Zhou asked anxiously. No, the Dragon Emperor's master is not strong enough and did not come this time. Then what's going on? Chun Zhou stared at the huge golden dragon in amazement. Sun Yu was the Dragon Emperor of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If he had not come, how could the image of the Dragon Emperor appear here? Chun Zhou was confused and could not understand. The aura of a true dragon. At the same time, Thunder Dragon Great Senior could not help stopping what he was doing and staring at the golden dragon in a daze, exclaiming in shock. He was also in his dragon form at this moment, but it was a scarlet flame thunder dragon. Compared with this golden dragon, whether it was in terms of size or the purity of his demonic chi, the difference was not small. This golden dragon exuded the purest aura of a monster emperor. For a moment, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's heart was in turmoil, never having expected that he would still be able to sense such an aura in this world. Even earth-splitting Divine Ox and Ice Jade Python wore solemn expressions as they stared at the golden dragon with reverence and yearning. Many of the monster race masters also seemed to have been injected with chicken blood at this moment, transforming into their true forms and roaring madly as they rampaged through the bone race. The aura of a true dragon caused the mood of the entire monster race to soar. Chapter 971. A chaotic battle raged from day to night. The entire sky above the sea had become a battlefield, and the number of bone race soldiers was rapidly decreasing. The original 2,500 people had been reduced to a few hundred in just one day, and this number was still rapidly decreasing. The human, monster, and demon clans, who had numbered over 1,000, had now lost nearly half of their original numbers. All of them had fallen on this battlefield, without any hope of survival. Both the Transcendent Realm and Saint Realm cultivators had fallen. In such a chaotic battle, the strength of a single person was simply too small. Only those who had reached the Third Order Saint Realm could freely move about the battlefield unscrupulously. Yang Kai transformed into his golden dragon form, the bloodthirsty nature of his bones seemingly aroused as he madly slaughtered the bone race soldiers. His burning hot power was the bone race's greatest nemesis, so whenever he spat out a mouthful of hot air, any bone race soldier below the Saint Realm would be reduced to a puddle of blood, even their bones melting. The situation gradually changed from a stalemate to a one-sided one. After the human, monster, and demon clans gained the upper hand, they expanded their advantage until the bone race could no longer resist and could only be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. However, Yang Kai still had a bad feeling about this. He had been looking for the bone race leader, Kaluo, but since the start of the chaotic battle, this guy had not shown up again, so no one knew where he had gone. Many masters were too busy fighting the enemy in front of them to care about anything else. Yang Kai flew up into the sky, no longer paying attention to these stray cats and dogs. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai began to search for Kaluo's whereabouts. This person was the leader of the bone race and should be the most powerful existence there. If he did not die in this battle, even if the bone race was completely annihilated, it would be meaningless. After a long time, though, Yang Kai frowned. Kaluo seemed to be no longer here and had long since fled. Even after releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to detect his aura. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom as he continued to explore. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai finally found some clues. The flesh and blood essence of the bone race, human race, demon race, and human race experts who had died on the battlefield were seeping into the ground and converging towards a certain source. At that source, an extremely powerful aura was hibernating. Koro. Yang Kai swooped down without any hesitation. His golden dragon body transformed into a dazzling golden light, and like a sun falling from the sky, he smashed heavily into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as the violent energy passed through the soil and into the ground. With a cold snort, Kaluo's figure emerged from the ground, an abnormal red light flashing across his face as he proudly looked down at the crowd. His green eyes filled with disdain and satisfaction. An astonishing energy fluctuation emanated from his body. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he screamed in his heart. He saw that something was wrong. Kuluo had just steadied himself when a pitch-black demonic hand reached out from the void and grabbed towards Kuluo. The demonic hand grew larger and larger as it reached out, as if it could hold the entire world in its palm. This was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's hand. Kuluo didn't seem to notice, standing motionless in midair. "Zhang Yuan, retreat!" Yang Kai quickly shouted. His shout was a bit too late. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander, the strongest master in the demon land, so he naturally had absolute confidence in his own strength. But just as his demonic hand was about to reach Kuluo, it seemed to have been pricked by a needle and was forced to withdraw. The next moment, Zhang Yuan appeared beside Yang Kai with a dignified expression, a drop of red blood oozing from his right palm, his entire right hand shrouded in a thick corpse aura. Obviously, he had been injured by Kuluo. Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with dread as he hurriedly circulated his demonic qi to expel the strange evil energy that had invaded his body from Kuluo's body. A few more figures flashed as Li Rong, Meng Wuya, Chu Lingxiao, Thunder Dragon Great Senior, and the others appeared one after another. At this moment, almost all of the Bone Race's Saint Realm Masters had been killed, and the remaining Transcendent Realm clansmen were fleeing in all directions. The masters from the human, monster, and demon clans were chasing after them, not leaving a single one alive. Only a few of the strongest masters had remained to deal with Kuluo. Saint King Realm, Meng Wuya muttered in amazement. He knew Zhang Yuan's strength better than anyone else. After all, he had fought with Zhang Yuan several hundred years ago, and knew that Zhang Yuan's strength had surpassed the Third Order Saint Realm. However, he had still been injured by Kuluo with ease. Kuluo's strength at this moment seemed to be above everyone else's. Even when facing the three clans' masters, he didn't show the slightest sign of panic and instead maintained a calm demeanor. He hasn't reached the Saint King realm yet, but he's about to break through. Yang Kai maintained his golden dragon body and said. Kuluo's aura was indeed earth-shattering, more powerful than anyone else present, but he definitely hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet because his aura was fluctuating, a sign that he was about to break through. "I must thank all of you." Kuluo looked down at the masters gathered here and said in an insufferably arrogant tone, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If not for so many masters dying here, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the Saint King realm so quickly. Thousands of years ago, there was a powerful Saint King realm master here who killed many of my clan's masters. But now, I want to see just how you plan to fight me." As he shouted, a powerful suction force emerged from his body, as if an invisible vortex was rapidly spinning around him. The flesh and blood essence of the countless corpses down below began gathering towards his body at a rate visible to the naked eye. Drops of crimson blood rose into the air and flowed into Koro's body, becoming his capital, madly boosting his aura. Most of this blood belonged to the masters from the human, monster, and demon clans. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed as Kuluo's breakthrough was imminent. "So you've been planning this all along?" Chu Lingxiao paled. Everyone's faces also became gloomy as they suddenly realized that they had all been tricked. This time, the three clans had joined forces to attack the Bone Race, but the Bone Race had not shown any fear. Originally, everyone thought that these Bone Race masters were stupid, but now they understood that Kuluo didn't care about the life or death of his clansmen. He had created so many of his clansmen over the past 6 months in order to force them to fight him to the death. In this war, if his clansmen died, the creatures here would also die. Kuluo could take this opportunity to absorb a large amount of their flesh and blood essence. The dead masters from the human, monster, and demon clans were all Transcendent Realm Masters with no lack of Saint Realm Masters among them. With such a huge amount of energy pouring into his body, it would be difficult for him not to break through. This was a very big game of chess, and while everyone thought victory was in their grasp, Kuluo had already arranged everything. "You can kill all my clansmen, but as long as I live, I can have as many of them as I want." Kuluo seemed to feel that he had no more worries and couldn't help laughing wildly. Everyone's faces became pale as they stared up at the terrifying power gathering in the sky. This was the world energy baptism for a Saint Realm Master to break through to the Saint King Realm. None of the masters present dared to test its power. If they made a mistake, they would die without even their bones remaining. You want to live? Yang Kai dispersed his golden dragon body and stared at him coldly, sneering, "In your dreams!" Saying so, Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out an object from the black book space. It was a stone that was entirely red. Yang Kai poured his Saint Yuan Qi madly into the stone, and the crimson stone suddenly burst with a bright red light. At the same time, an even stronger attractive force than Kaluo's suddenly erupted from this stone. The blood that was rapidly gathering towards Kaluo seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand at this moment and froze in midair before gradually flying towards the crimson stone, pouring into it at an increasingly faster speed. The Saint King's physique essence also followed the blood and no longer converged towards Kaluo. The source of energy he was using to break through was instantly cut off. Blood essence stone. Kaluo's green eyes trembled violently as he couldn't help calling out in alarm, a trace of panic appearing on his face as he angrily shouted, "How do you have a blood essence stone?" He seemed to be very afraid of this strange stone. Yang Kai grinned, "Without a source of energy, I want to see how you'll break through to the Saint King realm." As if in agreement with Yang Kai's words, the world energy gathering in the sky suddenly dissipated at this moment. Kaluo looked up at the sky and realized that he had no hope of breaking through, finally panicking. Yang Kai held the blood essence stone high and poured his Yuan Qi into it, drawing in all the Saint King's physique essence and blood within a radius of several dozen kilometers, not giving Kaluo any chance to break through. Sneering, Yang Kai said, "It looks like you're afraid of this?" The masters gathered around him all had bright eyes as they once again saw hope for the destruction of the bone race. Secretly rejoicing, if Yang Kai had discovered Kaluo's trace a moment later, after he had gathered enough energy, no one in this world would have been able to stop him. Kaluo's eyes trembled as a strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he glared towards Yang Kai, grit his teeth and roared, "Even if I haven't reached the Saint King realm, you're still not my opponent. I'll kill you first and take your blood essence stone." Saying so, a cold and bloody aura suddenly shot out from Kaluo's side. This aura contained a faint spiritual energy fluctuation and aimed directly at Yang Kai's knowledge sea, attempting to destroy Yang Kai's soul. Perceiving that this attack was a spiritual energy attack, Yang Kai didn't show any fear and simply stood in place without dodging. Burn! A low shout came from his mouth as his conflagrated spiritual energy burst out, incinerating the cold and bloody aura before it could even approach. Kaluo Pin raised his big hand and pressed it towards Yang Kai's position. A ghastly pale skeletal hand suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it gave everyone the illusion that death was imminent, and they couldn't help but shudder. This skeletal hand was extremely large and translucent like jade, exuding a strange power, like a mountain peak, its 5 hook-like fingers pressing down towards Yang Kai. The earth couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. "Wishful thinking," Li Rong shouted, her pretty face instantly covered in dense demon crests, giving her a wild appearance. A monstrous demonic chi overflowed from her tender body and shot towards the skeletal hand like an arrow from a bow. "Go!" Yang Kai also shouted at the same time and summoned his saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact, sending out a series of ripples mid-air that blocked the skeletal hand. Chapter 972. The earth cracked and mountains collapsed as a brilliant light burst forth, causing the entire world to tremble. The skeletal hand shattered into pieces, and before they could fall to the ground, they disappeared. Li Rong's tender body trembled as her beautiful face flushed slightly. In this collision with Kaluo's power, she had clearly suffered a small loss. However, at some unknown time, the other masters around Yang Kai had disappeared. Zhang Yuan appeared strangely again, this time appearing on Kaluo's right side, his body wrapped in a black cloud as he gripped a long black halberd in his hand. This long halberd was pitch black and exuded a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation, as if it could swallow all light. The long halberd pierced through the shackles of space and stabbed towards Kaluo's waist. This attack was silent and mysterious, but it was actually Zhang Yuan's strongest attack. Only now did this demon commander reveal his full strength, causing Yang Kai to secretly tremble. The tip of the long halberd was filled with his demonic qi and domain, condensing it into an attack that seemed capable of tearing apart the world. Paltry tricks. Kaluo seemed to have noticed this long ago and coldly snorted, not even bothering to dodge as he summoned a pale white bone shield to his side. The long halberd struck the bone shield and a shocking burst of energy erupted, causing Zhang Yuan to retreat a dozen steps and shatter the bone shield. Kaluo remained unscathed, causing Zhang Yuan's eyes to fill with disbelief, never having imagined that this bone race leader would be so tyrannical. Although Kaluo's current strength had yet to reach the Saint King realm, he was definitely above all others in this world. Even Zhang Yuan, who had always thought highly of himself, couldn't help but admit his inferiority. A cold wind blew and a dozen or so skulls suddenly appeared around Kaluo's body. These skulls quickly grew to the size of a house, moving like the wind as they surrounded Zhang Yuan. From the eyes and mouths of these skulls, a mysterious power shot out in all directions. These skulls wanted to kill Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was stunned, and before he had time to dodge, he was hit by one of these skulls, causing a look of pain to appear on his face. Even with his tyrannical demon body, he was unable to withstand such a violent attack. Not daring to neglect any longer, Meng Wuya hurriedly dodged. Meng Wuya appeared and pushed his Saint Qi to block wave after wave of attacks for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan understood and cooperated without saying a word, waving his halberd and sending out a series of black energy balls towards the black light shooting out from the skulls. These two sworn enemies who had been enemies for hundreds of years, at this moment, their cooperation was better than anyone else's. The Saint King here seriously injured me with just a single blow. I'd like to see just how much of his inheritance you lot. Kaluo roared as a dark green rope suddenly flew out from his sleeve. This rope seemed to have a life of its own and gradually expanded as it flew forward, eventually becoming even larger than Yang Kai's golden dragon form. When this thing Luo Ono one knew how Kaluo had managed to maintain the power of this artifact for thousands of years. It was just that its appearance was too lifelike, resembling a flying serpent with wings on its cheeks. As soon as this flying serpent artifact appeared, it gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, making him feel as if he was being crushed by a mountain, his body becoming extremely heavy, making it difficult for him to even move. As the flying serpent flew, a series of ripples spread out from its body, carrying with it a mysterious principal strength that bound everyone like a rope. At this moment, the remaining masters all felt as if their hands and feet were tied, as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move or circulate their Saint Qi properly. Chu Ling Xiao took the initiative to meet the flying serpent artifact head-on, summoning his demon sealing chain and releasing a burst of golden light to block the surrounding ripples. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also hurriedly stepped forward, releasing his fire and thunder attribute strength in a frenzy, finally joining forces with Chu Ling Xiao to block the power of the flying serpent artifact. Kaluo himself didn't move, only relying on the dozen skulls and the flying serpent artifact. He was able to pin down 4 of the world's top masters. Even if the 4 of them were to use all of their strength, they could only barely cope with Kaluo's attacks. None of them had the strength to deal with him. Only Li Rong remained by Yang Kai's side. Kaluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled coldly. "You should have run away. You should have run far away, but you chose to stay. Dying at my hands is something you should be proud of." Saying so, Kaluo leisurely walked towards Yang Kai step by step. As he approached, Li Rong's face became heavier and heavier. An inexplicable pressure coming from her body made her bones creak, as if they would be crushed at any moment. Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong and muttered in a nightmarish voice, "Become the demon race." The true Yang Yuan Qi in his body crazily retreated back into his dantian, and his meridians, flesh and blood were flooded with thick demonic essence. Demonic crests that were invisible to the naked eye climbed up his body, imprinted into his flesh and blood, and then disappeared, gathering together in his body to form a heaven-shaking array. Yang Kai's vitality soared madly, and the fluctuations of power coming from his body soared. Even the traces of his vitality had become many times more vigorous than before. Kaluo paused and stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. In that instant, this young man who should have only been a third-order transcendent seemed to have become a third-order saint, causing Kaluo's expression to change slightly. You actually have such an external force to rely on. You're quite good. Kaluo gently nodded, pretended to comment for a moment before curling his lips. But you'll still die. Unless you reach the Saint King realm, no one can defeat me. Kaluo lightly pushed out his palm and sent out an invisible pressure towards Yang Kai, as if trying to crush him to dust. Yang Kai dragged Li Rong behind him and also sent out a palm. A huge palm print flew out, covering the entire sky. Heaven-covering hand. A single hand covering the heavens. On top of that, Yang Kai had displayed this heaven-covering hand while in his become the demon race, so its power was unparalleled. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and a shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions, causing a tsunami-like disaster to sweep across the sea. Kaluo's expression changed again, as if he had not expected Yang Kai to be able to easily block his blow without the slightest injury. Kaluo was well aware of how powerful his attack was. Even if this young man seemed to have the strength of a third-order saint, that was only an illusion created by borrowing external force. Kaluo himself was still just a weak third-order transcendent. However, this young man had still managed to block his attack. The only explanation for this was that his body was able to display the full extent of the external force he had borrowed. Just how powerful is his physique? Kaluo's eyes flashed brightly as he couldn't help feeling a strong interest in Yang Kai's physique, secretly thinking that if he could absorb the essence of this young man's physique, his strength would definitely improve significantly. Yang Kai didn't give Kaluo any time to catch his breath though, condensing a number of black spears in his hands and hurling them towards Kaluo. Li Rong's tender body followed closely behind the countless spears, waiting for an opportunity to inflict serious damage on Kaluo. The pale white bone shield appeared again and condensed in front of Kaluo. This bone shield seemed to be a condensation of the energy in his body, seemingly inexhaustible. The heaven-punishing spears bombarded the bone shield, shattering it one after another, but not injuring Kaluo in the slightest. Li Rong saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and stretched out her hands, sending out 2 streams of demonic chi towards Kaluo's eyes while simultaneously retreating and returning to Yang Kai's side. The two's joint attack had failed to achieve any damage. Kaluo smiled faintly. Is that all you've got? If that's all you've got, then you're out of luck. You're really long-winded. Yang Kai looked impatient as he snorted sarcastically. At the same time, he hurriedly sent a message to Li Rong. His current goal is the blood essence stone in my hand. He wants to steal the blood chi inside it to help himself break through. Don't worry about me for now. Hurry up and help Treasurer Meng and Zhang Yuan. As long as we can break that snake artifact and those skulls, they'll be able to surround this Kaluo. Li Rong was startled and immediately understood what Yang Kai's plan was. Right now, the 4 top masters were all occupied, so with only her and Yang Kai fighting side by side, there was no way they could deal with this bone race leader. But if the other 4 could join forces and deal with him at the same time, even if Kaluo's strength was high, he wouldn't be able to resist. After all, he hadn't reached the Saint King realm yet. Li Rong's pretty face showed some hesitation. But, no buts, hurry up, Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of struggle. Yang Kai was the master of the entire ancient demon clan, so she naturally had to protect Yang Kai at all times. But she also knew that Yang Kai's proposal was the correct one, so for a moment she didn't know what to do. If something happened to Yang Kai, she almost didn't dare imagine it. Her beautiful eyes suddenly became firm as she grit her teeth and said, "Then Master must be careful." Saying so, her tender body flickered and she took the lead to rush towards Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. The 2 of them were chased by more than a dozen skulls and had nowhere to run. They fled above the sea, avoiding the terrifying rays of light. However, in the midst of their escape, they managed to break 2 of the skulls, so they didn't suffer too much of a loss. Li Rong decided to help them first. As long as the 2 of them could spare some time to assist Thunder Dragon and Chu Lingxiao, the flying snake artifact was nothing to fear. Watching Li Rong escape, Kaluo tilted his head and stared at Yang Kai, not intending to stop him. He seemed to understand Yang Kai's intentions and sneered, "Before they arrive, I can kill you. Then you can try." Yang Kai grinned, "See if you can catch up to me." Kaluo slowly shook his head. "Don't even think about using your star shuttle in front of me. It's useless. I remember I reminded you the last time I saw you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "And don't even think about tearing the space apart. I've already used my divine sense to seal this area. Your cultivation base is lower than mine, so you can't use this ability. If I knew you had this ability last time, I wouldn't have let you escape." "I wasn't planning on tearing space." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then how do you plan to stall for time?" Kaluo seemed to want to know what other methods Yang Kai was hiding, so he wasn't in a hurry to act. "Take a guess." Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he condensed the power of wind around his body, and a small arc of lightning appeared on his body. Combining the power of wind and thunder, a pair of almost transparent wings suddenly appeared on his back. Wind and thunder wings. Chapter 973. Ever since he had obtained his star shuttle, Yang Kai had been using this extremely fast artifact to travel. His wind and thunder wings had been shelved by Yang Kai. However, these wings, which had almost become a part of his body, still played an irreplaceable role. As the wind blew and the thunder surged, Yang Kai transformed into a stream of light and flew off into the distance. He was well aware of the gap in strength between himself and Kaluo, so he didn't try to act rashly. As long as he could delay Kaluo long enough for Meng Wuya, Chu Lingxiao, Thunder Dragon Zhang Yuan, and the others to arrive, he would be able to determine the overall situation. Yang Kai was also certain that Kaluo wouldn't let him escape because he had the Blood Essence Stone in his hand, which was the massive amount of Blood Chi essence Kaluo needed to break through to the Saint King realm. If Kaluo's mind was normal, he would never let him go. Yang Kai saw through Kaluo's heart. Sure enough, after he quickly flew away, Kaluo's eyes narrowed and his expression became ferocious. His pair of green eyes stared at Yang Kai's back, a thick murderous intent and anger filling his face. His figure flickered as he quickly chased after Yang Kai. His speed was incredibly fast, not inferior to Yang Kai's wind and thunder wings, perhaps even faster. The space shackles had no effect on him at all. With a single step, Kaluo appeared a few thousand meters away, and with another step, he appeared in another place, quickly closing the distance between himself and Yang Kai. The murderous intent behind Yang Kai's back made his blood run cold. As he ran, Yang Kai tried to tear space, but was shocked to find that the space around him had become extremely viscous, as if there was some kind of strange force sealing his surroundings, making it impossible for him to tear open a crack in space. This Kaluo should have some understanding of space principles. Otherwise, even if his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this. Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. One chasing, one fleeing. There seemed to be no end to this chase. Yang Kai began running in circles with a clear goal in mind. He needed to wait for the others to come to his rescue. If he really ran too far, those people wouldn't be able to catch up. The aura of death was constantly pressing down on his heart, making him feel as heavy as a mountain. He had never encountered such a difficult battle before. Kaluo's strength was far greater than Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya's. He was the true number 1 master of Tong Xian realm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sonic boom came from behind him. Before the attack arrived, Yang Kai felt as if his body was about to be cut open and his soul was trembling. Startled, Yang Kai summoned his silver leaf artifact, turning it into a wave of water that surrounded his body. At the same time, he changed direction and agilely moved forward like a snake. Boom, boom, boom. Those attacks still bombarded his back with incomparable accuracy, causing him to feel intense pain. Kai Yang felt his back become blurry, and a warm feeling seeped out from it. The Saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact was instantly shattered. You can't run away. Just surrender and I'll give you a comfortable death. Kuluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear, as if he already had victory in his grasp. The next moment, he appeared beside Yang Kai and stood side by side with him, squinting towards him with a playful look in his eyes as he stretched out his finger and pointed it towards Yang Kai, sending out a terrifying burst of energy at his fingertip. Not waiting for Kuluo to attack, Yang Kai pressed his palms together and pushed out his beast spirit seal. The white tiger and divine ox roared as they charged towards Kuluo. At the same time, Yang Kai paused his pace and nimbly turned around, flying off in another direction. This brief moment of time allowed Yang Kai to once again open up the distance between him and Kuluo. Secretly anxious, Yang Kai prayed for Meng Wuya and the others to end this quickly. "I want you to die without a burial," Kuluo roared, his expression ferocious. It seemed that, because he had chased after Yang Kai for so long but was unable to do anything to him, he was completely enraged. A monstrous evil chi swept across the world as Kuluo used all of his strength, no longer willing to play this game of cat and mouse. The sky suddenly darkened and a red light, as if condensed from thick blood, shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart suddenly became alert, summoning his silver leaf artifact once again, while condensing several grand heavenly shields behind him to defend himself. However, he still felt a great sense of crisis, as if even this kind of defensive measure would not have much effect. "Ice seal!" A tender voice suddenly called out, and Yang Kai saw a beautiful figure rapidly approaching him. It was Han Fei. Han Fei's expression was indifferent, like an iceberg that would never melt, the demon crests on her pretty face making her look even colder than usual. In her white hand was an ice crystal sword, and as she waved it, a cold aura overflowed from it, and a power that seemed capable of freezing the world erupted behind Yang Kai. Kacha. The earth around them turned into frozen earth, and the pursuing blood chi seemed to be frozen in an instant. Han Fei passed by Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to help Yang Kai resist Kuluo for a while. Yang Kai, however, caught her in his arms and fled like a whirlwind, shouting, "You can't fight him head-on." Han Fei was definitely not his opponent. The best outcome for her was to be severely injured or even killed. The cracking sounds continued to spread, and the extremely cold energy did stop Kuluo for a moment, causing his pace to become slightly sluggish and his body to be covered in a thin layer of frost. But it only lasted a moment before this layer of frost melted away. Kuluo chased after him even more violently. "Master!" Han Fei turned around in amazement and muttered, "Who is this person? How is he so strong?" "Bone race leader." Yang Kai released her and hurriedly asked, "What's the situation on your side?" "The fleeing bone race clansmen have basically been killed, and the ones chasing after them will soon return," Han Fei quickly replied. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he couldn't help grinning. At that moment, not far away, for figures flew over from the side and saw Yang Kai fleeing with Han Fei while Kuluo chased after them, causing all of them to gawk. These were the 4 demon generals. 2 more figures arrived and stood beside the 4 demon generals. They were the other 2 great seniors of the monster race. The 6 of them had just finished chasing down the fleeing bone race clansmen and thought the battle was over. But when they returned, they discovered this scene. The 6 of them stood side by side, staring towards Kuluo with unkind eyes, a pressure that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth converging towards Kuluo. Kuluo finally realized that the situation wasn't good and stopped his pursuit of Yang Kai, turning his head and coldly glaring at these 6 people. A cold snort rang out from Kuluo's side as he closed his eyes and remained motionless, a dangerous aura pulsing from his body, as if he was summoning something. A moment later, in the distant sky, 6 or 7 house-sized skulls flew over. These were the skulls that had previously entangled Zhang Yuan and Meng Wuya. There had originally been a dozen of them, but now only half remained. The flying snake-like artifact also flew back at the same time and poured into Kuluo's body, causing his already violent and cruel aura to soar to another level. Koluo, you're finished. Yang Kai also stopped running and stood side by side with Han Fei, staring at him coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a number of figures appeared beside him. It was none other than Meng Wuya and the others who had chased after the skulls and flying snake-like artifacts. 11 third-order saints, 1 second-order saint, and including Yang Kai, a total of 13 people, an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. These 13 people surrounded Koluo in an iron-like manner, all of their auras converging towards him, exerting pressure on him to prevent him from escaping. Finished. Koluo looked calm as he chuckled. That's not necessarily the case. Saying so, he glanced over at Yang Kai and said, Do you think I don't know what you're up to? You're just waiting for them to come together so you can bully us with numbers. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as a faint uneasiness appeared in his heart. Koluo was too calm. So calm that Yang Kai didn't know who had succeeded in their scheme. I already said, even if you haven't reached the Saint King realm, no one in this world is my opponent. No matter how many of you come, it won't matter. Koluo shouted. Don't be so arrogant, in front of this senior. It's not your turn to act presumptuously. Zhang Yuan's expression was gloomy, his mood extremely uncomfortable. If you really have some kind of heaven-defying method, you might as well show it to us. Meng Wuya stared at him coldly. Although his words were calm and indifferent, his Saint Qi was actually surging, making him extremely vigilant. Very well, as you wish. Koluo laughed and suddenly sat down cross-legged, his pair of green eyes flashing violently as a 7-colored light bloomed from them. Koluo's hands were constantly forming some kind of unknown seal as he muttered to himself. Koluo's vitality rose like a rising tide as the surface of his skin began to exude a bright red light, as if he would bleed at any moment. Crisp sounds came from all over his body. His bones seemed to have broken at this moment, and countless small wounds appeared on the surface of his skin. Dark red blood flowed out from those wounds, turning him into a terrifying bloody man in an instant. Be careful, Chu Ling Xiao shouted. This was definitely Koluo's last resort, and from the confidence in his tone and demeanor, it was clear that this method was extremely powerful. Before they knew its depths, no one would dare attack him rashly. Everyone's expression became dignified, each one more nervous than the last. The blood from Koluo's body continued to flow out, seemingly endless, dyeing the ground red. The smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Koluo threw his head back and laughed, standing up and shouting, I'll let you experience my Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest. You'll die without regrets. Along with his shout, his body suddenly exploded. Chunks of flesh flew in all directions. His bones also shattered at this moment, sputtering out one bone after another. He blew himself up? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected that with Koluo's monstrous momentum, he would actually blow up his body. Something's wrong, retreat, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, feeling a sense of crisis and quickly retreating. Too late, Koluo laughed strangely, his laughter resounding in everyone's ears as the shattered pieces of flesh and bones suddenly seemed to come to life, converging into a monstrous sea of blood that drowned out the surrounding area and swallowed the group of 13 people. Chapter 974. This boundless sea of blood enveloped the world. In an instant, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of their chests. Everywhere they looked, all they could see was a sea of red. All around them, there was a thick pool of blood that made it difficult for them to move. This pool of blood contained a strange power that made it difficult for them to circulate their Saint Qi. The 13 of them felt as if they had fallen into a huge pool of blood, unable to find a way out, unable to see the light. All of them summoned their defensive artifacts at this moment to protect themselves, vigilantly searching for a way out. Koluo was nowhere to be seen, but his aura was everywhere in this blood sea. He seemed to be everywhere. Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest. In this thick sea of blood, a series of blood dragons took shape and swam about freely, exuding a dangerous aura. They were obviously under Kuluo's control, but Kuluo didn't rush to attack, as if he wanted to enjoy the sight of everyone struggling. Yang Kai stood side by side with Han Fei. Han Fei's ice attribute power burst out uncontrollably, but she was unable to freeze this pool of blood. Her ice attribute power was suppressed inside her body, unable to break out at all. Yang Kai took out the blood essence stone and poured his yuan qi into it, attempting to use the starry sky stone to absorb all the blood here. But he was disappointed. The blood essence stone didn't work here, soaking in this pool of blood but unable to absorb any of it. This discovery shocked Yang Kai greatly. After using the blood essence stone so many times, Yang Kai knew that it could only absorb the blood of the dead. It couldn't absorb the blood of the living. Even if a person was seriously injured, they wouldn't be able to draw blood from their wounds because a living person could still circulate their Saint Qi to resist the suction of the blood essence stone. Kuluo wasn't dead, so the blood essence stone naturally had no effect. On top of that, this entire blood pond flesh forest should have been formed by him exploding. Yang Kai suddenly understood, which was why his aura was so pervasive. You seem to have discovered something? Kuluo's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ear as he laughed. You can say that you are now inside my body. Here I am the master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. No one can resist. As if to verify his words, as soon as these arrogant words fell, a tender voice suddenly called out. You Thunder Dragon Great Senior anxiously called out. That sound was obviously the Ice Jade Python's scream. She must have been attacked by something. I'm fine. Yu-Er's voice sounded from a certain direction. Lei Long hurriedly rushed in that direction, but when he followed the voice, he couldn't find any trace of the Ice Jade Python. In this sea of blood, he couldn't even grasp the direction. Of the 13 people, with the exception of Yang Kai and Han Fei who were standing together, the other 11 were all separated, each of them able to stand on their own. The situation was extremely bad. Yang Kai's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the current situation, but there was nothing he could do. Your auras are somewhat similar to that person from several thousand years ago, which makes me very annoyed. I'll start with you guys. Kuluo's voice sounded again, extremely calm, as if he really could control the life and death of everyone in the Blood Sea. Yang Kai clearly felt that a huge amount of energy in the Blood Sea was gathering in a certain direction, and soon after, a burst of cries and sounds of fighting rang out. After just 3 breaths of time, Demon General Ba He's angry roar rang out. Wanna kill me? Don't think you'll have an easy time. A monstrous surge of demonic chi accompanied by an even stronger movement. With a muffled groan, Ba He's aura suddenly became ragged, as if his heart and lungs had been pierced by something, making it difficult for him to breathe. Ba He! Zhang Yuan shouted angrily. Master! Avenge your subordinate! Ba He roared to the heavens, his voice deafening, and with a loud crack, Ba He's aura suddenly disappeared. Somehow, his spiritual energy had dissipated into the Blood Sea. Ba He is dead? The other 3 demon generals, who were scattered in different corners of the blood pool, cried out involuntarily. A hint of shock appeared on their faces. Among the 4 great demon generals, Ba He was the one with the least experience. Although he was the weakest, he was still a 3rd-order saint. But since he fought with Kuluo, he had died in just 10 breaths of time. Inside this Blood Sea, what kind of ability did Kuluo use to accomplish such a feat? Menggu, Go Qiong, and Xueli all panicked, fearing that it would be their turn to suffer next, hurriedly shuttling back and forth across the Blood Sea, searching for Zhang Yuan's figure and praying for some kind of protection. The moment Ba He's aura disappeared, Yang Kai once again pushed his yuan qi and poured it into the blood essence stone. A huge attractive force emerged, and from a certain direction of the Blood Sea, a wisp of blood qi was sucked into the blood essence stone before disappearing. This was Ba He's blood qi. The blood essence stone finally played a role at this moment, preventing Kuluo from becoming stronger. Humph. I'll deal with you later. Kuluo's cold snort sounded in Yang Kai's ears. He was not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Of all the people present, His cultivation was the lowest, so after falling into the blood sea, Kuluo felt that he could kill him at any time. Master! Go Cheong's voice sounded from a certain location, a hint of relief apparent in his voice. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan responded from another location. Go Cheong seemed to be stunned for a moment before calling out, "You are..." As if he had seen something incredible, Go Cheong pushed his demonic chi and shouted as he fought. Inside this blood sea, he can transform into anyone. Everyone be careful. Everyone's complexion changed dramatically. Only now did they understand why Go Cheong's tone was mixed with relief. Obviously, he thought he had found Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, but it turned out to be an illusion created by Kuluo using the blood sea's energy. Caught off guard, he must have been ambushed. Go Cheong! Shueli called out but received no response. The blood essence stone in Yang Kai's hand once again absorbed a huge amount of blood chi. So Go Cheong's fate was obvious. Go Cheong! Meng Gu also shouted. Although the 4 demon generals had always been difficult to deal with, in the blink of an eye, 2 of their companions had fallen. So Meng Gu and Shueli were in a very bad mood and couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness. Somewhere inside the blood sea, Zhang Yuan's face became even more gloomy as he grit his teeth and roared. "I will make you pay the price. This senior swears he will make you pay the price. You don't have the ability." Kuluo's sarcastic voice sounded. "If that master of your clan was still alive, my clan wouldn't have dared to awaken him. But his aura has already disappeared. He has already fallen. In this world, no one can do anything to me. Rest assured, after I kill you, I will use your blood essence and bones to create clansmen who look exactly like you and let them live in your place." He shouted wildly, using the bone race's forbidden technique to toy with everyone in the palm of his hand. "You're a big hindrance. It looks like I'll have to kill you first." Kuluo's voice once again sounded in Yang Kai's ear. 2 times, he had killed people without obtaining any blood chi. All of it had been taken away by the blood essence stone in Yang Kai's hand, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. After killing the 2 demon generals and avenging thousands of years of hatred, Kuluo finally turned his attention to Yang Kai. A white bone like a sharp spear shuttled through the blood sea, accurately stabbing towards Yang Kai's position. It was silent and extremely mysterious. By the time Yang Kai noticed, the bone spear was already within reach. "Master, be careful." Han Fei, who had been vigilant all this time, quickly screamed when she noticed the danger approaching. Poo, with a muffled bang. Even though Yang Kai's physique was extremely tough, he was still pierced through by the sharp bone spear, opening a hole in his lower abdomen where golden blood instantly gushed out. "Master!" Li Rong also noticed something was wrong and called out in alarm. "Han Fei, how is Master?" Han Fei didn't answer because she couldn't see Yang Kai's situation at all, even if she was standing next to Yang Kai. The thick blood around him blocked her vision, making it so she could only see red. However, with her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai's aura had stagnated, indicating he had been injured. Her heart was filled with panic. "I'm fine," Yang Kai shouted, trying to maintain the calmness in his voice, as he gripped the bone spear that had pierced through his body and stared forward. In the blood pool, there was a vague humanoid figure holding the other end of the bone spear. Yang Kai felt that Kuluo was staring at him coldly. "I've heard you mention that master from several thousand years ago more than once. Are you afraid of him?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "Afraid?" Kuluo admitted without hesitation. "I'm not his opponent at all. With just a casual blow, I fell to the ground unconscious and all the masters of my race were killed by him. Do you think I'm not afraid?" As he spoke, Kuluo forcefully twisted the bone spear, causing Yang Kai severe pain and unbearable torture. He seemed to be venting the embarrassment Yang Kai had caused him. However, thanks to this, I was able to avoid the fate of being killed by him. I was able to sleep on this continent for thousands of years, waiting for him to fall. Kuluo laughed wildly. "The lifespan of my race is incomparable to any other race. Their life essence was stored in their bones, so as long as their bones remained intact, they were virtually immortal. What if I told you that he didn't fall?" Yang Kai roared in a low voice, The faintly discernible figure in front of him suddenly became clearer, causing Kaluo's state of mind to be greatly impacted, a sense of panic filling his heart as he immediately shouted, "Impossible, his aura has indeed disappeared. It is impossible for him to still be alive. During the Great War, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He should have died long ago. Don't try to lie to me. Then open your eyes wide and see if he is still alive." Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he reached out and wiped the wound on his abdomen, staining his fingertips with golden blood before immediately pressing them against his left eye. The golden blood flowed into his left eye and seemed to be absorbed by the sea, leaving not a single drop behind. His eyes, which had a clear distinction between black and white, instantly lost their color and became snow-white. It was extremely frightening. Soon, a majestic golden color was born from the white of the eye, and the clear black and white of the eye gave birth to a golden pupil that seemed to look down on all living beings. Chapter 975. Great Demon God's Demon Eye of Annihilation had long since been integrated into Yang Kai's left eye, allowing him to freely use it. The Demon Eye of Annihilation contained one of Great Demon God's divine techniques, the soul-extinguishing golden light. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of mysteries the soul-extinguishing golden light possessed, or whether Great Demon God could really shoot out golden light from his eyes to purify evil spirits. But when the demon eye appeared in his left eye, the entire world suddenly became somewhat different. The world trembled and the blood sea became turbulent, as if it had suffered a great impact. Amidst the turbulent blood sea, a figure gradually blurred from nothingness and then became clear. It was Kuluo's figure. This figure had no flesh or blood, only a condensation of spiritual energy. It was Kuluo's soul avatar. His flesh and blood had long ago exploded, forming this blood sea forest. His bones were scattered in every corner of the blood sea, becoming his weapons of slaughter. At this moment, Kuluo's soul avatar was standing in front of Yang Kai, holding a bone spear in his hand that he had pierced through Yang Kai's abdomen. Golden blood flowed out from Yang Kai's wound and merged into the blood sea, but instead of merging with it, the blood sea automatically parted and opened a path for him. Kuluo's eyes trembled violently as he stared into Yang Kai's left eye. In that majestic golden eye, he seemed to see the invincible master from thousands of years ago. In the past, when he had rushed over, that master had only needed a casual blow to knock him to the ground. From the beginning to the end, that master had not even glanced at Kuluo, as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. That scene had left an indelible mark in Kuluo's heart, causing him to feel uneasy even in his deep sleep, fearing that master would discover his whereabouts and kill him. After hiding for thousands of years, it was only when that master's aura disappeared from this world that he and his clansmen dared to awaken. But now, that aura that made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart had appeared once again. Right in front of him was a pair of insufferably arrogant eyes from thousands of years ago. The eyes exuded a mysterious power that gradually transformed into a vortex capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor. Kuluo felt his soul avatar being grabbed by an invisible giant hand and dragged into the vortex, plunging him into a purgatory where he would never see the light of day. Impossible! Kuluo roared as he desperately tried to retreat, desperately trying to resist the suction force from the golden eye. Koro, your time has come. Be a good boy and accept your death. Yang Kai pressed forward step by step, completely ignoring the injury to his abdomen, constantly using words to influence Kuluo's state of mind, making him nervous. You're not him, Karo screamed in horror. Even if you have one of his eyes, you can't be him, he's already dead. He hid his soul avatar inside the blood sea and roared as he controlled the countless bone spikes scattered around the blood pool to stab towards Yang Kai. He had listed Yang Kai as his most dangerous enemy and was striving to kill him as quickly as possible. The masters from the 3 clans who were scattered across the blood sea suddenly felt the pressure on them lighten. Releasing their divine senses, they were able to detect the positions of others. At this moment, all of Kuluo's attention was focused on Yang Kai, so he no longer had the ability to control others,
causing the power of the Blood Sea to drop several notches. Ice Crystal Shield. Han Fei shouted as she waved the long sword in her hand, condensing a massive ice shield in front of Yang Kai to protect his safety. Li Rong rushed over from the side, her delicate hand reaching out and grabbing one of the bone spurs aimed at Yang Kai, wrapping it in her demonic qi, preventing it from moving. Zhang Yuan, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, and Thunder Dragon arrived one after another, each of them using their own methods to intercept one bone spur after another. In front of Yang Kai, the 10 masters worked together to block Kuluo's frenzied offensive. Yang Kai hadn't moved a single step and remained unscathed. On top of that, it seemed that because of the appearance of the demon eye of annihilation, the illusions hidden in the Blood Sea had been broken, allowing everyone's vision to become much clearer, allowing them to see up to 10 meters away. Kuluo was still hiding in the Blood Sea, far away from Yang Kai, not daring to come out. He had blown up his physical body and used the Bone Race's forbidden technique, leaving only his soul avatar to move about in this Blood Sea. He had thought that he was the master of this place, but the result had greatly disappointed him. The demon eye of annihilation was the bane of souls, so without the protection of his physical body, how could he dare to show himself? Shio. Bone spikes danced in the air. They were incomparably sharp and imposing. The dark red blood water also converged into blood dragons. They bared their fangs and roared at everyone as they wantonly attacked. The 10 masters were no longer at a loss and were now standing beside Yang Kai. They were no longer lost in this sea of blood, and everyone's demeanor was very relaxed as they saw hope for victory. Over there, use your divine sense to attack. He's only left with his soul avatar. Yang Kai shouted and pointed in a certain direction. Only left with his soul avatar? Zhang Yuan was startled for a moment before grinning fiercely. Good. That's good. I'd like to see how long he can struggle at death's door. As he spoke, the spiritual energy of the 10 masters rushed in the same direction, as Yang Kai also strengthened the power of the demon eye of annihilation to contain Kuluo's movements. A silent and mysterious attack broke out, and a heart-palpitating spiritual energy fluctuation burst out. Kuluo screamed miserably. He had finally been injured. Even if he was a master who was close to breaking through to the Saint King realm, he was unable to resist the spiritual energy attacks of 10 top masters in an instant. Over there, Yang Kai pointed in another direction and the spiritual energy of the 10 masters began bombarding it fiercely. The Blood Sea shook once more and became unstable. The bone spurs and blood dragons that were originally under Kuluo's control also lost their deterrence, and the blood dragons scattered and merged back into the Blood Sea. The bone spurs were also taken back by Kuluo and disappeared without a trace. Kuluo obviously didn't have much energy left to distract himself. Avoiding the combined spiritual energy attacks of the 10 masters was the limit of what he could do. Over here, Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction. The attacks of the 10 masters were like spears and swords in his hands, accurately striking Kuluo again and again. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the Blood Sea that had been enveloping everyone suddenly shrank. Everyone's vision became clear, and by the time they recovered, the Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest, had finally disappeared. Not far away, the bone spurs and flesh had merged back together and Kuluo's figure gradually took shape. He had actually been able to restore himself to his original state. Without that strange forbidden technique, I want to see what you'll use to fight us. Zhang Yuan's eyes flashed brightly as he shouted. The others also looked towards Kuluo with malicious intent. Just now, in the Blood Sea, they had all been toyed with in the palm of Kuluo's hand. Everyone here was a top master, and they all had their own pride. What they had experienced just now was a great humiliation. Now that they had escaped from the Blood Sea, it was naturally time for them to avenge their grievances. Without waiting for Kuluo's figure to completely reform, the 10 masters scattered and surrounded him, leaving him with no path to heaven or door to earth. Kuluo finally panicked, his face going pale as his green eyes overflowed with fear and regret.
He felt that he shouldn't have woken up at this time and should have slept for another few thousand years. Kuluo, did you forget something? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and asked lightly. Kuluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai and narrowed his eyes. He saw the bone spur that had been inserted into Yang Kai's abdomen. This bone spike was as translucent as white jade, as if it had been carved from the most beautiful crystal. Contained an incredible amount of energy, and after piercing through Yang Kai's body, it was still inside his body even now. The moment he saw this bone spur, Kuluo's face changed greatly as he became more and more flustered. This was a part of his body that contained a large amount of his life essence. With this bone spur missing, his strength would be greatly reduced. Yang Kai's expression was fierce as he reached out and grabbed the bone spur, slowly pulling it out of his abdomen. His eyes were firm as he stared at Kuluo, not showing the slightest sign of panic despite the severe pain. Golden blood spurted out as the moment the bone spur left his body. The wounds on Yang Kai's body began to heal automatically. Kuluo's eyes were like locusts as he stared at the bone spur, his lips squirming as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Yang Kai grinned and looked at him calmly. For your bone race, your body is the foundation of your existence, isn't it? So what if it is? Kuluo grit his teeth. That's good. Yang Kai gently nodded, his destructive demonic chi pouring out of his palm and wrapping around the bone spur. In an instant, the bone spur seemed to have been ignited by a black flame and quickly melted, turning into a pool of bone liquid that dripped from Yang Kai's fingertips and disappeared into the ground. In front of him, Yang Kai had burned the bone spur. Kuluo's expression changed dramatically, as if the most important thing in his life had been destroyed by Yang Kai, his expression becoming fierce and terrifying as he roared. For destroying my body, I will make you pay the price. You won't have the chance. Meng Wuya roared as he waved his hands wildly in the air. High up in the sky, it was as if a meteor was being grabbed by Meng Wuya. A series of bright lights containing terrifying power smashed down towards Kuluo, as if they wanted to destroy the world. Since you dared to kill my demon general, today I'll grind your bones to dust. The halberd in Zhang Yuan's hand pulsed with a kind of darkness that seemed to swallow all light as it stabbed towards Kuluo like an azure dragon. Meng Gu and Xueli followed closely behind Zhang Yuan, their faces filled with hatred as they also pushed their strength to the limit. The three monster race great seniors all exchanged a glance before transforming into their true forms and attacking Kuluo with all their strength. Chu Ling Xiao shook his demon sealing chain and wrapped it around Kuluo, restricting his movements. A series of bone shields condensed around Kuluo as he also felt a great sense of crisis. He knew that if he could not resist this attack, he would die without a doubt, so he was counting on these bone shields to buy him some time. He still had the strength to fight. Chapter 976. Surrounded by his bone shields, Kuluo was extremely nervous. Han Fei appeared beside him and waved the ice crystal sword in her hand, creating a curtain of light that enveloped him. As soon as she took action, Li Rong also quickly took action. The leader of the ancient demon clan was like a hot knife through butter, her pair of delicate fists punching out one after another, completely ignoring the bone shields around Kuluo, smashing through countless bone shields along the way as she arrived in front of Kuluo and punched out. A fist force that contained the intent to destroy all living beings suddenly erupted. Kuluo's face changed greatly and he was about to resist, but Zhang Yuan's peerless halberd had already arrived. Being attacked from both sides, Kuluo could only try to evade while simultaneously meeting Li Rong's blow. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the earth trembled as a deafening explosion rang out. Kuluo's newly formed body seemed unable to withstand such a violent blow and began to crack. Chu Lingzhao's devil-sealing chain wrapped around Kuluo's body, restricting his freedom. The other masters saw this opportunity and rushed forward, using all of their strength to bombard Kuluo. Kuluo was in a difficult situation as his body cracked open, chunks of flesh and blood flying out. His bones, which contained the essence of his life, were exposed to everyone's eyes. Kacha. Kuluo's bone body was unable to withstand the barrage of attacks from the 10 top masters and began to crack like a spider web. Kuluo was finished. This time, he was really finished. He had been counting on the Bone Race's forbidden technique, Blood Pond Flesh Forest, to wipe out Tong Xian Realm's masters, but at the last moment, his plan had been destroyed by Yang Kai. Kuluo, who did not dare to use his forbidden technique, was no longer the opponent of these 10 masters. In every aspect, Kuluo was being suppressed, and he no longer had any hope of winning. Kuluo's green eyes twitched, filled with annoyance, anger, and unwillingness. All kinds of emotions intertwined as Zhang Yuan's halberd directly pierced through his head and pierced his eyes. Blood and flesh splattered as Kuluo stopped moving in place. The next moment, as if he had been dismembered, his body exploding and his bones completely falling apart. An illusory figure suddenly burst out from Kuluo's mind and rapidly shrank into a fluorescent light that quickly flew off into the distance. Divine Soul Projection, Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice. With his flesh and bones completely shattered, Kuluo decisively sent his soul out of his body, hoping that it would not be destroyed. Without a carrier, no matter how powerful one's soul was, it was impossible for it to remain in this world for a long time, unless one used some special artifact to preserve it or found a suitable body to occupy. The old demon was a good example. If Kuluo really had such an opportunity and could find a suitable body, with the Bone Race's strange nature, he may be able to make a comeback. How could the 10 experts give him this chance? They had long been prepared for this moment. As soon as Meng Wuya's voice fell, 10 spiritual energy streams erupted and chased after Kuluo's soul. In the blink of an eye, Kuluo let out a miserable cry from his soul. His soul avatar came to a stop in mid-air, its translucent face ferocious and terrifying, exuding a dangerous aura. Perceiving Kuluo's strange state, the 10 masters no longer dared to force him and instead surrounded him with their spiritual energy to prevent him from escaping. A battle between souls was too dangerous, and the slightest mistake could result in soul damage, a price no one could afford to pay. Everyone was afraid that Kuluo would drag one of them down with him before he died. If a master of Kuluo's level was really forced into a corner and decided to use soul explosion, no one present would be able to withstand it. "Don't embarrass me again, or I'll take you down with me," Kuluo roared hysterically, the aura coming from his soul avatar becoming more and more dangerous, as if it could explode at any time. The 10 masters couldn't help frowning, secretly feeling that this matter was a bit tricky. "Kuluo!" Yang Kai's angry shout suddenly sounded. Hearing this shout, Kuluo turned his eyes to Yang Kai, but in the next moment, he realized that he was in trouble. The moment he saw the golden demonic eye, a huge and invisible vortex suddenly formed in front of him, rolling up a terrifying suction force that he could not resist and pulling his soul avatar into it. Kuluo struggled desperately but to no avail. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and the more he struggled, the faster he sank. Shio, in the blink of an eye, Kuluo's soul, which even the 10 masters found difficult to deal with, was directly sucked into Yang Kai's left eye, the sound of Kuluo's unwilling roars and screams echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before they had time to ask Yang Kai how the situation was, Kuluo closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared. Kuluo was looking around with a look of panic on his face. Feeling the scorching heat of the sea, his expression changed several times and he couldn't help calling out in amazement, "A special spiritual energy? You actually have a special spiritual energy?" With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's knowledge sea was extraordinary. This was a divine sense that possessed a scorching heat. Even across the entire star territory, there were very few people who possessed such a special spiritual energy. Kuluo had never expected that someone in this inferior world would possess such a special spiritual energy. "Today, I'll destroy your soul." Yang Kai didn't waste any time. The moment his soul avatar appeared, he poured all the power in his knowledge sea into burning Kuluo's soul avatar. At the same time, the demon eye of annihilation suspended above Yang Kai's knowledge sea appeared again, and a golden light shot out from it. Kaluo screamed and struggled, but he was unable to resist. Under the power of the conflagrated knowledge sea and the soul-extinguishing golden light, his entire life's consciousness and experiences were completely purified, leaving behind only a mass of pure spiritual energy. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected this mass of spiritual energy. Feeling the surge of it and feeling it, his expression changed slightly. Worthy of a master who was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm, the amount of spiritual energy Yang Kai had obtained was far greater. Above Yang Kai's knowledge sea, one mass of pure spiritual energy after another was suspended. These were all inadvertently absorbed by Yang Kai throughout the battle. As long as someone died near him, their spiritual energy would be absorbed into his knowledge sea, something that Yang Kai could not control. However, thanks to this, Yang Kai had obtained unimaginable benefits. Yang Kai didn't rush out. In any case, the overall situation had been decided. The bone race had been wiped out, so all that was left was to clean up the battlefield and count the casualties. Yang Kai began to absorb the countless masses of spiritual energy. Most of these spiritual energy belonged to a transcendent realm cultivator, with many of them being saints. Each mass of spiritual energy contained the cultivator's comprehensive comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as their unique cultivation insights. Yang Kai removed the impurities and turned these spiritual energy into his own nutrients. Gradually, Yang Kai's consciousness vaguely arrived in front of a door. Pushing it open, he saw the world behind it. Yang Kai's heart shook violently as his knowledge sea churned and his entire body erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Outside, everyone who was meditating suddenly felt the changes in Yang Kai and opened their eyes in surprise, turning to look at him. A moment later, Li Rong's tender body trembled as she exclaimed, "Master is about to break through." Meng Wuya's face froze. "Isn't that too fast?" He had asked Li Rong before when Yang Kai and Yuan Qi had broken through to the Saint King realm and knew that it had only been a year ago. He estimated that even if Yang Kai's aptitude was outstanding, after experiencing Yuan Qi's Saint transformation, it would take at least 2 to 3 years before he could truly touch the threshold of the Saint realm. At that time, whether or not he could make a breakthrough would depend on his luck and fortune. But now, in just a year, Yang Kai had begun to break through. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint realm. Meng Wuya was somewhat unable to accept this, staring at Yang Kai as if he was some kind of monster, muttering something to himself, a look of shock appearing on his face. Meng Wuya considered himself a genius, but compared to Yang Kai, he was still lacking in self-confidence. Sure enough, he's about to break through. Chu Xiao smiled lightly. Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, a look of relief appearing on his old face. It looks like he gained a lot from this battle, and we should keep our distance so we don't disturb him. Saying so, Meng Wuya took the initiative to retreat. The demon race and monster race masters also did not linger. After they had all left, Li Rong and Han Fei were the last to leave. They were still worried about the masters from the demon race and monster race. Although they had all worked together to deal with the bone race, now that things had come to an end, no one could guarantee that they would not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yang Kai and strangle him on his path to growth. As such, Li Rong and Han Fei remained vigilant. After a long time, more and more masters from the 3 great clans returned from all directions, hunting down the remnants of the bone race, not letting any of them escape. They burned all the fleeing bone race clansmen to ashes, making it impossible for them to revive. Half a day later, all the people who were still alive gradually returned and the 3 clans began to count their casualties. The result made everyone's mood heavy. When they first arrived, the 3 clans had sent over 1,000 masters, but after this battle, less than 500 had survived. Nearly half of the masters had fallen in this world, many of them saints. Although this battle had allowed the entire continent to relax, each of the clans had also suffered heavy losses. The demon race's losses were the heaviest. In the battle with Kaluo, 2 of their demon general had fallen, a blow that even Zhang Yuan could not bear. Shueli and Menggu, who were still alive, were similarly depressed. The saddest thing was that almost all of the people who had died had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of bones. No one knew who these skeletons belonged to before they died. The three clans worked together to collect the bones of those who had died in battle and place them on an island near Water Spirit Temple as a form of consolation. Masters from all sides paid tribute to the contributions they had made in this battle. One day later, the clouds in the sky began to change and a terrifying world energy descended from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Yang Kai has broken through. On the island, Meng Wuya's eyes lit up as he shouted, "Let's go take a look," Chu Ling Xiao said, then directly flew over to Yang Kai's side. The monster race and demon race group also followed closely behind. The masters from the human race who heard the news were also filled with curiosity and rushed over to observe. Chapter 977. A few years ago, no one had even heard of Yang Kai's name, but today, his name had spread far and wide across the entire continent. A Saint Realm master in his late 20s, at such a young age and with such cultivation, he was unique in all of Tongxian Realm and naturally attracted the attention of many. What's more, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. This time, he was the one who had led the war with the Bone Race. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone believed that from today onwards, this name would be the talk of the entire continent. It would spread far and wide, becoming the most dazzling star of the continent. His future achievements would likely be higher than anyone else's. When the human, monster, and demon clans arrived, the ancient demon clan, led by Li Rong and Han Fei, had gathered 10 kilometers away from Yang Kai, making sure no one was allowed to approach. Everyone could only watch from a distance. After seeing Yang Kai's current state, all of them were shocked. The extremely violent world energy seemed capable of tearing the earth apart and smashing down onto Yang Kai's body. His upper robes had been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy physique. From top to bottom, there were no traces of him circulating his strength, simply relying on the strength of his physique to withstand this baptism of world energy. Not a single trace of this world energy was wasted by him, all of it being absorbed into his body and transformed into his own strength. His physique was constantly wriggling and his body was as solid as a rock. Just by looking at him, he gave off a powerful and thrilling aura. Everyone could feel that Yang Kai's body was growing stronger at an extremely fast speed, comparable to the strongest defensive artifact in the world. All the masters from various clans were shocked. "Brother Meng, when you broke through to the Saint Realm," Chu Ling Xiao whispered, "how much world energy baptism did you withstand?" "About half," Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice. "Any more and I wouldn't have been able to bear it. I'm probably a bit weaker than Brother Meng." Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Chu Ling Xiao took a light breath and compared himself with Yang Kai's actions. Chu Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling somewhat inferior. Zhang Yuan's face twitched as he secretly felt that he really needed to improve his relationship with Yang Kai. In this battle, 2 demon general had fallen. This was already a great loss to his demon race. If he didn't seize the opportunity in front of him, he didn't know what path the demon race would take in the future. The potential of the young man who was breaking through could surpass any force. In the past, Zhang Yuan still couldn't understand why top masters like Li Rong and Han Fei would be so loyal to Yang Kai, who was only a transcendent. Even if there was a relationship with the great demon god, this shouldn't be the case. This was too much of a humiliation for him. With their strength, they could establish their own sex, and no one in the world could underestimate them. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan finally understood that Li Rong, Han Fei, and the others were far more farsighted than he was. Because this young man might be able to give the ancient demon clan a future they could never hope to achieve. A new hope. While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai suddenly made a move that made everyone tremble in fear. Under the unparalleled pressure and the power of the world, he suddenly stood up and coldly looked at the sky. Immediately, his body leaped, and he directly fled into the sky while enduring the power of the world that was descending. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai disappeared into the storm of world energy that was gathering in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded, their expression changing dramatically. Withstanding the baptism of the world energy was an extremely difficult task, and if one were to directly rush into this storm of world energy, the pressure they would have to bear would increase exponentially. If one wasn't careful, they would be crushed to pieces. Everyone who had a close relationship with Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of worry, fearing that Yang Kai's rash action would cause some kind of accident. But in the next moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The storm of world energy, which had been constantly rotating, seemed to have encountered some kind of obstruction and suddenly came to a standstill. Then, this massive storm, which no one dared approach, began to rotate in the opposite direction. At the center of this storm, there seemed to be some kind of vortex that was pulling it in. As the speed of this vortex grew faster and faster, the power of the world energy storm rapidly decreased. It was being sucked in. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the storm of world energy disappeared, and at its center, Yang Kai's figure appeared, a look of disappointment still lingering on his face. This little brat. Meng Wuya laughed. So bold. There was actually someone who could enter the center of that storm of world energy to withstand the baptism. Yang Shengzhu is truly a genius. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Soaring Heaven Sect has produced such an amazing character. It really makes me envious. I must also congratulate Great Elder Su Hui. With such a holy master, your holy land will only become more and more glorious in the future. A series of compliments and congratulations sounded, causing Su Hui to grin from ear to ear. After experiencing this battle and witnessing Yang Kai's breakthrough, everyone realized just how great Yang Kai's personal strength was. Those who had not cared much about him before finally began to re-examine their attitudes towards him. Yang Kai slowly walked down from the sky. The masters from the 3 clans congratulated him in unison, all of them sincerely. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Many thanks to all of you. And I must also thank all of you for your efforts in this battle. I believe that future generations will not forget the efforts you have made today and will remember them gratefully. Many people's faces showed a touch of glory as their spirits soared. Yang Shengzhu, Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master Chun Zhou, suddenly walked up and hesitantly asked, "Can this Chun ask you a question?" Since the beginning of the battle with the bone race, Chun Zhou had been holding this question in his heart and had been holding it in until now. Yang Kai glanced over at him and knew what he wanted to ask, nodding and saying, "Can Palace Master Chen wait a moment? I also have something to tell you, but before that, I'd like to speak with Demon Commander Master first." "Good. This one will wait." Chun Zhou's body shook as he faintly realized something and quickly responded. "Yang Shengzhu has something to say to me?" Zhang Yuan's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Kai. "Let's go somewhere else." Yang Kai motioned before beckoning to Li Rong. "Come with me." Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, but still obediently followed. The other powerhouses stood where they were, enjoying the joy of victory as they discussed the future matters at the same time. "I wonder what Yang Shengzhu wants to say to this senior?" Zhang Yuan walked a distance away from Yang Kai and couldn't help asking. Yang Kai took out a new set of clothes from the black book space and neatly put them on before saying, "Go Qiong and Ba here dead. Please restrain your grief, Demon Commander." Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before letting out a laugh. "They died a worthy death. Many thanks for Yang Shengzhu's concern. And I just wanted to tell you that although I had the idea of using the Demon Eye of Annihilation to suppress Kaluo from the beginning, if he didn't come to my side, I couldn't do anything about it. When Go Qiong and Ba He died, I was powerless. This senior understands your difficulties. You don't need to mind." Zhang Yuan nodded gently. "That's good." Yang Kai grinned. "Now that your demon land has lost 2 demon general, your strength has been greatly reduced. What do you plan to do?" "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yuan frowned and coldly snorted. "If you're worried that the other 2 races will take this opportunity to invade my demon land, you're worrying too much. As long as this senior is alive, No one can have any ideas about my demon land. You're thinking too much. Yang Kai shook his head. I just want to ask you, are you interested in finding another demon general to replace them? Find another demon general? Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed as he suddenly recovered, turning to Li Rong and asking, You mean this lady? Of course, Li Rong is also a member of the demon race and her strength isn't any worse than yours. So there shouldn't be any problem with her becoming a demon general, right? Naturally there's no problem, but is Yang Xingzhu willing to part with her? Is this lady willing to come to my demon land? Zhang Yuan smiled meaningfully as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart and see what his plans were. Li Rong indeed had no problem becoming a demon general. Her strength already qualified her to become a demon commander, but Yang Kai's sudden proposal really made Zhang Yuan a little vigilant. He thought that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of the demon land. I refuse, Li Rong said coldly. Yang Kai raised his hand and gestured. Listen to what I have to say, and after this trip I will be leaving this place. Leaving this place? Zhang Yuan, Li Rong, and Han Fei all froze for a moment. Wherever master goes, we will go, Li Rong said decisively. Yang Kai pointed to the sky and said, I'm going to Star Territory, so I can't take you with me. Star Territory? Zhang Yuan paled. Why would you want to go to Star Territory? That place is filled with dangers, and you've only just broken through to the Saint Realm. If you go there, you won't even have the ability to protect yourself. Yes, master, if you really want to go, please take me with you, Li Rong hurriedly expressed. I'll go too. Han Fei bit her red lip. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'll go alone. More than 10 years ago, when I came here, I was only an immortal ascension boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator. I didn't even have the strength to protect myself, yet I still managed to come here. If I hadn't come here at that time and had instead stayed in the central capital, I definitely wouldn't have the strength I have now. When the people of this world invaded, I might have become a slave to some great force, unable to resist. It was because I came here at that time that I was able to bring my family and friends here when the crisis came, allowing them to live near Nine Heavens' Holy Land to ensure their safety. The current situation is the same as it was 10 years ago. How is it the same? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Great demon god sealed this world, causing it to fade from the sight of Starfield. But now that the seal has been lifted, perhaps one day a Saint King realm or even higher master will come here. When that time comes, who will be able to resist? Zhang Yuan paled slightly, thinking of the scene he had seen in Great Demon God's memories and shuddering. Thousands of years ago, Great Demon God had resisted the invaders from the starry sky. If that scene were to appear again with the current strength of the masters in this world, all living beings would be reduced to slaves. Kuluo alone had cost them a great deal of effort, even sacrificing 2 demon general to kill him. Kuluo's cultivation was only close to the Saint King realm and had yet to successfully break through. If a Saint King realm master really came, no one would be able to resist. Chapter 978. Zhang Yuan somewhat understood what Yang Kai meant. If I go to the Star Territory, I may be able to find a way. When the time comes, even if a powerful enemy invades, I won't be unable to defend myself. Of course, this is only a possibility. No one can guarantee anything, Yang Kai shrugged. From his own experiences over the past dozen years, Yang Kai saw a similar way out. It was never wrong to prepare for a rainy day. So, Yang Xingzhu wants to take the risk of going to the star field for the sake of the future of Tongxian realm? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, curling his lips as he asked, You're not such a righteous man, are you? Although he hadn't been in contact with Yang Kai many times and hadn't known him for a long time, Zhang Yuan had his own way of judging people. As the demon commander, his vision was far sharper than the average person. He felt that Yang Kai's eagerness to go to the star field wasn't because of what he said. There must be some other reason. Yang Kai laughed and nodded. There is indeed a more important reason, but that is my personal matter, so it is not convenient for me to disclose it. I can only guarantee that there will be no harm to the demon land. I believe you. Zhang Yuan gently nodded before turning to look at Li Rong again, a faint look of interest flashing across his face. If Yang Kai really left Tongxian realm, he might be able to accept Li Rong as a demon general. The ancient demon clan's combat strength was intrepid, and their leaders were also tyrannical. With them joining, the demon land would one day become impregnable. Most importantly, he might be able to take advantage of Yang Kai's absence to persuade the ancient demon clan to truly become a part of the demon race. Zhang Yuan was tempted. Li Rong, you belong to the demon race, and the demon land's environment is more suitable for your cultivation. If you go there, it will be more suitable for the development of your clansmen. And if one day I can return and you are still willing to follow me, I will definitely take you to a wider world. Yang Kai showed a look of nostalgia. More than 10 years ago, I seem to have said the same thing to the great Han dynasty. Li Rong and Han Fei's beautiful eyes brightened. My lord, are you sure you can't bring us along? Li Rong made a final attempt. Yang Kai shook his head. Starfield was too vast and too dangerous. He didn't even know where to go, so how could he bring anyone along? Then my ancient demon clan awaits Master's good news. Li Rong nodded heavily and didn't say anything more. She knew that since Yang Kai had already made his decision, it was useless for her to say anything more. Before that, my clan will temporarily reside in the demon land. I wonder if Master Demon Commander is willing to accept us. This senior welcomes you. Zhang Yuan smiled heartily. After returning to the gathering place of the three clans, the various forces returned triumphantly one after another. Each force had come from a different place, so after traveling together for a while, they all went their separate ways. In this battle, each force had suffered huge losses, so they couldn't wait to return to prepare materials and restore their Yuan Qi. 10 days later, Yang Kai separated from Su Hui and the others, telling him to return to the Holy Land with Li Rong and the others first, that he needed to go to Dragon Phoenix Palace and would return in a few days. Su Hui nodded and left. Let's go. Yang Kai waited for the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land and the ancient demon clan to walk away before turning to Chun Zhou and smiling. Chun Zhou's expression was a bit reserved, filled with many questions and doubts, but he didn't dare ask them directly and simply led the way. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Does Palace Master Chun want to ask about the Dragon Emperor?" Chun Zhou was startled, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists and asked, "If it is convenient, can Yang Xingzhu explain?" In this battle with the Bone Race, the might of the Dragon Emperor had reappeared, but Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor of Dragon Phoenix Palace, had not come to the battlefield. Moreover, after the Golden Dragon dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was clearly revealed. When Yang Kai broke through to the Saint Realm and returned, Chun Zhou also saw a lifelike golden dragon tattoo on his body. This series of signs allowed Chun Zhou to vaguely understand the truth of the matter, but he wasn't certain. Naturally, he wanted to find Yang Kai and ask him about this matter. "It's time to give you an explanation." Yang Kai gently nodded, his expression serious. "Before that, I want to apologize to Palace Master Chun and your noble sect for deceiving you." Chun Zhou's body shook as a look of understanding appeared on his face. "Sun Yu is not the Dragon Emperor's successor. I am." Elder Shaoling was taken aback as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. That year, when the Dragon Valley inheritance opened, it wasn't because of Sun Yu, but rather because I accidentally entered it. Sun Yu happened to break in at that time and was drawn into the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. I stayed in the Dragon Valley with him for 2 years. I didn't know much about Dragon Phoenix Palace, so I left Sun Yu there and asked him some questions while giving him some pointers in his cultivation. So, Sun Yu being able to make such a huge breakthrough in his cultivation during these 2 years was entirely because of Yang Shengzhu. Chun Zhou was shocked, suddenly realizing why Sun Yu's cultivation progress after leaving Dragon Valley had been so poor. Although it was faster than an ordinary person's, it was still far from the aptitude of the Dragon Emperor. Half of it, he's also quite diligent. Yang Kai smiled wryly. Then, when Frozen Nether Cave Heaven attacked, I also dealt with it secretly, Yang Kai admitted frankly. No wonder the Dragon Emperor. Sun Yu listens to Yang Shengzhu and worships him so much. It turns out there was such a reason behind it. Xiao Ling suddenly understood. I was wondering when Great Elder Ling Jian had become friends with a character like Yang Shengzhu. But now it all makes sense. But I still don't quite understand. Chen Zhou frowned. Since Yang Shengzhu is the Dragon Emperor's successor, why would he conceal this matter? Just how respected was the Dragon Emperor's successor? Sun Yu had already reached the heavens in a single bound and had become the highest-ranking person in Dragon Phoenix Palace. Chen Zhou really couldn't understand why Yang Kai would conceal his existence while allowing Sun Yu to attract everyone's attention. Yang Kai said somewhat embarrassedly, "The main reason is that I just happened to become the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land that year." You should have heard that at that time. Nine Heavens' Holy Land was suffering from both external and internal troubles, a pile of mess that had yet to be cleaned up. At that time, I was not in the mood to take care of other matters. And the most important thing is that I am not a member of Dragon Phoenix Palace. If I were to tell you that I had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Palace's inheritance, I don't know what you would think. Perhaps it would cause some kind of disaster. This is my fault. It has nothing to do with Sun Yu. I asked him to help me conceal this matter. I'm sorry. Kai Yang's attitude was sincere, and he explained everything to her. Chen Zhou, Xiao Ling, and the others glanced at each other with complicated expressions. After a while, Chen Zhou laughed and said, "It's not too late for Yang Shengzhu to tell us the truth at this moment, but I don't quite understand. Why was Yang Shengzhu able to obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance? Is there some other reason for this?" "Because I cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art." Chen Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Kai gave a brief account of what happened in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. And when everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace heard this, all of them showed looks of excitement. It's the inheritance left behind by the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. No wonder Yang Shengzhu was able to open Dragon Valley's barrier. Everything makes sense now, Chen Zhou said excitedly. So Yang Shengzhu isn't an outsider. And, strictly speaking, Yang Shengzhu should be considered a member of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Xiao Ling also couldn't contain his excitement. Yang Kai wanted Nine Heavens' Holy Land and Dragon Phoenix Palace to be on good terms, most likely because of this connection. At this moment, Chen Zhou and Xiao Ling finally understood everything. Right, what about the Phoenix Empress? Chen Zhou suddenly remembered something. Since Yang Shengzhu cultivates the yin-yang joyous unification art, there must be a Phoenix Empress. Where is she? Why haven't I seen her before? She's not in Tongxian realm. Yang Kai's expression became dim. She went to Starfield. Starfield? Chen Zhou was dumbfounded. I'm going to find her, but I don't know when I'll be able to return. So I want to take the Phoenix Empress inheritance from the Phoenix Nest so that when I find her, I can hand it over to her. Take it away? Chen Zhou was startled. Can that inheritance be taken away? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not sure. I'm just going to try. Of course, that is if Palace Master Chen agrees. That's not a problem, but the difficulty is a bit high. That inheritance has been hidden in the Phoenix Nest for thousands of years. No one knows what it is. I hope you do your best. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded sincerely. After confirming that Yang Kai was the real Dragon Emperor's successor, Chen Zhou and Xiao Ling's attitude suddenly became very respectful. Yang Kai asked them not to blame Sun Yu, and the two of them said they didn't take this matter to heart. For the entire Dragon Phoenix Palace, as long as there was a successor to the Dragon Emperor's identity, that person would stand on the sex side. It didn't matter who inherited it. What's more, Yang Kai's identity as the Dragon Emperor's successor had been decided a long time ago. Moreover, the two of them also said that although Sun Yu was not the real Dragon Emperor, they would not treat him unfairly in the future and would pour all of the sex resources, manpower, and financial resources into him as always. Sun Yu's current aptitude was also far superior to ordinary people, so he was worth focusing on. More than a month later, a group of people arrived at Dragon Phoenix Palace. Dragon Phoenix Palace welcomed them with open arms. Sun Yu had long since received news and led a group of people to stand outside Dragon Phoenix Palace, congratulating Chun Zhou and the others on their triumphant return as well as welcoming Yang Kai. Chun Zhou set up a banquet to entertain them and the entire sect toasted and drank. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai pulled Sun Yu aside and explained the situation to him. Sun Yu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior Yang, this makes me feel a lot more at ease, but will the palace master and the others hold a grudge against me in the future? How could that be?" Yang Kai laughed. "Cultivate well. Even if you are not the Dragon Emperor now, you are still the future hope of the sect. The palace master and the others won't treat you unfairly." "Really?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's great." Sun Yu smiled happily, no longer feeling the psychological burden he had before. Before, he had been burdened with the false identity of the Dragon Emperor, causing him to worry all day long, for fear that someone would discover his flaws. But now he felt completely relaxed, as if an invisible burden had been lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to straighten his back. Chapter 979. Inside the Phoenix Nest, a world of ice and snow, a frigid chill permeated the jungle, causing it to be shrouded in a layer of white fog, making it seem like a paradise on Earth. The Phoenix Empress inheritance was hidden in this jungle, and for thousands of years, no one had truly obtained it. Only those who cultivated cold attribute secret arts would often come to the Phoenix Nest to cultivate, taking advantage of the favorable conditions here. Even frozen Nether Cave Heaven, which had previously tried to harm Dragon Phoenix Palace, had its foundation not far from the Phoenix Nest, relying on its cold aura to survive. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in a certain part of the Phoenix Nest, the frigid cold aura blocking the flow of Saint Qi in his body. Even though he had already reached the Saint Realm, Yang Kai could still feel an extraordinary domain and energy from the surrounding heavens and earth. This domain and energy seemed to be everywhere, causing his hair and clothes to be covered in frost. If Su Yan could be here, she would only need to circulate her yin-yang joyous unification art to absorb all the ice attribute energy in the Phoenix Nest. However, she was unable to come here. Yang Kai constantly tried to release his divine sense, trying to comprehend this aura and absorb it. After all, he had gone to the star field this time and did not know when he would return. If he was lucky enough to find Su Yan, he could directly hand over the Phoenix Empress inheritance, hidden here to her, and help her improve her strength. However, Yang Kai was not sure he could accomplish this. The ice attribute energy and this aura were completely incompatible with the true Yang secret art he cultivated, and it was also completely different from the Saint Qi in his body. Yang Kai could only patiently try and not force it. Time passed by, and Yang Kai sat in the Phoenix Nest for half a month without making any progress. However, because of the influence of the ice attribute energy, Yang Kai was able to slowly stabilize his newly promoted Saint Realm. Having just broken through a great realm, the most important thing to avoid at this time was to be greedy. The ice attribute energy had forced Yang Kai to resist it with his hot Saint Qi, and while consuming the Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai was also able to sense the various differences between his Saint Realm and his Saint Qi. Yang Kai had gained a lot and maintained this state without thinking about anything else. Instead, he focused on stabilizing his Saint Realm cultivation, causing his Saint Realm cultivation to become more solid and his Saint Qi to become purer and more vigorous. His efforts during this period of time had given him a buffer period. It had become the cornerstone for him to stabilize his realm. The power in his body was also slowly becoming stronger. He was comprehending the mysteries of the Saint Realm. During this process, the golden dragon tattoo on his body was constantly moving. Being in the Phoenix Nest, it seemed to have received some kind of special nourishment. Not only was it not stable, but it also seemed to be very eager, as if it wanted to rush out of Yang Kai's body and merge with the cold energy. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were the 2 pillars of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and they were also of one mind. The golden dragon tattoo contained an enormous amount of energy. It was the Dragon Emperor's final inheritance, so it was natural for there to be some abnormalities in the Phoenix Nest. Another half a month later, there was still no movement from the Phoenix Nest. During this time, Yang Kai had been transmitting his divine sense to his surroundings in an attempt to understand the mysteries of the phoenix nest. But he failed. After a whole month, Yang Kai had no choice but to give up. He felt that he couldn't take away the final inheritance left here. Just as Yang Kai opened his eyes and was about to leave, the cold energy in the phoenix nest suddenly underwent some unusual changes and seemed to resonate with the golden dragon tattoo on Yang Kai's body, forming a subtle connection. Yang Kai's body froze as he recalled his actions just now. Quickly holding his breath, he stopped circulating the energy in his body and allowed the golden dragon tattoo to move freely around his body. This subtle connection became clearer and clearer, and Yang Kai's eyes became brighter as he vaguely understood what was going on. The huge amount of cold energy in the phoenix nest was converging in a certain direction, and that direction was not far in front of Yang Kai. Gradually, the frost that had covered the entire phoenix nest for thousands of years began to melt, leaving only a small territory in front of Yang Kai where the cold energy was extremely rich. It seemed that all of the cold energy was gathering here. In front of Yang Kai's eyes, the phantom image of an ice phoenix appeared. It was noble, gorgeous, and completely snow-white. It was crystal clear and flawless, like an otherworldly fairy. It reminded Yang Kai of Su Yan. The auras of the two were so similar that they seemed to come from the same source. Hu Jiao had once commented that Su Yan was like an ice doll, and this comment was not an exaggeration. Anyone who saw Su Yan would have the same first impression. Her coldness would only melt in front of Yang Kai. It became as hot as fire, hot enough to burn the hardest rock in the world. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the world as the ice phoenix phantom raised its head and cried out in response. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently gazed at it, just like how he gazed at Su Yan. He sent the most sincere invitation to the ice phoenix phantom. The ice phoenix phantom stared at him as if it had its own life and wisdom. It looked into Yang Kai's heart and saw the beautiful figure that occupied Yang Kai's heart. Understanding how important she was to Yang Kai, the ice phoenix responded. Its luxurious body collapsed like a collapsing mountain, like a tsunami, fiercely rolling towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained motionless, allowing the cold energy to rush into his body. The surface of his sturdy body instantly condensed a layer of ice, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out. The huge amount of cold energy poured in, seemingly wanting to freeze him in an instant. The hot Saint Qi in his body involuntarily rioted, trying to resist the invading cold energy. Yang Kai quickly suppressed it and withdrew all his Saint Qi back to the dantian. His teeth chattered and his whole body turned purple. In just a moment, Yang Kai was frostbitten. The huge amount of cold energy continued to pour in, and after a long time, all the remaining cold energy in the world disappeared. Yang Kai's tense and trembling body suddenly relaxed at this moment, and the unbearable cold he had been feeling also disappeared. There seemed to be something inside his body that was swimming around the surface of his skin, giving him a refreshing feeling that refreshed his spirit. Unbuttoning his clothes, Yang Kai looked down and saw a dragon and phoenix pattern chasing each other in harmony. Inside these two patterns, there was enough power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction and seemed a little surprised. He had only come here to give it a try and had not really thought he would succeed, but the result had exceeded his expectations. The Phoenix Empress' final inheritance had really responded to his invitation and entered his body. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura of the Phoenix Empress. She used his body as a shelter and stayed there for the time being. It was a foreign object, so although it contained a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai could not use it. All he could do was temporarily store it for Su Yan. After carefully confirming that the Ice Phoenix pattern would not have any adverse effects on him, Yang Kai got up with satisfaction and strode out of the phoenix nest. The sun shone down and the phoenix nest was unsealed. The world of ice and snow, which had existed for thousands of years, finally began to melt today. Going to Dragon Phoenix Palace and telling Qinzhou about the phoenix nest, Yang Kai said goodbye to him, summoned his star shuttle, and flew back to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. When he returned to the Holy Land, Su Hui and the others had already returned. Until today, the entire Holy Land was still full of jubilation and excitement. Yang Kai gathered his friends and family and told them about his trip to Starfield. To Yang Kai's surprise, after hearing this news, they didn't seem to have much of a reaction, as if they had already known. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong and knew that she had told them about this in advance, so they were mentally prepared. "Have you decided?" Meng Wuya asked leisurely. Yang Kai nodded gently. "Since you've decided, there's no need to say anything more. Be careful, you don't need to worry about this place. This old master will look after it for you." Meng Wuya gently nodded. "Many thanks, Treasurer Meng." Yang Kai nodded sincerely. With these words from Meng Wuya, even if he had to leave, he could rest assured. Now that Nine Heavens Holy Land was on the right track, it didn't matter whether he was the Holy Master or not. The only thing Yang Kai couldn't let go of was his friends and family who lived in the former site of War Spirit Temple. But as long as Meng Wuya was here, they would never be bullied. "You go explore the path first, maybe one day this old master will also go and take a look. When that time comes, I'll definitely come find you." Meng Wuya smiled. "I'll be waiting." A sobbing sound came from the side as Dong Suju's eyes became red and swollen as she looked towards Yang Kai pleadingly, as if she didn't want him to leave. More than 10 years ago, Yang Kai had left the central capital and never returned, never to be heard from again. It wasn't until recently that the family reunited again. But Dong Suju hadn't even had time to have a good chat with her son before Yang Kai had to embark on a new journey to the vast star field. How could she be willing? Fourth Master Yang, who was a man of iron, also had tears in his eyes, his expression filled with reluctance. Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt and was about to open his mouth to comfort his son when Fourth Master Yang quickly said, "Go. Father supports you and believes in you." Yang Kai's body trembled as he nodded heavily. With the words of Fourth Master Yang Kai also felt relieved. He could put down all his psychological burdens and do what he wanted to do. "Before you go, you should have a good chat with Ning Chong." Meng Wuya sighed slightly. "She's been cooped up in her room for the past half a month." "I know." At night, the moon shone brightly like the stars in the sky. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai slowly walked over just as Enlinger was coming out. When she saw Yang Kai, she couldn't help gawking for a moment before immediately turning towards one of the rooms and giggling before quickly leaving, a look of schadenfreude on her face. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before straightening his clothes and walking towards Xia Ning Chang's room. Outside the door, Du Wan and the other 4 grandmasters were gathered together, each of them trying their best to persuade the other grandmasters, each of them trying their best to convince the other grandmasters. There was no movement inside the room. "Good evening, grandmasters." Yang Kai coughed dryly to attract their attention. In the darkness, 5 pairs of eyes shot towards Yang Kai, all of them looking at him with disdain. "You little brat." Chong Bao's fat jiggled as he took advantage of his seniority to reprimand Yang Kai. "You really don't know how lucky you are. What kind of character is Lady Xia? You should be grateful that she took a liking to you. Yet you actually dared to make her sad. You really make this old master angry." Chapter 980. Outside Xia Ning Chang's room, the fat man Chong Bao was scolding Yang Kai, spittle flying everywhere. "Lady Xia hasn't taken a single step out of her room for half a month, nor has she performed any alchemy. You really are a sinner." Hong Fong also scolded him without any trace of politeness. "Kong Rua," you coldly snorted. "As a man, you should make your woman feel safe and reliable, not make her sad. You're not bad enough to be the holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, but you're far from being a good husband." Even Du Wan, who had the best relationship with Yang Kai, hurriedly said, "Quickly find a way to coax her. Don't make her too sad." At this moment, the 5 grandmasters all seemed to be standing on Xia Ning Chang's side, trying their best to protect her while simultaneously pointing their spears at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. He hadn't expected that the relationship between his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters had reached such a level. He still remembered when the 5 grandmasters first came to the Holy Land, all of them shamelessly wanting to stay and watch him perform alchemy, hoping to learn from him. During that time, he had won the respect of the 5 grandmasters. But now, in the eyes of the 5 grandmasters, Xia Ningchang's status was far higher than his. Ah! Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could defend himself, he was interrupted by Hong Fong. Hong Fong squinted at him and said with displeasure, "Little brat, I heard you insisted on going to Star Field this time to pursue a woman? What kind of woman can compare to Lady Xia? And Lady Xia is already the best girl in the world. Don't just eat from the bowl while looking at the pot. Lady Xia is kind, gentle, considerate, pure and innocent. I really don't understand why she would fall for a little bastard like you." Another round of scolding, Yang Kai was left speechless. "Lady Xia, don't be sad," Kong Ruoyu suddenly shouted into the room. "It's fine if you don't want such a half-hearted man. Another day, this old one will introduce you to someone. Although that person can't compare to Yang Kai, he can be considered a dragon among men." Yang Kai's expression darkened as he said, "Old Kong, if you don't want anything to happen to that person, it's best not to let him come to the Holy Land." Kong Ruoyu glared. "What? If you're allowed to be half-hearted, why can't you let Miss Xia choose?" "That's not what I meant." Yang Kai found it difficult to explain himself. He really didn't know why these 5 masters were so bored that they would interfere in the love between a man and a woman. Creak. The door opened. In the darkness, Xia Ningchang appeared in front of everyone. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, without a trace of impurity. However, everyone was sensitive enough to notice that her eyes were a little red and swollen. "Don't speak ill of junior brother." Xia Ningchang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she faintly glanced at Yang Kai and bit her lip. "And the person junior brother is looking for is senior sister Su Yan. Senior sister is very good." "Hey, great aunt, you've finally come out," Chong Bao shouted, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he asked Xia Ningchang about her well-being. "Junior brother, come in and talk." Xia Ningchang pulled Yang Kai into the room. Yang Kai turned around and squeezed out a smile towards the 5 grandmasters. "Grandmasters, you should also rest early." Not waiting for them to answer, he quickly closed the door behind him. "This smelly brat." Hong Fong touched his nose and couldn't help smiling. "Good. Since Yang Kai is here, there shouldn't be any problems." Duan smiled. "Everyone should go back and rest." The grandmasters were all experienced people and naturally understood the bitterness in Xia Ningchang's heart. Just now, she had mercilessly reprimanded Yang Kai in order to arouse Xia Ningchang's sympathy and force her to come out. Young people, if they had any problems, they could just open up and discuss them. Inside the room, after the grandmasters had left, Yang Kai looked towards Xia Ningchang apologetically. "I'm going to look for Su Yan. I was going to tell you when I came back," he said. "I know." Xia Ningchang gently nodded. "I won't stop you. I'm just a little reluctant to part with her." Saying so, her eyes filled with tears again, and she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms, burying her head in his chest. As her tears soaked Yang Kai's clothes, Xia Ningchang's voice came out. "You don't have to worry about this place. You must find Su Yan and bring her back." Yang Kai nodded heavily as he pulled his beautiful woman into his arms. The two of them tightly pressed against each other. Feeling the softness and heat of her body, Yang Kai surprisingly didn't feel any ripples in his heart, only a strong sense of reluctance and guilt. Xia Ningchang seemed to see through his concerns and softly said, "You don't have to feel guilty, because I know that if Master takes me to Star Field, you will also come to find me, right?" "Yes." Yang Kai hugged her tightly, feeling gratified by his little senior sister's understanding. "And I also believe that you will be able to find her." Xia Ningchang suddenly raised her head. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. "Why?" "Because you've already found us once," Xia Ningchang said with a look of deep conviction. "This time, you definitely won't fail. If 2 people are destined to be together, then no matter how far apart they are, no matter how much time has passed, There will always be a time when they will be together. That was what I thought in the past, and that was what I believed. Then, when I was at my most isolated and fated moment, you—" As she spoke, Xia Ningchang's voice became softer, as if she had reached an embarrassing point and found it hard to continue. "What about me?" Kai Yang stared at her intently, the corners of his mouth forming a strange smile. Xia Ningchang's face was full of embarrassment, her eyes drifting as her small hands grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. Her voice so low it was almost inaudible. "You appeared like a hero." As soon as she said this, her little senior sister's cheeks flushed red, as if blood was about to drip out, and her tender body became even hotter. She was not the kind of person who could let go, nor was she the kind of person who could reveal all the words in her heart. Revealing her true feelings like this was already her limit. She suddenly recalled that year in the 9-yin mountain valley. In order to obtain the 9-yin yuan condensing dew, she and Yang Kai had gone together, but they had been ambushed. In that one-person mountain wall, when she was in extreme danger, Yang Kai stood in front of her and fought bravely. At that time, that figure was not as heroic as it was now, and even seemed a little weak, but it stood tall like a mountain, shielding her from all the wind, rain, and danger. It was at that time that that figure quietly broke into her heart, took root and sprouted in a young girl's heart, and tugged at her heartstrings. Every time she thought of that scene, Xia Ningchang's heart felt as if it was filled with honey, warm and sweet. After being separated from Yang Kai for more than 10 years, she had followed her master everywhere, and had seen countless dragons among men. Among them, there was no lack of young heirs of large sects and clans, who openly expressed their love for her. But she had always been the same, and her heart had never wavered for any man. She had always been waiting. Finally, her wish came true. When her master was trapped, she could not find a way out, and she was in despair and helplessness. That figure once again appeared in front of her, pushing away the dark clouds that had covered all her hope, and letting her see the endless light of dawn. At that moment, she felt that even if she died immediately, it would be worth it. No one could understand the excitement and joy in her heart at that time. Now he was going to leave, and all she needed to do was wait. Wait in happiness and expectation. She felt that she did not lack patience. Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the seas turned into mulberry fields, she would still wait. As her body became light, Xia Ningchang could not help but cry out. When she reacted, she found that she had been carried by Yang Kai. His arms were strong and powerful, and his arms made her feel comfortable, like the most peaceful harbor. She could not help but relax, and all her fatigue disappeared. "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Xia Ningchang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirp. She found that Kai Yang had a meaningful smile on his face as he gazed at her affectionately. Step by step, he led her towards the direction of the bed. Under that tender gaze, Xia Ningchang felt like she was melting snow at the beginning of spring, about to melt. She vaguely realized something, and her heart beat violently. Her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body surged with an astonishing amount of heat. Yang Kai was still smiling strangely, soundless and mysterious. That smile made Xia Ningchang involuntarily close her beautiful eyes, bite her red lips, and turn her head, not daring to look into Yang Kai's eyes. As her body became light, Xia Ningchang found herself lying on the bed. Outside the window, the bright moonlight poured down and illuminated her body. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, staring at this beautiful scene in a daze, his big hand gently stroking his little senior sister's hair. "Little senior sister, do you remember when we were in High Heaven Pavilion? One night when I came back from a trip, I found you sleeping on my bed?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Xia Ningchang slowly opened her eyes and whispered, "That was a long time ago. I don't remember." How could she not remember? It was just too embarrassing, so she didn't dare admit it. That day, she had brought a message to Yang Kai. At that time, the two of them weren't familiar with each other and hadn't exchanged many words. As a result, she had been waiting in the wooden house, but Yang Kai hadn't come back. As she waited, she fell asleep. When she woke up, She found Yang Kai standing on the edge of the bed, looking at her with an infatuated gaze. Xianing Chong didn't know when he came back, but she still clearly remembered that at that time, Yang Kai's gaze didn't have the slightest obscenity, only amazement. He didn't seem to have the heart to wake her up. At that time, it was almost exactly the same as it is now. Yang Kai's voice was gentle and his gaze was infatuated. The moonlight poured down on your body, and the sapphire on your forehead reflected a dense light. At that time, Junior Brother was amazed by you, and at that time, Junior Brother was very envious. He didn't know who would be lucky enough to have you in the future, but he didn't know that the lucky person would actually be me. The sincere and tender words were like a sharp sword, piercing through the defenses of little senior sister's body and mind, causing her to lose her way in these sweet words. She couldn't see the exit, and there was only a huge energy called happiness flowing around her. Her eyes blurred, her delicate earlobes became dark red, and her pink neck glowed with a strange red light. Her heart beat rapidly and powerfully, and her body surged with bursts of heat. She looked at Yang Kai with an expectant gaze, and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yang Kai's neck. She fell in an instant. Chapter 981. In the side room, on the fragrant bed, Xianing Chong was in a daze. Yang Kai didn't make a move on her, but those words full of tenderness and sweetness made her let go of the defenses of her body and mind. Her whole body was like floating in the clouds, floating up and down with the wind. Her delicate body unconsciously twisted, and a suppressed moan came from her throat. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her eyes were unfocused. Her pretty face was filled with great satisfaction. Yang Kai leaned down and kissed her eyes, her small nose. His movements were very careful, as if he was treating the most exquisite piece of art. He didn't make any excessive movements. She turned her head, and her small and delicate earlobes were as red as blood. She whispered in a trembling voice, "Junior Brother, before you leave, remember my appearance, okay?" Yang Kai was startled, and then gently nodded. It had been more than 10 years since he met Xianing Chong, but he had never seen his little senior sister's true appearance. No matter when or where, his little senior sister always covered her face with a thin veil, so that no one could see her true appearance. At the beginning, Yang Kai was very curious about what kind of appearance she had, but as time passed, Yang Kai didn't care. Whether her appearance was devastatingly beautiful or not, his little senior sister would always be his little senior sister, and no one could replace her. She had the purest pair of beautiful eyes in the world, and that was enough. Unexpectedly, before they left, Xianing Chong took the initiative to ask, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. Saying that, Xianing Chong took the initiative to remove the veil covering her face. A cool breeze blew through the window, blowing the veil to the other side of the bed. Xianing Chong closed her eyes and nervously straightened her head, so that her face was exposed to Yang Kai's gaze. Yang Kai carefully looked at her, and his body suddenly shook, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Even though he was mentally prepared, the moment he saw Xianing Chang's face, he couldn't help but lose his composure. The little senior sister's appearance wasn't the most beautiful that Yang Kai had ever seen. Whether it was Su Yan or Shan Qing Luo, they were all comparable, but she had her own unique temperament. Just like Su Yan's coldness and Shan Qing Luo's seductive charm, the little senior sister had a pure and holy temperament. It was as if the 20-odd years of life had not left a single trace on her. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and delicate lips. Her face was completely red without any makeup, and her skin was as tender and white as snow. She was no different from most beauties. Every part of her body was exquisite and flawless. However, when these delicate and flawless body parts were put together, an unexpected change occurred. Her holy and innocent temperament intertwined, making Yang Kai feel that she was awe-inspiring and inviolable, but also ignorant of worldly affairs. Kai Yang had traveled far and wide for so many years, and had seen countless beautiful women, but he had never met a woman like Xianing Chong,
who gave him such a strong visual impact. The moment he saw her face, Yang Kai's heart surged with an irrepressible impulse. He wished he could hug Xia Ningchang tightly, rub her into his body, take her with him, and never let her leave him. With this thought, Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. He wasn't a person without self-control. On the contrary, he was a man who could restrain himself and restrain his actions. He was a man with considerable self-control. He still had that thought. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of reaction other men would have if they saw Xia Ningchang's face. Master told me a long time ago not to easily reveal my face, so I've been wearing a veil these past few years, Xia Ningchang softly explained. Under Yang Kai's burning gaze, she seemed to be ashamed and her cheeks flushed red. Treasurer Meng is right. Yang Kai nodded heavily. While fiddling with Xia Ningchang's hair and leaning half of his body on top of her, he softly said, I think most men will have two thoughts when they see you. What two thoughts? Xia Ningchang was extremely shy, but she couldn't restrain her curiosity and couldn't help but ask, to protect or to violate. Protecting her naive innocence and violating her awe-inspiring holiness would give every man a great sense of accomplishment. The combination of conflicting thoughts would bring Xia Ningchang a lot of unnecessary trouble. What about you, junior brother? Xia Ningchang suddenly mustered up her courage and looked directly at Yang Kai, asking her sweetheart's true thoughts. She cared a lot about it. She didn't care about other people's thoughts, but she wanted to hear Yang Kai's. Me? Yang Kai grinned wickedly. Junior brother is also a part of the majority of men. As he spoke, he leaned down and kissed his senior sister's red lips. Oh! Xia Ningchang's delicate body suddenly tensed up. Her beautiful eyes widened in an instant, as if she had been attacked by a soul that could destroy her mind. In an instant, she lost the initiative of her body, unable to move or speak. But she was enveloped in great happiness and satisfaction. She closed her eyes and enjoyed this intoxicating moment that she had been looking forward to for a long time, her heart beating violently like a war drum. Yang Kai gently kissed her, his big hand reaching into his senior sister's dress and covering her plump chest, gently playing with and kneading the delicate jade beads in his palm, feeling the amazing elasticity and fiery heat coming from them. The senior sister's breathing became heavier, and she felt a slight tingling pain on her chest. It was the thick calluses on Yang Kai's hands rubbing against her tender skin. The slight tingling not only didn't make her feel any discomfort, but instead stimulated her nerves and soul, making her feel very comfortable. She couldn't help but wish that time would stop at this moment and never flow. Chila. Her clothes were unbuttoned, and Xia Ningchang's tender body trembled slightly. How many times had she slept beside Yang Kai and Su Yen? So she had long been aware of these shameful things. The moment her clothes were unbuttoned, she knew what would happen to her. Her clothes were disheveled, and her breathing was rapid. Under the moonlight, the senior sister's delicate body glowed with a beautiful luster like porcelain. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to act, carefully examining her, imprinting everything into his mind and engraving it in the depths of his soul. He continued to kiss and caress Xia Ningchang's heartstrings. He wanted to leave the most perfect and unforgettable night for his senior sister. With his departure imminent, this was the only thing he could do, so he didn't want to leave any regrets. The sheets gradually became wet. Little senior sister no longer had the ability to think independently. Her mouth unconsciously murmured, and her delicate body twisted, making a strange sound. The skin all over her body glowed with a strange red light. Yang Kai mounted his horse, raised his spear, and began to charge. His movements were gentle and soft. The entire Holy Master Court seemed to be shrouded in spring, making the withered trees come back to life and flowers bloom. Outside the Holy Master Court, a beautiful figure stood quietly, her beautiful eyes staring forward with a complicated expression. Another beautiful figure slowly walked over, and Ling carrying a lantern approached her without her noticing. It wasn't until Ling lightly coughed that she suddenly woke up,
her tender body trembling like a frightened rabbit, and her face immediately flushed red. "Lady Qiu, why aren't you resting so late?" And Ling Er looked at Qiu Yimeng suspiciously, not knowing why she was standing here. "And I'm going to rest." Qiu Yimeng glanced in the direction of the Holy Master Court and hurriedly replied, "Are you looking for the Holy Master for something?" And Ling Er saw some clues and smiled understandingly. "If you have something to say to him, just go in. You're not an outsider, he shouldn't be resting yet." No. Qiu Yimeng quickly waved her hands. I have nothing to say to him, I just came to see the stars." "See the stars?" And Ling Er looked up at the sky and chuckled. "The moon is bright tonight. There don't seem to be many stars." Qiu Yimeng suddenly blushed. "The Holy Master will probably leave tomorrow and we don't know when he will return. If we miss this opportunity tonight, we don't know how long we'll have to wait. What do you think, Lady Qiu?" And Ling Er seemed to understand Qiu Yimeng's thoughts and couldn't help persuading her. "I really didn't come here to see him." Qiu Yimeng looked embarrassed. And Ling Er continued to smile meaningfully and was about to say something when she suddenly heard a strange sound, causing her brow to wrinkle as she listened carefully. Qiu Yimeng also noticed and immediately sat up. Her ears perked up. A moment later, the two women's faces turned red as they glanced at each other, both feeling very embarrassed. "Ahem." And Ling Er lightly coughed. "Since there's nothing to do, I'll accompany Lady Qiu to see the stars." She was too embarrassed to return to the Holy Master Court, so she sat down and pretended to look up at the sky. Qiu Yimeng nodded and sat down next to her. The two of them didn't say a word, but their hearts were beating violently. Not far away, strange sounds poured into their ears like demonic sounds, making their bodies uncomfortable. They couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and their delicate bodies tensed up. "Haha, the sky's pretty good." And Ling Er said, "N." Qiu Yimeng gently nodded and agreed absent-mindedly. The sounds and movements on the other side seemed to be getting louder. The two women felt a warm current rolling in their lower abdomens. When the night wind blew, the area between their legs was unexpectedly cold and uncomfortable. It was a patch of mud. That cold feeling made them feel even more sensitive. "I really couldn't tell." And Ling Er said with a speechless expression. "Couldn't tell what?" Qiu Yimeng turned and asked. "Such a quiet girl. How come she's so crazy now?" "Haha." Qiu Yimeng didn't know what to say. "Aren't you going in?" And Ling Er bit her red lips and suddenly said, "Now is a good time to go in. You don't have to say anything." "Ah." Qiu Yimeng was startled and blushed with embarrassment. "How could I? What's there to be embarrassed about? If I were you, I would rush in now and teach him a lesson." And Ling Er urged, wanting to see the world burn. "No." Qiu Yimeng waved her hands. "I can't do such a thing." Chapter 982. Doing so would be akin to a beggar begging for the love of others. Qiu Yimeng couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. "Don't be afraid. I support you. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance." And Ling Er continued to entice her. Qiu Yimeng seemed to be moved by her words, but after thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly shook her head and stood up. "Wait for him to come back. The next time he comes back, I won't let him go again. Good night, sister, and I'll go back to rest first." "Hey, don't go. I'll be alone." And Ling Er raised her hand and called out, but Qiu Yimeng soon disappeared. The next day, Yang Kai and Xianing Chong walked out of the Holy Master Court together. Outside the Holy Master Court, there was a dense crowd of people, including the leaders of the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty, the Yang family brothers and elders, the Holy Land elders, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan, 20 to 30 Saint Great alchemists, the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, and Jia Yao. All of them seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai to appear. Seeing him come out, all of them cast meaningful glances towards him. Xianing Chong blushed and couldn't help shrinking behind Yang Kai, her walking posture somewhat unnatural. Anyone could see that Xianing Chong was radiant at this moment, even more beautiful than before, as if she had been nourished by something. All of them were experienced, so they were well aware of this. Yang Kai laughed and cupped his fists. How come everyone is here? To see you off. Li Lao stepped forward. You're leaving today, right? And Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks to all of you. There's no need to say too much. Be careful on the road. If things go south, return as soon as possible. Li Lao said concisely. I'll keep that in mind. Yang Kai replied seriously. The fourth Master Yang and his wife also came up. Dong Suju had a look of reluctance on his face as he repeatedly reminded Yang Kai. Brat, you must come back safely. Ning Chong, more than anyone, doesn't want anything to happen to you. Meng Wuya lowered his voice and whispered into Yang Kai's ear. I know, Yang Kai promised with a serious face. I won't make little senior sister sad. I hope you can do it. Meng Wuya took a deep breath. Saying goodbye to familiar people one after another and listening to their concern for him, Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. After exchanging a few more words with the elders of the Holy Land and bidding farewell to Li Rong and the others, Yang Kai arranged everything before kissing his little senior sister's forehead and whispering vows of undying love into her ear before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. He embarked on a new journey. Everyone waved goodbye to him in front of the Holy Master Court. After Yang Kai's figure gradually disappeared, Elder Yuing sighed faintly. Ling don't cry. The Holy Master will definitely come back. Who's crying? And Ling was confused. Then why are your eyes so red? Yuing chuckled, thinking she was too embarrassed to admit it. My eyes are red because... And Ling opened her mouth, but recalling what happened last night, she couldn't bring herself to continue. Glancing at the veiled, tearful Xia Ling and Ling couldn't help admiring her. Last night, she had stood outside the Holy Master Court and stared at the stars. The spirit and physical strength of those two were simply too abundant. What was even rarer was that this Xia Ling was still glowing so early in the morning. And Ling couldn't figure out why this was. Yang Kai left. A few days later, the ancient demon clan also left Nine Heavens' Holy Land under the leadership of Li Rong and the other great commanders, heading towards the demon land in accordance with their previous agreement with Zhang Yuan. The old demon also accompanied them. After all, he was also a member of the demon race, so only in the demon land would he have the best cultivation environment. Moreover, with his special circumstances, it wouldn't take him more than 10 or 20 years to reach the Third Order Saint Realm and become the next demon general of the demon land. The Hu sisters also left the former site of War Spirit Temple and went to Twin Spirit Pavilion to cultivate. Meng Wuya remained in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, guarding the Nine Heavens. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty took advantage of the materials and resources sent over from Nine Heavens' Holy Land to develop themselves. Nearly 30 Saint Great Alchemists now regarded Nine Heavens' Holy Land as the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, none of them willing to leave because Li Lao had informed them that he and his disciple would settle down here in the future and would no longer wander the world. Li Lao also became the chief alchemist of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. With Li Lao and Xianing Chang here, how could these Saint Grade alchemists be willing to leave? All of them found excuses and reasons to stay here. In an instant, Nine Heavens' Holy Land became the most powerful force in the entire Tongxian realm, eclipsing all other sects and families. Everything was flourishing. Star Field was vast and boundless. Inside the cold and dark territory of the Star Field, Yang Kai controlled his star shuttle and continued to move forward. He had come to Star Field from the entrance of Ice Sect because Ice Master Qingya had brought Su Yan into the territory from there. So Yang Kai hoped to find some clues. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He didn't know where to go, nor did he know where to find other life forms. The only thing he was certain of was that in this dark and cold star field, there were indeed other life forms. This was how the Bone Race had set foot on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai hoped that one day he would be able to find some traces of life. His star shuttle bloomed with a blue light and flashed through the vast star field, creating a thin light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai, preventing the star field from eroding his body. Without his star shuttle, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to travel too far in the star field, and he would have had to constantly consume his own strength to resist the huge pressure of the star field. Compared to this, the amount of energy required to control his star shuttle was undoubtedly much smaller. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been drifting in the star field, but his First Order Saint Realm cultivation had been completely stabilized, and he had even been cultivating on his star shuttle for some time. However, he hadn't found anything special. Yang Kai's experience was similar to great demon gods when he first explored the star field. He had broken through the star field storms and set foot in an asteroid sea. Wherever he passed, there was no trace of life left behind. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling confused. He didn't know what kind of end would await him if he continued to explore like this. Perhaps he would forever be lost in this star territory, growing old and dying alone. However, he wasn't ready to give up, because Su Yen was still somewhere in this star territory. One day, when he had nothing to do, Yang Kai took out the demon mystic tome and let his star shuttle fly as he quietly examined it. Since obtaining this demon mystic tome, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai also knew that his current achievements were inseparable from this demon mystic tome. From this demon mystic tome, he had obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, the demon eye of annihilation, and the inheritance of great demon god. Before great demon god died, he seemed to have arranged a life path for Yang Kai. But today, Yang Kai had finally embarked on the same goal as great demon god in his later years, exploring the star field. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai had jumped out of great demon god's original arrangement. Yang Kai believed that in the near future, he would surpass great demon god and achieve what he had failed to do in the past, surpassing his master. While contemplating, Yang Kai suddenly froze and frowned as he stared at the demon mystic tome in his hand. He found that from all directions, wisps of light from the stars had turned into streams of energy and were pouring into the demon mystic tome. At the same time, the divine tree, which had been placed inside the demon mystic tome, suddenly sent a message. Yang Kai listened carefully and nodded in response. "I'll come in right away." Saying so, his soul avatar suddenly transformed into the demon race mystic tome and carefully examined the source of the light from the stars. It turned out to be the two pitch-black round stones. These two strange pitch-black round stones had caused Yang Kai too many doubts. Even now, he still didn't know what these two stones could be used for. They had absorbed the essence of a large number of ores, and on the surface of the round stones appeared lines similar to the meridians of a human body. There seemed to be a rhythmic movement coming from them. It was as if they had a life of their own. At this moment, the energy pouring in from the star field was being absorbed by these two pitch-black round stones. After absorbing the power of the stars, the lines on their surface became more and more condensed, and the movement coming from them gradually increased. "I feel like they have a life of their own," the divine tree suddenly said. The divine tree suddenly sent out a message. It had been inside the demon mystic tome for a long time and had spent a lot of time observing these two pitch-black round stones, so it was much more familiar with them than Yang Kai. "The feeling they give me is very similar to this shimmering moon grass." "You mean they also count as world spirit objects?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Who knows? Why don't you cut them open and take a look?" The divine tree suggested. "I don't think so. If they really are world spirit objects, cutting them open would be too wasteful." Yang Kai shook his head. "They are already very different from before. Continue to monitor them and tell me immediately if there is anything wrong." "I know," the divine tree responded. No matter what they were, Yang Kai believed that as long as he waited patiently, he would be able to figure out the truth one day. Not in a hurry to take back the demon mystic tome, Yang Kai simply left it outside and allowed the power of the stars to pour into the two pitch-black round stones. Yang Kai continued forward. Not far ahead, there was another energy storm that engulfed a large area. Yang Kai frowned and reluctantly circulated his Saint Chi, preparing to break through the danger ahead. Since he stepped into the star field, this kind of situation had become a common occurrence. Unlike when he first broke through to the transcendent realm, when he had to break through to the star field, Yang Kai was now able to ignore the disturbances of the starfield's energy storms with his current cultivation and physical strength. As the storm hit, Yang Kai leisurely rode his star shuttle through it, his expression calm. Countless large and small meteorites were swept up in the storm, increasing its power. Yang Kai's eyes were suddenly attracted by one of the meteorites and his figure flickered as he stepped onto it. After carefully examining it for a while, his body shook violently as he revealed an extremely excited look. Chapter 983. Standing on the meteorite, Yang Kai's expression was filled with excitement as he looked around. There were traces left behind by living creatures everywhere. There were actually traces left behind by living creatures on this meteorite. Yang Kai was so excited that he had almost begun to feel confused, not knowing where to go. But at this most critical moment, he had found a piece of information that lifted his spirits. His eyes suddenly became firm, no longer filled with confusion as he began to carefully investigate these traces. The meteorite Yang Kai was standing on was almost the size of a small hill, and there were many other meteorites of different sizes scattered around it, forming a sea of meteorites. Under the influence of the starfield storm, these meteorites were shuttling back and forth endlessly through the starfield. There were many potholes on this huge meteorite, none of which were naturally formed. Instead, they seemed to have been left behind by a series of energy collisions. There were also some neat cuts that seemed to have been made by swords. Someone fought here. Yang Kai understood. Inferring from these traces, the time of the battle was not too long ago, maybe a dozen days ago, maybe a month or two ago, at most no more than 3 months ago. Otherwise, these traces would have already been smoothed out by the violent storm in the star field. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scene of the battle, but what surprised him the most was that the strength of the people who fought here did not seem to be too high. This gave him a sense of reassurance. As a newcomer, he was also afraid that he would encounter a master who was too strong. Looking past the oncoming storm in the starfield, Yang Kai looked deeper into the starfield before immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying off in the opposite direction of the storm in the starfield. The storm in the starfield had come from that direction, which meant that the creatures who fought on the meteorite at that time might still be in that direction. Although the probability was small, it was worth a try. Yang Kai flew at full speed, releasing his divine sense to the maximum extent, not missing any meteorite that passed by him. From these meteorites, he really found some clues, all of which indicated that he was getting closer and closer to the creatures he was tracking. Yang Kai pushed his star shuttle even harder. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he passed through the dark and cold star field, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared blankly ahead. In front of him, in the vast star field, another vast and boundless territory appeared before his eyes. Star field was beautiful. Countless stars flickered with a moving luster, radiating vitality. He seemed to have arrived at the other end of star field. The beauty on this side and the deathly stillness on the other side were in stark contrast. Numerous large and small stars had been born in this territory since ancient times. They flew and rotated around a certain position in a special pattern. Colorful lights illuminated the entire star territory. Some of the stars were burning like fire, exuding a scorching heat. Yang Kai had no doubt that the power contained within those stars was enough to make any living being shrink back, unable to even approach them. Anyone who got close to it would be melted. This scorching power poured into Yang Kai's body, making him feel extremely comfortable and comfortable. This was the power of the Yang attribute. There were also some stars that were extremely cold, like huge balls of ice. The surrounding cold air covered these frozen stars, causing the surface of these stars to be covered in an icy aura visible to the naked eye. This aura seemed to be able to freeze the entire universe. There were also some stars that were completely green, very different from the other stars. They were not round, but rather umbrella-shaped. They looked like huge trees, exuding a rich wood attribute aura. They were like huge trees, standing proudly in the middle of star field. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, unable to take it all in. He finally saw the splendor of this star territory with his own eyes. The huge amounts of energy emitted from the various stars gathered here, causing the world energy aura in this territory to be extremely rich. Any blessed land or holy land on Tongshan realm would be insignificant compared to this. Cultivating here for a year could even be compared to cultivating in other places by several times or dozens of times. Yang Kai's pores opened involuntarily as he closed his eyes and greedily absorbed the world energy around him, his physique wriggling as his expression filled with joy. He even thought about entering retreat here for a while. Although he knew that this idea was somewhat unrealistic, he was reluctant to give up on the rich world energy here. Just as he was hesitating, though, the divine sense he released suddenly detected signs of a life form intruding. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense and opened his eyes, looking in that direction in surprise. He had discovered the other party, but the other party seemed to have discovered him as well, because the moment he withdrew his divine sense, two other divine senses that were not inferior to his own also spread out. Two people, and their strength wasn't too high, only second or third order saints. In the end, this was star territory. Two people he had casually encountered were all saints. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit emotional, but the other party's cultivation also made him feel relieved, because even if these two people wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be powerless to fight back. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the location of the two people. Encountering these two people was not easy, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to inquire about their whereabouts. It would be best if he could find out where the other party was gathering. Contrary to his expectations, when he approached the two people, they seemed to be flying towards him at high speed as well. This discovery made Yang Kai somewhat vigilant. With their cultivation, they should have already noticed his strength, so if they had malicious intentions, it wouldn't be difficult to explain why they would act like this. Kai Yang didn't shrink back, but he still maintained his vigilance as he approached, because he urgently needed a beacon to guide him in the right direction. A moment later, a blue light appeared in front of him, one that was very similar to his star shuttle. Yang Kai came to a stop and the blue light also stopped not far in front of him. In the next moment, two pairs of bright and beautiful eyes turned towards him. Yang Kai discovered that the two people who had just entered the range of his divine sense were actually two women. Both of them wore white robes and had elegant temperaments. Their looks were also quite good. Their figures were graceful, and both of them had the same sword-shaped symbol engraved on their chests, so they should be from the same force. The two of them were standing on the same star shuttle. Yang Kai observed them for a while and nodded secretly, realizing that what the bone race leader Kaluo had said was true. In star territory, star shuttles weren't rare. After all, they were artifacts used to travel, so they were quite common. However, the other party's star shuttle was obviously of a higher grade than his own, whether it was the materials used to refine it or the energy fluctuations coming from it. Star shuttles should also have different grades. Yang Kai secretly guessed, at the same time putting on a harmless look, nodding lightly to the two women and greeting them. "Hello!" The woman standing in front gently nodded, her pretty face staring at Yang Kai with some vigilance. But Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than hers, so she didn't show any signs of panic. On the other hand, the younger woman standing behind her swept her beautiful eyes curiously towards Yang Kai, appearing somewhat unscrupulous and mischievous. "Elder sister, is he from that side?" The little beauty asked softly. "Why do I feel like I've never seen him before? His cultivation is too low, so he shouldn't be." The big beauty standing in front slowly shook her head. "But you should still be careful." And the little beauty nodded firmly. "Hello." The two exchanged a few simple words before the big beauty standing in front gently opened her mouth. "It's like this. We don't have any malicious intentions. We just want to ask you for a favor. So please don't be too nervous." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. "I'm not nervous. It just so happens I also want to ask you for a favor. You also want us to help?" The big beauty's brow furrowed. And Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Since we all have our own needs, how about we help each other? Of course, it should be within the scope of our respective abilities. Don't force others." Yang Kai was really afraid of owing others a favor, So the other party's words were exactly what he wanted. When the big beauty heard this, she turned her head and discussed with the little beauty standing behind her in a low voice. After a moment, she said, "Okay, you first, what do you want me to help with?" Yang Kai took the initiative to speak, clearly in a good mood. "Can you let us make a copy of your star?" The big beauty asked. "Star?" Yang Kai was startled. "What star? What else could a star be?" The big beauty's brow also wrinkled, feeling that Yang Kai's words were a bit inexplicable. "You don't have a star." Yang Kai shook his head. "Who are you trying to fool?" The little beauty standing behind the star shuttle shouted. "If you don't have a star, how could you come here? Don't think we're easy to bully just because we're women." She shouted angrily, waving her fists at Yang Kai as she spoke, as if she was certain that Yang Kai was deceiving them. "I didn't bully you." Yang Kai was surprised. "You don't have the ability. Be careful I don't beat you up and snatch your star. You don't know what's good for you." The little beauty snorted. "He meow." The big beauty called out. The little beauty curled her lips and said, "Elder sister, he looks like a decent person, but why is his mouth full of lies? Maybe he's from that side and came here to delay us." Hearing what she said, a trace of vigilance appeared on the big beauty's face as she stared deeply at Yang Kai and shouted, "I don't care if you're from that side or not. I only want your star now. I'll buy it. Is 10 low-rank Saint crystals enough?" Saying so, a bracelet on her wrist flashed and 10 crystal clear Saint crystals appeared on her jade white hand. "Elder sister, we don't have many Saint crystals left," the little beauty called out, her face filled with pain. The little beauty exclaimed, a pained look flashing across her beautiful eyes. Those 10 low-rank Saint crystals seemed to be a considerable amount of wealth to her. Yang Kai's face remained calm, but his heart was filled with shock. It wasn't because the other party had taken out 10 Saint crystals, but rather because of the bracelet on the big beauty's wrist. If he wasn't mistaken, that bracelet should be a space artifact. Chapter 984. On Tong Xian Realm, the most common space artifact was a universe bag. Only the leaders of the ancient demon clan had space rings, and those were refined by Great Demon God using the leftover materials of the soul-suppressing stone, a mere 2 or 3 of them. The value of these 2 or 3 space rings was many times higher than that of a universe bag. However, Yang Kai found that the first person he met in the star territory had a bracelet-shaped space artifact. There was no doubt that the value of this bracelet-shaped space artifact was no less than the rings on the hands of the ancient demon clan's leaders, perhaps even higher. Could it be that, in the vast star territory, this type of space artifact was as common as star shuttles? Yang Kai quietly glanced at the little beauty's wrist and found that she wasn't wearing a bracelet. But there was a ring on her index finger that exuded the same energy fluctuations as the bracelet. Sure enough, she also had a space artifact that was more advanced than a universe bag. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that the material of her space artifact wasn't soul-suppressing stone, but rather something else. "What are you looking at? Sneaking around like that is really hateful." He Meow saw Yang Kai's eyes darting around and couldn't help but misunderstand, thinking he was up to no good. So she angrily called out to him, "My apologies." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he slowly shook his head. "I really don't know what a star is, nor have I ever heard of it." "Never heard of it?" Even the big beauty showed a look of distrust, a trace of annoyance appearing on her pretty face. "Elder sister, don't talk nonsense with him. He must be from that side, delaying us here. Perhaps our whereabouts have already been exposed. Let's quickly grab his star and leave here. A first-order saint like him isn't our opponent." The big beauty's face showed a look of interest, but she didn't immediately take action, seemingly hesitating. She was obviously not an unreasonable person. "Wait." Yang Kai raised his hand and shouted, "Shouldn't you explain to me what kind of star it is? I really haven't heard of it." Seeing the serious look on Yang Kai's face, the big beauty couldn't help muttering in her heart. Although Yang Kai's words were too inexplicable, For a person to be able to lie to such an extent was truly incredible. She couldn't feel the slightest flaw in the other party's expression or divine sense fluctuations. "Where are you from?" The great beauty pondered for a moment before asking. "Can I not say? Yang Kai was here alone?" Yang Kai's sex star territory was here to find a way out of this star territory's territory and Su's Suyang realm. Compared with the vast star field, Tongshan realm was too remote, and if it was exposed, it would likely attract the covetous attention of powerful masters. And Yang Kai realm's star Yang realm star is. I can only say that I came from a small place. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Low-level continent? The big beauty raised her brow, seemingly somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. Only people from lower realms didn't know what a star was. "You can say that." Kai Yang followed up with her words. "If it's convenient, can you let me see your star shuttle?" The big beauty asked. "What's wrong with that?" Yang Kai smiled, and under the control of his divine sense, the star shuttle under his feet turned into a blue light and flew directly towards her. Yang Kai stood mid-air. Although they had only known each other for a short time and hadn't spoken much to each other, Kai Yang felt that they shouldn't be unreasonable people. Otherwise, with their cultivations, if they didn't agree with each other, they would have already started a fight. There was no need for them to be so long-winded. The big beauty raised her hand and took the star shuttle, but the two sisters didn't observe Yang Kai's flight-type artifact and instead stared at him with wide eyes. Both pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Yang Kai looked at himself up and down but couldn't find anything special about him, so he couldn't understand why these two sisters were looking at him like he was a ghost. "Elder sister, this person doesn't have the protection of a star shuttle, nor is he summoning a defensive artifact. How can he withstand the pressure of the star field? Isn't he just a first-order saint?" He Miao whispered, her face filled with shock. "He's also not circulating his saint qi." The big beauty was also shocked. Is his physique really that strong? Could it be that he's concealing his cultivation and is actually a master above the Saint King realm? He Miao thought of a possibility, her pretty face immediately turning pale. "Unlikely?" The two sisters whispered, their voices so low that Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, but he couldn't help calling out, "Are you done yet?" The big beauty was startled for a moment before remembering that she was still holding on to Yang Kai's star shuttle. Quickly releasing her divine sense to investigate the inside of the star shuttle, she immediately turned to her younger sister and slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment filling her face. Returning the star shuttle to Yang Kai, the big beauty wore a strange look and asked, "How did you get here without a star shuttle?" "Drifting through the asteroid sea, I was searching for traces left behind by some creatures and unknowingly arrived here," Yang Kai explained. "You're quite bold." The big beauty couldn't help feeling some admiration. "And your luck is also quite good, actually arriving here with a damaged star shuttle." "A damaged star shuttle?" Yang Kai was stunned. "It's quite easy to use. How is it damaged?" "You don't know about the existence of a star shuttle, so I can't explain it to you." The big beauty sighed faintly. "Good." Yang Kai didn't force the issue and simply chuckled. "But it seems you're satisfied. Although I didn't help much, now it's your turn to help me." The big beauty shook her head. "If you want us to show you a way out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. We can't help you." She seemed to understand what Yang Kai wanted her to help him with. Yang Kai's face sank. "Because we've been lost here for a long time," the big beauty said awkwardly. "That's why we asked you for a star shuttle." The little beauty He Miao interjected. "Only with the correct star shuttle would we have a chance to leave here. But the interior of your star shuttle is a complete mess. There's no star shuttle at all. You're also lost?" Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. He had worked so hard to get here from Tongshan realm and had finally met two living people. Originally, he had thought his luck was quite good and had even intended to ask around for directions, but it turned out these two were no different from himself. However, listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai was able to summarize some useful information. A star shuttle was probably a map that could guide a cultivator through the star field, and the location of the star shuttle was definitely inside the star shuttle. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that when he was refining his star shuttle, he had indeed seen a vast star field inside it, as if it had been shrunk countless times and had been placed inside. Yes, we're also lost. Is it that funny? The big beauty saw Yang Kai's lips curl up slightly and became angry out of shame. Yang Kai quickly put on a serious expression and asked, "How did you get lost?" "The star shuttle in our star shuttle was damaged, so we couldn't find our way. This is a fatal threat to any cultivator flying through star territory. If the star shuttle had been damaged somewhere else, we might have been able to find our way back. But this place is different." "Why is this place different?" "Looking at your ignorant appearance, it seems you really don't know anything about star territory," the big beauty said impatiently and didn't intend to explain any further to Yang Kai, simply stretching out her jade white finger and summoning a white ball of light which flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. "Take a look for yourself, there's some common sense in that ball. I hope you can find a way to survive. Goodbye." Saying so, she activated her star shuttle and flew past Yang Kai. He Miao stood behind her elder sister and made a face at Yang Kai before the two sisters disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't try to stop them. Since the two of them were lost and couldn't find their way, there was no point in him continuing to ask. Pulling the white ball of light the other party had summoned into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai began to carefully investigate it. That ball of light was the other party's spiritual energy and contained some information, but it wasn't much. For the current Yang Kai, however, this information was extremely important. The role of the star was just as Yang Kai had guessed. The star was indeed a map used to guide a cultivator through the star field. When a cultivator wanted to fly from one continent to another and travel a long way, they would purchase a star. Each star was different and was created by a master with a profound cultivation. These purchased stars could be stored in a star shuttle. The cultivator only needed to circulate their spiritual energy to activate the star, and the star shuttle would follow the route drawn on it, safely moving forward while avoiding many potential dangers. There was even no need for the cultivator to change direction. The star shuttle could move forward automatically. The stars inside the star shuttle could be replaced or erased. There were all kinds of benefits. Yang Kai now understood the importance of the star and why the two sisters had asked him for one. However, his star shuttle was something he had obtained by accident and had been left in the star field for an unknown period of time. Even if there was a star inside, it had likely disappeared long ago. The miniature version of the star territory contained inside was also in chaos, so it was impossible to store a new star. That was why the other party had said his star shuttle was damaged. The information transmitted by the beautiful woman, in addition to an explanation of the star and star shuttle, also contained clues about this place. The chaotic abyss, the beautiful star field that Yang Kai couldn't help but want to stay here and cultivate for a while, turned out to be an extremely dangerous place. It was also called the chaotic abyss by the cultivator in the territory of the star field. The huge and beautiful stars surrounding it not only exuded extremely rich spiritual energy, but also distorted and chaotic territory. These countless territories were intertwined together, enough to make anyone who came here lose their sense of direction, forever trapped within the chaotic territory, unable to escape. Chapter 985. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai's face sank. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a restricted area in star territory. Even Saint King Realm Masters didn't dare set foot in this place easily. All the correct routes drawn on the star map would avoid this place. The beautiful stars around him flickered with a moving luster, but at the same time, they also contained great danger. The danger here wasn't just the chaotic territory field that could cause one to lose their sense of direction, but also something even more terrifying. The woman didn't tell Yang Kai exactly what this danger was, but Yang Kai knew that it was enough to cause him to lose his life. Yang Kai once again fell into a state of confusion and helplessness, not knowing where to go. After absorbing the information left behind by the other party, Yang Kai stopped in place and pondered for a while before sending out his star shuttle to search for a way out. He didn't want to give up. He had just arrived at this vast star territory and had yet to see the real wonders of this place. As time passed, he decided on a direction and used his power without restraint to fly forward. However, there seemed to be no end to it. No matter how long he flew, he was still surrounded by countless beautiful stars. He even couldn't help but have the illusion that he was circling around a certain position, continuously turning in a large circle. The chaotic territory field affected his grasp of direction and judgment of his position. Often, even when he thought he was heading in the right direction, it was actually useless. The stars twinkled and the star field was so vast that Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering here. Perhaps it was January or February, perhaps it was a year or so. Yang Kai had no idea how much time had passed. It was so long that Yang Kai's cultivation was steadily increasing, and in this rich world energy environment, he was rapidly breaking through to the second-order Saint Realm. The speed at which his strength increased was beyond his imagination. Finally, Yang Kai found some comfort and joy in his heart. Secretly, Yang Kai felt that staying here was not as bad as he had imagined. As long as he continued to search, he would eventually find a way out. One day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged atop his star shuttle, allowing it to fly forward while he meditated. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, and he was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Since he couldn't find a way out for the time being, he might as well take this opportunity to improve his strength. He believed that even in the entire star territory, such a cultivation environment was extremely rare. As long as they were strong enough, they would be able to break through the restrictions and confusion of this chaotic territory. Two strong divine soul fluctuations and life auras suddenly entered his senses. It was the two sisters he had met before. Yang Kai opened his eyes and his expression became strange. He never thought that he would actually be able to see them again. They seemed to be unable to find a way out and were lost in this chaotic abyss. At this moment, they were resting on a huge meteorite. They didn't continue to fly and let the meteorite take them forward aimlessly. The two of them were the only living beings that Yang Kai had met along the way. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a subtle feeling of sympathy for them. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the asteroid they were on. A moment later, Yang Kai landed on the meteorite and looked around, but didn't find them. Instead, he found the entrance to a cave not far away. What are they doing hiding inside? Yang Kai frowned. Walking straight to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai shouted, "You're inside. Come in and talk." The voice of the two sisters came from inside. They had also judged Yang Kai's identity from the aura he gave off, so they weren't on guard. Yang Kai bent down and entered the cave, going all the way inside. After a few twists and turns, he saw two vague figures sitting cross-legged not far away, snuggling up to each other. At this moment, the mood of the two women didn't seem to be high. Yang Kai faintly felt that the mood of the younger sister named He Miao was very low, as if she was feeling despair because she was lost in this chaotic abyss. "We meet again," the elder sister gently nodded to Yang Kai. "And?" Yang Kai grinned, although this wasn't something to be happy about. "Why are you hiding here? Is there any danger?" "There's no danger, we just don't want to waste our strength and Saint Chi. Haven't you noticed that hiding here doesn't require us to circulate our strength to resist the erosion of the star field?" Hearing her say this, Yang Kai came to his senses and carefully probed himself, quickly discovering that the star field that filled the entire territory of the star field really couldn't penetrate this place, allowing them to relax. "We've run out of Saint crystals and pills, so we can only hide here," He Miao said faintly. This time, she wasn't as mischievous as she had been the last time they met, her expression rather gloomy. "You've run out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "We've been lost here for a long time," the elder sister explained. "If we go out again and can't find a way out, when we run out of strength, all that awaits us is death." "You're really pitiful." Yang Kai understood their situation and couldn't help sighing. "What are you gloating about?" He Miao sniffled, her tone somewhat sour. Am I? Yang Kai was stunned. You are. Whatever you say, what are you going to do now? Are you going to keep hiding? What else can we do? The elder sister looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. We're not like you. Our bodies are so strong that we don't need to circulate our strength to resist the power of the star field. Yang Kai let out a dry laugh, not knowing what to say. In the darkness, He Miao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she said, You're not afraid of the erosion of the star field, so you don't need Saint crystals or pills to supplement your strength. Do you have any extra Saint crystals or pills on you? If you do, can you sell them and lend them to us? She wore an expectant look, as if she had found new hope, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai. The elder sister was also enlightened by her words, her expression suddenly becoming one of expectation. I don't have any Saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head. The two sisters frowned at the same time, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being a stingy man who didn't know how to please a beautiful woman. But I do have crystal stones and some pills, Yang Kai added. Crystal stones? Low-grade crystal stones? The elder sister looked startled. Crystal stones are fine. It's better than nothing. Then are you willing to lend us some? He Miao asked pitifully. It doesn't matter if I share some with you. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. In any case, he didn't need to use crystal stones in the star field, and he could constantly absorb energy from his surroundings to enhance his cultivation. Great! You're really a good person. He Miao cheered, her face filled with joy. But what can you give me? Yang Kai asked again. He Miao's joy stiffened on her face as the elder sister asked with some vigilance. What do you want? In the darkness, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two sisters as he pondered. He really didn't know what to ask these two sisters to make up for his losses. Forget it. The elder sister's face suddenly became gloomy and her attitude changed, coldly saying, Just pretend we didn't say anything. We'd rather hide here forever. Smelly man. He Miao also shouted, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely towards Yang Kai, her face filled with vigilance. Be careful or we sisters will join forces and beat you. They had obviously misunderstood Yang Kai, thinking he wanted to take advantage of their current situation. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled, taking out some crystal stones and pills from the demon mystic tome and placing them in front of them. Consider this alone. He didn't take out too many crystal stones and only took out spirit pills, not even saint pills, even though he had many. After all, he and these two women could only be considered to have met by chance and did not have much of a friendship. If he really took out too many holy pills or spirit stones, it might make them covet it and the two sisters would really join hands to deal with him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against them. Yang Kai's actions stunned the two sisters on the spot, not knowing why he had suddenly become so easy to talk to. The coldness on the elder sister's face showed some signs of melting as she said apologetically, If there is a chance, we will definitely return it 10 times over. Then I wish you good luck. Yang Kai smiled. I have to continue looking for a way out, so I won't disturb you any longer. Saying so, he turned around and walked out of the cave. Just as he was about to leave the cave, the elder sister's voice came from behind. We are from Sword Union. My name is He Zhao and my sister is He Miao. I'll remember. I hope we meet again, Yang Kai replied. After Yang Kai left, the two sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, glanced at each other and He Miao said, What a strange person. Not even telling us his name. Does he know any etiquette? At least he's not a bad person. He Zhao looked at the crystal stones and spirit pills in front of her with a faint gratefulness on her face. He really came from a very remote place. These crystal stones and spirit pills are of such poor quality that they can't provide much strength. He Miao pursed her lips and commented on the things Yang Kai left behind. Be content with these things. We can explore this place for at least another 1 or 2 months without worrying about exhausting our strength. Although our chances are slim, we can't give up. Master may already be looking for us. If she can bring some reinforcements here, we may not necessarily die here. Elder sister, I miss Master so much. I'll never come to this damned place again. If we hadn't been pursued by Purple Star this time, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation. let alone come so deep into the chaotic abyss. Will purple stars people chase after us? They definitely won't let us go. It's possible, after all, that thing is still in our hands. Damn it, I don't know how this information was leaked. There must be a mole in the Union, He Miao said decisively. Let's not worry about that for now. In the current situation, our survival is more important. The two sisters said as they carefully put away the crystal stones and spirit pills. These low-level materials, which they had never cared about before, had now become their last hope, so they didn't dare not cherish them. After recovering for a while inside the cave, the two sisters walked out of the cave and headed in a completely different direction from Kaiyang, looking for a small chance of survival and a way out. Chapter 986. Inside the star field, Yang Kai was still wandering about. He had been separated from the He Zhao and He Miao sisters for some time now, but he hadn't made any progress and hadn't been lucky enough to run into them again. On this day, just as he was looking around, 3 auras suddenly approached him from behind. These auras were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. As these auras spread out, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if his skin was being pricked by needles, causing him to pale slightly. It wasn't He Zhao or He Miao, because there were 3 people approaching him, and from their auras, Yang Kai could tell they were all third-order saints. Their auras made Yang Kai very unhappy, and he also felt a sense of danger. It was as if they weren't 3 people, but 3 bloodthirsty, vicious beasts. Should I avoid them or wait? These 2 contradictory thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but he immediately stopped and waited quietly. These 3 people had obviously discovered him, otherwise they wouldn't have rushed straight towards him. If he tried to avoid them at this time, it would only arouse their desire to chase after him. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his star shuttle would be able to shake them off with its speed. The most important thing was that he had finally encountered a second group of people, so perhaps there was a chance he could find a way out. If he could obtain a copy of their star fragments, that would be even better. He Zhao had said that as long as he obtained a copy of their star fragment, there would be a chance to leave this chaotic abyss. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. With 3 third-order saints, Yang Kai estimated that even if they really fought with his current strength, if he went all out, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. As such, he had nothing to fear. 3 blue lights flew through the star field, dragging long streaks of light behind them as they approached Yang Kai. A moment later, the blue lights stopped in front of Yang Kai and 3 figures appeared. Each of these 3 people had their own star shuttle, unlike He Zhao and He Miao, who shared a single star shuttle. It was obvious that these 3 had strong financial resources. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was extremely burly and had a dignified demeanor. The other man was thin and had a cynical smile on his face. He was playing with a silver dagger in his hand. From time to time, a cold light bloomed in his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai with ill intentions. As for the woman, she had an enchanting figure and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes. She looked up and down at Yang Kai with great interest, and after a while, a look of interest appeared on her face. As soon as they appeared, Yang Kai knew that his worries had come true. Not everyone was as easy to talk to as He Zhao and He Miao. These 3 people didn't look like good people at first glance. If things didn't go well, they might really cause some trouble later. Kid, where did you come from? The burly man coldly stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. There was a majesty that couldn't be ignored, as if he didn't care about Yang Kai at all and could control his life and death at will. I came from a low-level world. Yang Kai carefully chose his words and said cautiously, I've been lost here for a long time and haven't been able to find a way out. If it's convenient, can you lend me your star shuttle so I can make a copy of it? This was what He Zhao had said to him before. Although he didn't know how to make a copy of a star shuttle, as long as he could obtain the other party's star shuttle, he should be able to figure it out. Make a copy of a star? The man sneered, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a playful look on his face. Sure, but you have to answer one of my questions honestly. What? Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy because he didn't think the other party would be as easy to talk to as they seemed. When the man agreed, the other thin man stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger in his hand, looking like he was about to start a slaughter. Yang Kai estimated that as soon as he finished answering the question, the thin man would immediately make his move. The other party had no intention of letting him make a copy of a star shuttle. You said you've been lost here for a long time? Then, have you seen the two girls? They should be wearing white clothes with a sword-shaped symbol embroidered on their chests. Yang Kai frowned, suddenly understanding that this man was asking about He Zhao and He Miao. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind as he recalled that when he first met the two sisters, He Miao had once said something unexpected, that they seemed to be being chased by some people. Was it these three people in front of him who were chasing them? Yang Kai's contemplation revealed some flaws, and the burly man's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and shouted, "You've seen them, haven't you? Why are you looking for them?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead asked, "Boy, this isn't something you should inquire about. Just answer the question and you'll benefit from it. Of course, if you don't want to answer, I don't mind making you cooperate." The thin man smiled wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai like a poisonous snake. At this point, there was no point in denying it, so Yang Kai simply nodded. "Yes, I've seen them. When did you see them and where are they now?" The burly man anxiously asked, as if He Zhao and He Miao were very important to them. "I don't know the exact time, but about a month ago, they landed on a meteorite and I asked them for directions," Yang Kai said honestly. "A month ago? What kind of meteorite was it? Where was it?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I can't remember." "Incompetent." The burly man shouted angrily, clearly a little flustered and exasperated. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. "Lu Shan, why are you angry with him?" The enchanting woman giggled, and she was extremely flirtatious as she twisted her plump buttocks, causing circles of soul-stealing ripples to sway out. "He's just a little fellow that's lost here. What would he know? However, at the very least, we can be certain that those two little sluts are here." Saying so, she turned a gentle look towards Yang Kai and said softly, "Little boy, don't be afraid. Elder sister wants to ask you, are those two also lost?" This voice was like an invisible hand that reached into Yang Kai's heart, plucking at his heartstrings, causing his blood to boil and a primal feeling to surge from the depths of his heart. A seductive technique. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help shivering, but he still put on a look of seduction and said, "Yes, they are indeed lost. I heard them say that the star in their star shuttle was damaged." Yang Kai's performance made the beautiful woman quite satisfied, and she shot a triumphant glance towards the burly man named Lu Shan. But the burly man seemed to despise the beautiful woman's methods, and his gaze towards Yang Kai became more and more unfriendly, thinking that this little brat was a pervert who couldn't resist the temptation of her beauty. "Haha, it's good that they're lost." The thin man laughed. "Kill him, since he doesn't know the whereabouts of those two little sluts. There's no point in keeping him alive." Lu Shan waved his hand impatiently. A cold aura suddenly erupted from the thin man's body, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. "What's the hurry?" The beautiful woman quickly tried to stop him. "What do you want him for? Don't forget we still have a mission to complete. As long as we complete this mission, you can have as many men as you want," Lu Shan said calmly. "Then what if I want you?" The beautiful woman winked at Lu Shan. "Forget it. I don't want to have anything to do with you. I want to live a few more years." Lu Shan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest bit of interest. "Then don't kill him. A Saint Realm boy isn't something you can casually obtain. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to just kill him?" The beautiful woman's face hardened. "Besides, we've already obtained some important information. Shouldn't we hurry back and report it? Do you still want to continue exploring? In this vast star territory, how could it be easy to find two people?" Lu Shan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "Forget it. We'll do as you wish. We really should go back and report this." He seemed unwilling to annoy the beautiful woman and finally compromised. "Young man, come to elder sister.
Elder sister will protect you. With me here, no one will hurt you. The beautiful woman enthusiastically beckoned to Yang Kai. Thank you. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can cooperate with you. In fact, I have some grudges with those two sluts. Oh, what kind of grudges? The beautiful woman looked at him curiously. Even Lu Shan and the thin man were puzzled. They ran out of Saint crystals and pills, so they took them all from me, Yang Kai said angrily. The beautiful woman couldn't help covering her mouth. Lu Shan and the thin man also quickly swept Yang Kai with their divine senses and found that he really didn't have any space artifact on him. So they immediately believed him. They all knew what kind of cultivation he Zhao and he Miao had, so Yang Kai, a first-order saint, naturally wasn't their opponent. As such, Yang Kai's story didn't seem to have any flaws. When we find them, they'll be at your disposal. The beautiful woman held onto Yang Kai's arm and breathed into his ear. Her full breasts were squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's elbow, and her tender body constantly drew closer to Yang Kai's side. Burning hot. Really? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, a lecherous expression appearing on his face. Really? When the time comes, we'll torture them together. The beautiful woman nodded with a smile. I like doing this kind of thing the most. The thin man gloated from the side. Of course, the premise is that you have to survive until then. Boy, if I were you, I would choose to be killed now rather than go back with her. Lu Sha, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The beautiful woman glared at the thin man fiercely. Lu Sha shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Is it dangerous to go back with you? Yang Kai turned to look at the beautiful woman, a look of disdain on his face, as if he didn't know how to write the word death, even elbowing the other party's plump breasts as he spoke. At such a close distance, as long as he used his full strength, this beautiful woman would have no hope of surviving, but he didn't act rashly. He felt that although these three people weren't good people, at least following them should allow him to leave the chaotic abyss. This was what Yang Kai wanted the most right now, so he decided to bide his time. How could that be? The beautiful woman giggled. Not only will there be no danger, elder sister will also give you an unforgettable experience. Then I'll wait and see. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 987. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances these three had with the He Zhao and He Miao sisters, but from their conversation, he could infer that they were also quite wary of the hidden dangers of this chaotic abyss. So after obtaining some reliable information, they couldn't wait to return and report it to their superiors so they could leave this place. No matter where they returned to, as long as he followed them, Yang Kai felt that he could leave this restricted area in star territory that had troubled him for so long. After leaving this place, all he had to do was find a suitable opportunity to get rid of these three. Yang Kai's performance along the way was very cooperative and taciturn, causing the three of them to gradually relax their vigilance towards him. A first-order saint, the three of them really didn't care much about him. Their words inadvertently revealed some information, allowing Yang Kai to learn that they belonged to a force called Purple Star. The burly man was called Lu Shan, the thin man like a viper was called Lu Sha, and the beautiful woman was called Bai Ye. The star shuttles of these three were of a higher grade than those of Yang Kai's, allowing them to fly much faster through Starfield. Perceiving this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced, thinking that he had made the right choice not to immediately avoid them when he first detected their auras, because even if he had tried to avoid them at that time, he likely wouldn't have been able to escape their pursuit. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally couldn't help asking the beautiful woman, "Where are we going now?" "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough." Bai Ye giggled, not answering Yang Kai's question. Lu Sha glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Look, we're almost there." Bai Ye suddenly pointed to the front, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he almost exclaimed. Somewhere in the dark and cold star field, a giant beast-like figure was rapidly approaching. This figure was at least 1,000 meters long,
giving it a majestic appearance. Although its figure was large, its movements were silent and extremely fast. When they saw this huge figure, Lu Sha, and Baya couldn't help showing a relaxed look, as if they had just returned home. They had been on tenterhooks all this time in the chaotic abyss. A vicious beast? Yang Kai frowned and muttered, releasing his divine sense at the same time, but quickly discovered that this giant figure didn't have the slightest vitality and instead exuded energy fluctuations like an artifact. A vicious beast? Baya glanced at Yang Kai in surprise before she giggled. Yang, you're so cute. How could that be a vicious beast? That's my purple stars Saint's starships? Starship? S's? SS des Kuts. T's of the star of a star is S. Lu Shan looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then slowly shook his head and sneered disdainfully. Yang Kai's words immediately exposed that he really came from a low-level world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have never seen such a large artifact like a starship. When Yang Kai had answered him like this before, Lu Shan hadn't tried to get to the bottom of it because he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai alive. Now, Lu Shan was certain that this idiot really came from a low-level world. As the distance closed, Yang Kai finally saw what he had mistaken for a vicious beast. It was a bronze ship that was 1,000 feet long. It was somewhat similar to the tattered ship that was sealed under Mo Du, however. This ship was a little bigger than the one under Mo Du. Did the bone race arrive in Tongxian realm thousands of years ago on this kind of thing? Yang Kai was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. He suddenly realized that his plan was probably going to fail. He had thought that these three people would use their star shuttles to leave the chaotic abyss, so he had cooperated and waited for an opportunity to find a way out. But now, facing such a huge bronze ship, Yang Kai discovered just how small he was. If he really entered this bronze ship with them, he would definitely become a turtle in a jar. Inside, there would undoubtedly be a Saint King Realm Master. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape, Lu Shan suddenly took out a palm-sized compass-like artifact from his sleeve. This compass-like artifact flashed with a faint light as Yang Kai released his divine sense and penetrated it, seemingly beginning to communicate with someone. A moment later, Yang Kai put away this artifact again, and with a bang, the bottom of the bronze ship cracked open. Let's go! Lu Shan waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the crack, Lu Sha and Baya following closely behind. In a flash, the three of them took Yang Kai into the crack and arrived inside the ship. After the three of them set foot on the bronze ship, the crack closed automatically. Yang Kai was dazzled by this sight, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a prosperous city. However, the bitterness in his heart was unbearable because the moment he set foot on this ship, he felt extremely powerful life auras and life auras from all directions. Most of these auras belonged to Saint Realm Masters, and 2 or 3 of them were even stronger, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate uneasily, making him feel like he was powerless to resist. It was as if this aura alone was enough to destroy his will. Saint King Realm. There really was a Saint King Realm Master inside this bronze ship. Lu Shan, you've come back too late. A third-order Saint Realm Master walked over and shouted. We took a bit of a detour, but we did manage to obtain some information. Oh? The man frowned. What information? Those 2 little sluts really did come to the chaotic abyss, and their star shuttles were damaged in the previous battle, so they are now lost here. Where did you get this information from? How reliable is it? A light flashed across the man's eyes. This little brat told us that he encountered those 2 sisters and had all the crystal stones and pills on him snatched away, so I estimate those 2 sluts won't be able to last much longer. Lu Shan pointed to Yang Kai. Only then did the man notice the existence of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him before nodding indifferently. That's good. As long as they are still in the chaotic abyss, they won't be able to escape from our grasp. We need to report this news to Master quickly and see what he decides. I'm just about to go. Do you want to come with me? Lu Shan asked. Then let's go together. Saying so, the 2 walked side by side towards the depths of the ship. This lady won't be going. I'll take him back to rest first. Baya smiled lightly before grabbing Yang Kai's arm and walking in a different direction. Lu Shan frowned unhappily but didn't stop her, instead just reminding her, "Don't go too crazy. I know what I'm doing." Baya smiled tenderly. Following Baya all the way through the ship's hold, Yang Kai saw that she was very familiar with the interior structure of the ship. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators, none of whom had a cultivation below the transcendent realm, all of them Saint Realm. However, when these people saw Baya, they all avoided her in fear, as if they were avoiding a poisonous scorpion. Only after Baya had gone far away did they relax. When they looked at Yang Kai, who was being held by Baya, a look of sympathy appeared on each of their faces, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. He could almost predict what this beautiful woman was going to do with him, and from the looks of these cultivators, he could infer that if she really did something to him, his end would likely be very miserable. Cheap slut. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, constantly observing the route they had taken, deeply imprinting it in his mind in an attempt to find a way out. After a while, Baya brought Yang Kai to a certain room. Opening the door, Baya beckoned to Yang Kai. "Come in." Yang Kai walked in meekly and glanced around, quickly discovering that this should be Baya's residence. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance, not too strong, but just right. The room was decorated with pink hues, making it look very warm and comfortable, causing anyone who entered to feel a sense of warmth and relaxation, letting down their guard. Inside the room, there was a small incense burner. He didn't know what kind of incense it was, but when Kai Yang took a whiff of it, his body involuntarily had some subtle reactions. His blood began to flow faster, and deep within his heart, his instincts began to awaken. Yang Kai's clear eyes were covered with a faint layer of red light. There seemed to be a soft whisper in his ears, one that seemed to steal his soul, causing his breathing to become heavy. At some point, Baya had arrived in front of Yang Kai, her pair of peach blossom eyes glowing with a strange light, her jade-white hands stroking Yang Kai's chest, her face flushed red, making her look even more alluring. She looked at Kai Yang with satisfaction, her fiery hot tender body taking the initiative to press her full breasts against Kai Yang's sturdy chest. Her ruby-red eyes wriggled, and a burst of suppressed moans came from her throat. She gently pushed Yang Kai towards the bed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's breathing was heavy as he stared at her, like a virgin. Hee. Baya seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. That kind of expression that was filled with conflict was always one of her favorite things to see. She often destroyed the rationality of men, turning them into wild beasts, deriving great satisfaction from it. Baya approached Yang Kai step by step, forcing him to continuously retreat, her breath fragrant as she said, "This is elder sister's room. No one will come in. You can do whatever you want." Her breathing also became heavy, her tender body constantly twisting, the two protrusions on her chest becoming stiff as they rubbed against Yang Kai's chest, bringing about a burst of indescribable pleasure. At this moment, Baya seemed to have transformed into a dissatisfied woman. Kai Yang fell onto the fragrant bed, and she took the initiative to mount him. Without any trace of politeness, she began to undress Kai Yang. Kai Yang continuously swallowed his saliva, as if he had already fallen into her gentle embrace. Without any hesitation, he took the initiative to stretch out his two big hands and grab Feng Ting. Chapter 988. Baya's tender body suddenly tensed up, and she let out a soft moan before glaring at Yang Kai and whispering, "Be gentle, you're going to break me." "Slut." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement in the depths of his heart, especially when he saw the two peaks in his hands. Their amazing elasticity almost made him lose his ability to think, and the heat radiating from his palms was enough to destroy his psychological defenses. Baya seemed to be in a state of lust, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the flow of power in her body had become strange. Her entire temperament was also changing without a trace, making her look even more charming and delicious. Any man who was ridden by her would not be able to resist her temptation. This beautiful woman was like a ripe peach, her exposed skin glowing with a strange red light, as if no matter which part of her body it was possible to squeeze out a handful of water. Such a woman had a fatal attraction to all men. Yang Kai's eyes became red as his pupils dilated, unable to control his body and mind, his two big hands mechanically kneading her peaks. It was as if he had lost his mind. After quietly observing for a while, Bai Ye's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a smug look. She knew that the man beneath her had been completely conquered by her, and now she could do whatever she wanted to him. She had captured countless men, and as she entangled herself with them, she could absorb all of their blood essence and use it to enhance her own strength. The men she had played with would often become dried corpses and be discarded at will. Although she had played with many men, a Saint Realm cultivator was still very difficult to obtain. After cultivating to such a degree, they generally wouldn't just sit still and allow her to do as she pleased. As such, she was very fond of people like Yang Kai, especially this young man with a strong and handsome physique, which was more to her liking. After confirming that Yang Kai had fallen, Bai Ye grinned and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth, where saliva seemed to be leaking out. She unbuttoned her clothes, exposing her snow-white jade-like breasts to the air. Her jade-like hands reached out and grasped Yang Kai's erection. With a soft sigh, Bai Ye's beautiful eyes rippled as she muttered to herself, "Quite the capital." She was secretly delighted. She slightly raised her body and prepared to sit down. A strand of sparkling and translucent viscous liquid flowed out from between her legs and slid down her slender legs. Right at this moment, her movements paused, and her eyebrows knitted into a line. A trace of anger and dissatisfaction surged out of her pretty face as she turned her head to look outside the room. The moment she shifted her gaze, Yang Kai's already relaxed pupils contracted slightly, and the power that he had secretly gathered quietly dispersed. A series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the door. Immediately, the door was pushed open and Lu Shan and Lu Sha appeared at the door. The two of them just stared at Bai Ye and Yang Kai, who were still in an ambiguous position on the bed, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding them. Lu Sha even whistled frivolously, his eyes constantly roaming over Bai Ye's body. "It's time to go," Lu Shan said lightly. "Really?" Bai Ye's expression became bitter. "Didn't we just come back? This is Master's order. If you have any complaints, just go to him," Lu Shan replied indifferently. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Saying so, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't pay any attention to Bai Ye, as if her perfect and seductive body was not attractive to him at all. Bai Ye stared down at Yang Kai, who was lying below her and had already lost all strength to resist, clenching her teeth, feeling a little reluctant and annoyed. After a moment, she turned her head and glared at Lu Sha. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Lu Sha grinned and shouted, "Why didn't you say that to Lu Shan?" He also saw it. He didn't get aroused. "But you did. You cheap man, get out." Bai Ye waved her hand and the door was closed. Outside the door, Lu Sha pinched his nose and muttered discontentedly, "It's not like I haven't seen it before, really making a big fuss out of nothing." Saying so, he laughed loudly. But being interrupted at such a critical moment, anyone would be angry. "Lu Shan, you did a good job." "I was just following Master's orders," Lu Shan coldly snorted. Inside the room, Bai Ye gritted her teeth and cursed as she put on the clothes she had just taken off, a moment later storming out of the room. The sound of the three people's footsteps gradually faded away. After confirming that they had gone far enough, Yang Kai's face sank and he sat up on the bed. If Lu Shan had come just a little later, he would have killed her already. Bai Ye thought he had completely fallen and was completely defenseless. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was sure he could kill Bai Ye with a single blow. As for what he would do after killing her, Yang Kai didn't know. He only knew that he absolutely couldn't have any physical contact with this slutty woman. The aura she exuded when she was aroused was too dangerous. It was an aura that would devour him alive. The Star Territory was really full of surprises, But at the same time, it was also accompanied by greater dangers. Neatly putting on his clothes, Yang Kai sat on the bed and began to think. Now that Bai Ye was gone and no one was here to care about him, Yang Kai was considering whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to escape from this ship. However, how to open the exit of this ship's artifact was something Yang Kai didn't know yet, so if he acted rashly, the gains wouldn't be worth the losses. Just as he was contemplating, the door to his room opened again. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man who was staring at Yang Kai with a strange look. This man was a second-order saint, which wasn't very high on this ship, so Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. "Boy, your luck is quite good," the middle-aged man suddenly said. "I don't know what you're talking about." Yang Kai pretended to be confused. "If you don't know, then forget it. Come out." The man beckoned to him. Yang Kai frowned but didn't refuse, standing up and walking out of the room. The middle-aged man didn't say a word and began leading him through the cabin. "Where are you taking me?" Yang Kai couldn't help asking. "Wherever I'm taking you. What nonsense are you spouting?" The middle-aged man frowned unhappily and coldly snorted. "It stands to reason that an inexplicable guest like you should be killed directly." A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. "However, Master Bai Ye wasn't willing to kill you like this, so she ordered me to arrange a good place for you. When she returns next time, she will come to find you," the middle-aged man explained casually. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that there was no danger for the time being. As long as Bai Ye still wanted something to happen between them, she wouldn't let anyone kill him. Following behind the middle-aged man, they walked for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before they arrived at a huge secret chamber. As soon as they entered, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich energy wash over him. Inside this secret chamber, this energy seemed to be so rich that it was almost tangible. Here at the bottom of the ship, Yang Kai glanced around, his heart filled with shock. He didn't know what the secret chamber was used for, but a series of flashing spirit arrays were scattered throughout every corner of the room, converging together to form a shocking spirit array. These spirit arrays also led deep into the ship's depths. Rows of top-grade crystal stones were arranged in a regular pattern in this secret chamber. Each of these top-grade crystal stones was the size of a wash basin and contained a rich amount of energy. This energy flowed along the lines of the spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't know where it was sent. Inside this secret chamber, there was also a grid of independent compartments, each of which had a cultivator sitting cross-legged, their strength varying from high to low. Most of them were Transcendent Realm cultivators, but there were also a few Saint Realm cultivators. The hands and feet of these cultivators were shackled by shackles that extended from the bottom of the secret chamber, making it so they could only move within a small area, unable to leave. These shackles also exuded a strange aura, faintly giving off a restraining effect. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized the situation was not good, because he found that each of these shackled cultivators was extremely weak, their faces sallow, the strength in their bodies silently draining away, all of them showing signs of overdraft. The situation was more serious, their auras fluctuating and their cultivations seemingly slipping. "What is this place?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "The starship's power room," the middle-aged man replied casually. "What you need to do is very simple. Just sit there like them. You don't need to worry about anything else." Before Yang Kai could ask any more questions, the middle-aged man shouted to the side, "Komeng, I've brought you a newcomer." A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him, showing a satisfied look as he grinned and asked, "His cultivation isn't bad. Where did you find him?" The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders. "Master Bai Ye and the others brought him back." "Master Bai Ye?" The man named Komeng frowned for a moment before showing a meaningful smile. She was willing to send this person to the power room? Master Bai Ye went out to perform a task again, so there's no one to watch over him for the time being, so she wanted to put him in the power room. "You take care of him carefully, don't let him die." Komeng grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of bestial fangs. "I can't guarantee that. Just now an unlucky guy died. You know the situation here, I don't have the final say." The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly understanding Kumeng's difficulties. Nodding, "Anyway, try your best. When Master Baya comes back next time, if he really dies, it will only anger her." Kumeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a deep sense of dread, as if he was also afraid of this beautiful woman. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll distribute more Saint Crystals to him and try not to weaken him." "Good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, staring deeply at Yang Kai before turning to leave. Chapter 989. The middle-aged man who led Yang Kai here had a brief conversation with the cultivator named Kumeng before leaving directly. While they were talking, Yang Kai didn't say a word and just silently observed his surroundings, a performance that made Kumeng very satisfied. "Boy, come with me." Kumeng beckoned to Yang Kai and led him around this huge secret room. A short time later, they arrived in front of a separate grid. There was originally a cultivator here who had his hands and feet bound in shackles and could only sit cross-legged on the ground. But at this moment, he was already dead, his vitality gone. Before his death, he seemed to have suffered great pain. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and the meridians around his neck were bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. He must have suffered unimaginable torture before his death. His entire body was so thin that he was nothing more than skin and bones. His skin so pale that there was no trace of blood. "Come here. Throw this body out," Kumeng shouted to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, untied the body from the shackles, picked it up, and quickly disappeared. Kumeng grinned meaningfully and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, be obedient and I won't make you suffer. After all, you are someone Master Baya wants, and I don't want to make her unhappy, so you should cooperate. It will be good for both of us." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kumeng laughed and said, "Good, good, you can sit here." He pointed to the spot where the dead man had just sat. Yang Kai sat down obediently and let him tie the shackles to his hands and feet. This place, which they called the Starship's Power Room, was hiding many Saint Realm Masters. Yang Kai could even feel the aura of a Saint King from this hidden place. As such, he didn't dare act rashly. After the shackles were placed on his body, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed, because he found that the shackles were releasing a terrifying attractive force that was madly absorbing the Saint Chi in his body. The Saint Chi in his body flowed into the starship through the shackles and merged with the huge Saint Crystals to power the starship's movements. Yang Kai finally understood why so many cultivators were bound here. He also understood why the cultivator who was bound here were all dispirited and weak. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to maintain their strength for too long. Those who were strong could maintain their strength for a longer period of time, but if they weren't strong enough, it wouldn't take long for them to die miserably on the spot because of this unrestrained extraction. The cultivator who had been sitting here before had probably died in this way. "Don't be afraid." Kumeng squatted in front of Yang Kai and comforted him. "The starship's power is basically provided by the Saint Crystals here." As he spoke, he pointed to the huge, neatly arranged Saint Crystals nearby. "You people are only here to assist, so there's nothing to worry about. And these are for you, don't think too much about it, just focus on absorbing it." The ring on his hand flashed and a dozen fist-sized Saint Crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai. These Saint Crystals contained extremely rich energy, and although they couldn't be compared to the ones arranged nearby, they were still quite good. "What do I do when I run out?" Yang Kai picked up a piece of Saint Crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and asked, "Call me when you're done. I'll give you more. You're one of Master Baya's people, so naturally I won't be stingy with you." Kumeng smiled meaningfully. If that bitch Baya came back and found this little brat unable to enjoy himself, he would definitely be punished. "Good." Yang Kai didn't say anything more, directly closing his eyes and beginning to circulate his secret art to absorb the Saint Crystal's power to supplement his own losses. Kumeng straightened up, nodded with satisfaction, and continued to hide in the dark, busying himself with his own affairs. After he left, Yang Kai opened his eyes and secretly glanced around. There were at least 50 to 60 cultivators imprisoned in this power room, and all of these cultivators were very weak, some of them gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of dying at any moment. While Yang Kai was secretly observing, he suddenly discovered that in the darkness, pairs of eyes were staring at him from all directions, like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow, all of them showing a look of greed. These eyes belonged to the imprisoned cultivator, but they weren't interested in Yang Kai, but in the dozen or so Saint crystals left behind by Kumeng. The shackles that bound them were constantly draining the power from their bodies, so the only way to replenish their strength was to absorb Saint crystals. They wouldn't be treated so well by Kumeng and be given such a large amount of wealth. In this situation, Saint crystals meant life. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly understood why they were reacting like this. Unobtrusively, Yang Kai placed the dozen or so Saint crystals between his legs, obscuring these greedy eyes. Closing his eyes and feeling the speed at which the shackles were draining his strength, Yang Kai's heart gradually calmed down. Yang Kai found that the rate at which the shackles were draining his strength wasn't very fast, and he could use Saint crystals to supplement it. In other words, not only would he not face any life-threatening danger while sitting here, he could even use Saint crystals to improve his cultivation. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt that things weren't so simple. After all, there were so many people here who were extremely miserable. Learning from the mistakes of others, Yang Kai felt that it was best to be careful. Friend, friend. Suddenly, a soft voice called out in his ear. At first, Yang Kai didn't care, but the voice kept ringing, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Although there wasn't enough light, Yang Kai could still see to his right that a square-faced young man was smiling at him in a friendly manner. There was even a hint of flattery in this smile. Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he guessed what this young man wanted to do, asking indifferently, "Are you calling me?" "Yes." The young man nodded quickly, revealing his white teeth in the darkness. "My name is Shintu. How should I address you, friend? What does that have to do with you?" The young man still smiled cheekily, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's indifference, saying in a familiar tone, "We're all in the same boat, so why be friends? There's no need to be so vigilant, right? I don't like to make friends with strangers." Yang Kai shook his head. "Don't say that." Shuntu's brow twitched, a wretched expression appearing on his face. As the saying goes, the first time we're strangers, the second time we're friends, and the third time we're not strangers. Yang Kai decisively closed his eyes and ignored this young man. Shintu's expression became bitter as he grumbled, Hey, don't ignore me. It's boring to just sit here. Chatting with each other is a good way to relieve boredom. Don't worry, I don't have any ideas about your Saint crystals. This stupid shackle can't do anything to me. Even if I let it whip me for 100 years, it still won't kill me. I really don't have any ideas about your Saint crystals. Just look at my complexion. Feel my life force fluctuations. I'm completely different from those people who are about to die. Shintu chattered endlessly. Yang Kai ignored him, so he continued to nag endlessly, as if he wouldn't give up until Yang Kai spoke. Right. I just heard that man say you were captured by a woman named Baya? TSK, brother, you're really lucky. Out of all the people who caught you, you just had to be caught by that cheap bitch. I advise you, if she wants to do anything to you, don't agree. Her name has already spread throughout the entire Star Territory. Anyone who goes to bed with her won't have a good end. You'll only end up being sucked dry by her. That's the most tragic way to die. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. He tried to attract Yang Kai's attention with a topic of interest, awakening his sense of crisis. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Brother, haven't you heard my name? Since we're friends, when we get out of here, I guarantee you there will be benefits for you. I can let you enjoy glory and wealth. No need to worry about food and clothing, Saint crystals, artifacts, beauties, whatever you want. Yang Kai's eyes, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened and a ray of light blossomed in the darkness. Shintu gawked for a moment before immediately grinning. He thought he had finally found something Yang Kai was interested in, but just as he was about to continue, something suddenly flew towards him. Shintu's eyes flashed and he quickly caught this thing in his hand, but after realizing what it was, his face filled with joy as he turned to Yang Kai gratefully. "Brother, thank you. You're really easy to talk to." He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually give him a piece of Saint Crystal without even saying anything. This was the purpose of his showing goodwill to Yang Kai. Although Kameng would distribute some Saint Crystals to the cultivator imprisoned here every day in order to maintain their strength and vitality, the amount of Saint Crystals he distributed simply couldn't cover the cost. Shintu hadn't been captured here for too long, and his strength wasn't low, so he was barely able to maintain his vitality. But if he continued like this, he couldn't guarantee how long he would be able to hold on. Today, Yang Kai had obtained more than a dozen pieces of Saint Crystal, and Kameng had even generously offered to ask him for more once they were used up. When Shintu, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, heard these words, he naturally became interested. In the past, Shintu had never cared about wealth and glory, but now, he had never thought that a trivial piece of low-rank Saint Crystal could make him so happy. This piece of low-rank Saint Crystal was even more tempting to him than the best woman he could find. "Brother, can you give me another piece? In any case, you have so many, you won't be able to use them all up for the time being." Shintu shamelessly begged, somewhat unsatisfied. Yang Kai simply grinned at him strangely. Shintu didn't know what he meant, but just as he was about to lose his composure, he suddenly heard Yang Kai shout. Kumeng quickly appeared and hurried over to Yang Kai, saying with some displeasure, "What are you doing? Little brat, did you forget what I just said to you? I'm telling you to behave yourself." "He stole a piece of my Saint Crystal when I wasn't paying attention." Yang Kai pointed to Shintu next to him. Kumeng followed his finger and saw Shintu gripping the piece of low-rank Saint Crystal tightly, holding it in his arms like a precious treasure, refusing to let go. The smile on Shintu's face suddenly stiffened and he was dumbstruck. Chapter 990. Inside the starship's power room, the young man who claimed to be Shintu was dumbfounded, seemingly having never expected that Yang Kai would actually frame him. Opening his mouth, Shintu wanted to defend himself, but when he saw the Saint Crystal in his hand, he knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. The current situation was like yellow mud falling on one's crotch. Even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. So he ignored the sharp glare Kameng shot him, nor did he care about Yang Kai's despicable actions, closing his eyes decisively, holding the Saint Crystal with both hands, madly circulating his secret art and beginning to absorb its energy. He was like a poor beggar who wanted to eat his fill before dying. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be dumbfounded. "Little brat, daring to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, your courage isn't small." Kameng grinned as he rushed over to Shintu and began punching and kicking him. His blows were extremely heavy, causing a series of loud bangs to ring out, seemingly not caring about Shintu's life or death. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that the places he attacked were all avoiding Shintu's vital points, only causing Shintu severe pain and not the slightest fatal danger. He also didn't want to kill any of the cultivators who provided power to the starship here. Kameng grinned as he beat Shintu, cursing him harshly as he did so. Shintu didn't say a word and simply let Kameng do as he pleased. His square face was distorted from the pain, but he still continued to absorb the energy from the Saint Crystal, as if he wouldn't give up until he had finished absorbing its energy. Yang Kai's expression became playful as his impression of Shintu underwent some subtle changes. Although this guy's performance just now was disgusting to Yang Kai, it was undeniable that he had an extremely strong backbone and was extremely patient. After a while, Kameng stopped attacking, scolded Shintu for a while, then turned around and left. He didn't take the Saint Crystal in Shintu's hand, seemingly tacitly agreeing that it belonged to him. However, the price Shintu had to pay for this wasn't small either. He had been beaten black and blue by Kameng, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. staring at Kumeng's back as he disappeared into the darkness. Shuntu wiped the corner of his mouth as a cold light flashed across his eyes. He glanced over at Yang Kai again and sneered softly. The Saint Crystal in his hand had also lost a lot of its energy due to his unrestrained absorption just now, its luster. After being absorbed for a while, it turned to dust and fell from his palm. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Just how much energy was contained in this Saint Crystal. As long as one was a cultivator, they would know. Shuntu being able to absorb all of it in such a short period of time proved that the secret art he cultivated was not simple. Yang Kai's hand this time he didn't take this. Shuntu didn't take it this time and instead just stared at Yang Kai coldly, wearing a wounded and vigilant look as he sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? Why would I fall for the same trick twice?" Yang S. He to be in Yang B. Shuntu stared at him for a while but eventually felt it was pointless, so he didn't waste any more energy, nor did he care about the Saint Crystal thrown to him. Time passed slowly. The next day, Kumeng distributed 2 pieces of Saint Crystal to each of the bound cultivator, Yang Kai being no exception. After Shuntu received the 2 pieces of Saint Crystal, he immediately began to absorb them. After a day of consumption, he had already exhausted the strength in his body and was in desperate need of replenishment. After a short while, the 2 pieces were consumed. "What do you want?" Shuntu looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years shy of ropes, Shuntu didn't trust Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. "An ally," Yang Kai whispered. "An ally?" Shuntu's eyes narrowed as he glanced around for a while, making sure no one was paying attention before saying meaningfully, "You have a lot of ideas. You don't have any ideas?" Shuntu was stumped for words and remained silent. "Before, I framed you because you were too noisy. I didn't want to have anything to do with such a talkative person. But right now, you're the only one with any vitality around me, so I have no other choice." "Then I'm really honored," Shuntu grinned meaningfully. "But having an idea doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Take one step at a time, you can't just sit back and wait for death." Shuntu's eyes lit up as he grinned, silently and mysteriously, staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. The smile on his face disappeared, and he once again became frivolous as he sniffled and said, "If you can give me a piece of Saint Crystal every day from now on, our previous grievances can be written off." "Good." Yang Kai nodded generously. Shuntu grinned meaningfully. "I suddenly find you quite pleasing to the eye." Saying so, he quietly stuffed the Saint Crystal he had just obtained into his sleeve, preparing to use it tomorrow. With his cultivation, he generally only needed 3 pieces of Saint Crystal every day to maintain his strength. But Kumeng had only given him 2 in order to prevent him from having enough energy to consider other matters. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Shuntu's Yang Kai." The 2 exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Baya had gone out on a mission and no one knew when she would return, but Yang Kai estimated that once she returned, his bad luck would follow, so he had to make some preparations before she returned. However, in the power room, basically everyone was extremely weak. As Yang Kai had said, besides Shuntu, who still had some vitality, everyone else was basically a walking corpse that didn't even have the strength to talk to him. He couldn't get the information he wanted from these people at all. Regardless of what kind of person Shuntu was, whether he could achieve great things or not, he was the most suitable candidate right now. "How much do you know about this big ship?" Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense and communicated with Shuntu's day. "How much do you know?" Shuntu asked back. "I only know that there are Saint King Realm Masters guarding this place and that it belongs to a force called Purple Star. I don't know much else." "Then I know more than you," Shuntu chuckled. Shuntu grinned meaningfully. They didn't hesitate to use a Saint King grade high-rank starship to come to this dangerous chaotic abyss for 2 women. Those 2 women seem to have something they want. "I've seen those 2 women." Yang Kai interrupted him. "You've seen them?" Shuntu's eyes lit up. One is a 2nd-order saint and the other is a 3rd-order saint, both from Sword Union. What could they possibly have that would make Purple Star go to such great lengths? I don't know. Shin-Tu also wore a puzzled look. I just accidentally ran into them outside the chaotic abyss and was captured by them as a laborer. Once I get out, I'll destroy Purple Star sooner or later. Yang Kai gave him a surprised look. That's my lifelong ambition. Shin-Tu added. What about the others here? They should all be hostile forces to Purple Star. After they were captured, they were placed in the power room and worked until they died. Every great force is like this, so it's best not to be captured easily, otherwise the end result will be very tragic. These people aren't so bad. Some of them will be assigned to extremely dangerous places to mine, collect herbs. That kind of life or death situation is even more pitiful than the people here. Shin-Tu's expression was filled with regret, seemingly having experienced such a thing before, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. After speaking for a while, Shin-Tu turned to look at Yang Kai sympathetically. But the most tragic one is you. You actually caught the eye of that woman named Baya. Ha ha ha. Shin-Tu laughed gloatingly, leaving Yang Kai speechless. The power room was at the bottom of the entire starship and was responsible for controlling the direction and speed of the starship, so from here one could see the situation outside. There were transparent and strong windows made of unknown materials all around, and through these windows one could see the situation in all directions. What do you think of these stars? Shin-Tu asked. The world energy they contain is beyond imagination, Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. As early as when he was lost in the chaotic abyss, he had been shocked by the energy contained in these stars. And, looking at the entire Hung Luo star field, there is no cultivation star that can compare to any of the stars here. All the great forces in star territory want to develop these stars in the chaotic abyss. Whether it is the blazing hot stars or the bone-chilling cold stars, they are all very suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Anyone who cultivates there can obtain unimaginable benefits. But I heard that this place is very dangerous, a forbidden area in the entire star territory. The territory of these stars is extremely chaotic. And it is precisely because the energy contained in these stars is so huge that they can produce these chaotic territory, causing people to lose their sense of direction. It is also for this reason that the chaotic abyss has always been a forbidden area in the star field. No one wants to develop it, let alone cultivate on these stars. Then this starship? You don't need to worry. Any starship carrying a star is of the highest grade and is equipped with a chart master who is proficient in drawing star maps. So starships won't lose their sense of direction here. This is also why they dared to enter this place. Star shuttles are different though. Once affected by the chaotic territory, the star inside a star shuttle can easily be damaged. So no one dares to use a star shuttle here alone. If that's the case, this place can't be called a forbidden area in star territory, right? Are there any other dangers? Suddenly, Kai Yang realized some of the problems. There is indeed. Shin-Tu nodded solemnly, his expression dignified. But what kind of dangers there are? No one can say for sure because no one who enters here has ever returned alive. Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his thoughts turned sharply, suddenly muttering, if that's the case, what those two sisters have is something Purple Star desperately wants. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a big risk to come here. Shin-Tu was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, he nodded in agreement. I really hadn't noticed that, but what could make Purple Star not hesitate to send a Saint King-grade high-rank starship into the chaotic abyss? Thinking hard, Shin-Tu came up with nothing. At that moment, from the corner of the power room, a shout suddenly rang out. Baya, Master and the others are back. Yang Kai and Shin-Tu glanced at each other before turning their heads to look out of the cabin. If I were Sword Union, after finding those two sisters, I would have immediately left the chaotic abyss instead of chasing after Purple Star's starship, Yang Kai said leisurely. Chapter 992. Shintu glanced over at Yang Kai, pondered for a moment, and nodded. What you said makes sense. Those two sisters must have something extraordinary. As long as we can find them, Sword Union won't need to fight Purple Star here. I find that your way of thinking is somewhat different from ordinary people. Since Lu Shan and the others returned, Yang Kai had been able to infer the truth from various clues, but this was something he couldn't do. He truly admired Yang Kai. Shintu, we were placed in the power room mainly to provide power for the starship's operations, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked a random question. And what's wrong? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Yang Kai stared at him deeply. Shintu's expression changed as his mouth twitched. Don't scare me, what do you feel? Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't answer. The two of them suddenly fell silent as they quietly observed their surroundings, investigating the movements of the cultivator named Kameng while secretly remaining vigilant. After about a stick of incense worth of time, the compass-shaped artifact in Kameng's hand suddenly flashed, and he quickly poured his divine sense into it to communicate with someone. A moment later, Kameng put away his artifact and shouted with a dignified expression. Speed up, chase after Sword Union starship, don't let them escape. As soon as this order came out, both Yang Kai and Shintu paled. You're right. I'm also feeling very bad right now. Shintu's expression was extremely ugly as he cursed angrily. You damned mouth. The next moment, a humming sound came from inside the huge St. King-grade starship, and its speed suddenly increased, quickly chasing after a certain direction in Star Field. At the same time, the shackles binding Yang Kai and Shintu released an even greater suction force than before, madly absorbing the strength in their bodies. This suction force was twice as strong as before, and in an instant the energy in their bodies was drained twice as fast. Shintu couldn't help groaning as his body trembled. Even Yang Kai felt pain all over his body. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his secret art, he was unable to resist the loss of his strength. The cultivator bound to the power room was normally only used to provide the starship with auxiliary power. The main source of energy was still the Saint crystals, but once this huge artifact moved, the amount of energy it required would also increase. At that time, disaster would befall people like Shintu and Yang Kai. The energy in their bodies would be extracted even more violently. Kamen shuttled through the power room, issuing orders with a ferocious expression. It seemed that, because of the unrestrained and crazy absorption of the shackles, the cultivator who was restrained in the power room was already in a bad situation. Not long after the starship accelerated, a burst of mournful howls rang out from all directions. Occasionally, one or two people would foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, dead. They really couldn't bear such torture any longer. With their strength drained away, they couldn't bear it any longer. Shintu was secretly shocked, a bitter look appearing on his face. He knew that, in his current situation, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If the strength in his body was really drained, even if he didn't die, his cultivation would inevitably fall. Cursing in his heart, Shintu was powerless to change his fate. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, Shintu couldn't help feeling lost. He was shocked to find that although Yang Kai's expression was pained and his strength was constantly draining away, the energy fluctuations in his body didn't show any signs of weakening. It was as if his Saint Chi was constantly being replenished. This puzzled Shintu, not understanding why Yang Kai was acting so strangely. Master, 5 people have died. A cultivator suddenly came to Kameng's side and reported. Kameng froze for a moment before seeming to remember something, glancing coldly at the shackled cultivator on the ground and snorting. A bunch of wastes? Give them some Saint crystals. Yes. The cultivator responded, quickly walking over to the people who were still alive and dropping 3 pieces of Saint crystal in front of each of them. Pairs of dull gray eyes suddenly lit up as all of them picked up the Saint crystals in front of them and began to absorb their energy to supplement their own consumption. Shintu did the same. His secret art was somewhat different, so in less than half a cup of tea's time, he had absorbed all the energy in the 3 pieces of Saint crystal, licking his lips as if he hadn't had enough. However, with this replenishment, his complexion finally improved a lot. The Saint King grade high-rank starship continued to advance through the star field at an unimaginable speed, not something an artifact like a star shuttle could compare with. Sitting in the power room, Yang Kai watched as one asteroid after another flew past the transparent window like a meteor shower. The starship itself was extremely sturdy and was able to rampage through the starry sky like a hot knife through butter. Some of the smaller asteroids were smashed to pieces by it, but the starship itself was completely unaffected. About half a day later, Kumeng's face suddenly showed a ruddy glow as he shouted, "Sword Union dogs, I've finally caught up to you. Let's see where you're going to run now." Hearing him shout like this, Shin Tu and Yang Kai both turned their eyes towards the window. In front of them, a giant starship that was basically the same size as the one they were in was sailing through the star field. On the hull of this starship was a huge sword-shaped mark. This mark was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen on the clothes of He Zhao and He Miao. Sure enough, it was Sword Union's starship. "Ha ha ha ha. I'll let you taste the power of my purple starship." Kumeng seemed to have become a completely different person, his expression ferocious and a bloodthirsty and violent aura flowing from his bones as he quickly issued orders. With a loud bang, the hull of the starship shook violently and a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from a certain part of the starship. This beam of light was extremely thick, like the fangs of a snake, and instantly broke through the shackles of space, pierced through the star field's blockade, and blasted towards the Sword Union starship. All the asteroids blocking its path were instantly reduced to dust and purified. Yang Kai saw this beam of light and his face instantly went pale. Even though he was sitting in the power room, he could still feel the destructive power contained in the divine light. He had no doubt that this beam of light could flatten a mountain peak or evaporate a huge lake. That was truly the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Kumeng's expression became serious as he poured his divine sense into it, communicating with it for a while before grinning and waving his hand. "Open the hatch. Today we'll show these fools from Sword Union our strength." Yes. The next moment, the hatch of the starship opened and a number of figures belonging to Purple Star's cultivators appeared, flying towards Sword Union on their various artifacts. Chapter 993. The artifacts used by the Purple Star cultivators included star shuttles, war chariots, and flying carriages, all of which were suitable for fighting in the star field, dazzling everyone who saw them. On the Sword Union side, a large number of people suddenly appeared outside the starship and fearlessly rushed over. When the two sides met, a great battle broke out instantly. Inside the star field, halos of light spread out as magnificent and powerful martial skills erupted, and the brilliance of artifacts shone brightly. Purple Star and Sword Union's two sides fought fiercely as soon as the battle began. In the chaotic battle, a number of high-grade artifacts were riddled with holes and shattered into pieces. Pieces of burning artifact fragments rained down like a rain of flames, dazzling the eyes with a dazzling light, like the most brilliant fireworks exploding, a breathtaking sight. But with them were countless lifeless corpses, forever lost in this chaotic abyss. In this chaotic battlefield, most of the figures were Saint Realm Masters, while the Transcendent Realm cultivators were as weak as ants. There were even some figures who exuded a tyrannical aura that belonged to Saint Kings. These figures displayed earth-shattering divine abilities as they slaughtered the weaker cultivators on the other side. Wherever they went, the cultivators on the other side would be reduced to ashes, their souls dispersing. Both sides of the battle suffered huge losses. No one was willing to show weakness, and no one was willing to admit defeat easily. So a steady stream of reinforcements were dispatched from their respective starships and joined the battle. For a time, the two sides were evenly matched. In the star territory, whether it was Sword Union or Purple Star, they were both first-class forces. Each of them controlled at least 4 or 5 cultivation stars and countless or stars and medicine stars. Using their huge reserve resources, They could provide unimaginable supplies for their respective cultivator to grow and develop. Their leaders didn't care about such losses at all. Yang Kai was speechless for a long time. He was completely shocked. He was still immersed in the power of the divine light shot out by the starship. He never thought that such an incredible thing would exist in the vast star territory. Ever since he came to the star territory, everything he saw and heard was beyond his imagination. He immediately realized that the star territory was much more interesting than he had imagined. His eyes glistened with divine light as his blood boiled. He did not shrink back in fear because of what he had seen and heard. Instead, he looked forward to it, because only in a wonderful place could he live a more wonderful life. Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Shen Tu's voice called out again. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Shen Tu wore a bitter expression as he pursed his dry lips. Can you give me some more Saint Crystals? I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, his strength was on the verge of drying up. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Yang Kai threw him 5 or 6 Saint Crystals without saying a word. Many thanks. A grateful look appeared on Shen Tu's face as he sincerely thanked Yang Kai before taking the opportunity to begin absorbing the energy. Yang Kai calmed his mood and coldly glanced around, silently listening to the sound of footsteps and energy fluctuations coming from inside the ship, his eyes gradually lighting up. After a while, Shen Tu breathed a heavy sigh of relief and muttered, "I've finally recovered. Damn, if they had fired that crystal cannon again just now, I would have died immediately. That was a close call." Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai gratefully. "I can't thank you enough. I'll remember this time. Shen Tu, what is your true cultivation?" Yang Kai suddenly glanced over at him and asked in a low voice. Shen Tu was startled and his expression flickered, seemingly wanting to change the subject but soon grinned. "Did you see through it? If I couldn't see through it, I'd be blind," Yang Kai said coldly. The aura fluctuations coming from Shen Tu's body were around the First Order Saint realm, comparable to Yang Kai. However, at the critical moment just now, when Shen Tu was absorbing the energy from those crystal stones, an unusual energy fluctuation had emerged from his body. Yang Kai judged that he was hiding his cultivation. Being able to hide one's cultivation inside the Purple Star starship was not something everyone could do. This Shen Tu wasn't simple. Third Order Saint. Shen Tu's expression suddenly became serious as he whispered back. Yang Kai nodded, knowing that he shouldn't be lying. "Why do you ask?" Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Nothing, but if you have the strength, we can probably do something. Right now, there aren't many people inside the starship and most of the masters have gone out to fight. Even this power room's defenses are much worse than before," Yang Kai said meaningfully. Originally, there was a Saint King Realm Master guarding the power room, but after the battle broke out just now, the aura of this Saint King Realm Master had disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he should have gone out. On top of that, the number of Purple Star cultivators in the power room had been reduced by more than half. Now, besides Kameng, who was a Third Order Saint, the rest were First Order or Second Order Saints. There were less than 10 of them, all of whom were sitting in the spirit arrays in the power room, maintaining the operation of the starship. "What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly. These shackles are mixed with primordial stones. We can't use our strength while bound by them." Shen Tu's expression changed as he suddenly understood what Yang Kai was planning. "Then let's have someone untie them." Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression suddenly becoming extremely weak as his vitality dimmed. Yang Kai signaled to Shen Tu with his eyes. Shen Tu's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before he grit his teeth and said, "Forget it, in any case, this father's life was saved by you, so I'll accompany you in your madness." Then he began to shout loudly. Kameng, who was watching the battle from the side of the power room, heard this shout and his expression suddenly became cold. Turning his head, he glared towards Shen Tu and Yang Kai and muttered, "You two aren't dead yet?" This was somewhat beyond his expectations. During the confrontation between the two starships just now, the cultivator who was shackled here had basically been drained of all their strength and died of exhaustion. Shen Tu and Yang Kai, however, were still alive, which surprised Kumeng greatly. My vitality has always been strong, but he's about to die. Shintu continued to shout, Master, isn't this guy the one by your needs? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to just let him die like this? Kumeng frowned as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai, sweeping him with his divine sense and noticing Yang Kai's weakness, saying impatiently, How troublesome. Just die and end it all. What's the point of leaving him with a single breath? Saying so, he quickly walked over to Yang Kai. When he was commanding the starship just now, he hadn't thought too much about it, so he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai's situation. Now that he had calmed down, he had to carefully consider whether that slut Baya would take her anger out on him if Yang Kai really died. He couldn't afford such a responsibility. So he walked over to Yang Kai, took out a special key, and unlocked the shackles, releasing him from his shackles. He was caught off guard. After all, Yang Kai looked extremely weak, his strength barely fluctuating at all. What's more, Kumeng was a third-order saint, so when facing Yang Kai, a first-order saint, he had a psychological advantage. This kind of self-righteous advantage had brought him a lot of bad luck. The moment the shackles were unlocked, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and bit down hard. Immediately after, he wiped the wound on his fingertip towards his left eye. Golden blood poured into his left eye, causing the originally black and white eye to instantly turn golden. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at Kumeng. When their four eyes met, Kumeng suddenly became absent-minded. Staring at the majestic golden light, he actually felt a sense of panic, as if he had become extremely small in front of it. A vortex appeared in the golden eye and a strong suction force emerged from this vortex, pulling at his soul, causing it to tremble, as if it was about to be pulled out of his body. Paling, Kumeng let out a strange cry and resisted with all his strength. Yang Kai had already used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy, causing his temperament to change dramatically. The temperature of the entire power room seemed to plummet, becoming extremely cold. That evil and ruthless aura swept through the surroundings with a loud rumble. Yang Kai's body slammed into Kumeng's chest like a cannonball, an incredible power erupting from his body as he violently beat Kumeng. Blood splattered, and clear fist marks and palm marks protruded from Kamen's back. His clothes instantly turned into powder. Even someone as strong as Kumeng was unable to withstand Yang Kai's bombardment while he was absent-minded. Before he could even summon his divine technique or artifact, he was beaten dizzily. In the blink of an eye, Kumeng's body suddenly burst into a bloody mist, a rain of blood scattering in all directions, like a red rose in full bloom. An illusory figure that was exactly the same as Kamen stood where he was originally. It was Kumeng's soul avatar. Even now, he still didn't seem to have realized what had happened to him. Staring blankly at Yang Kai, a blank look on his face. From the golden pupil in Yang Kai's left eye, a powerful suction force emerged and pulled Kumeng's soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai quickly grabbed the special key that could open the shackles and threw it directly to Shin Tuesday. Open it yourself. Yang Kai exhorted before disappearing like a gust of wind. The next moment, a miserable howl rang out from the power room, followed by a great commotion. Shin Tu was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he learned about Yang Kai's intentions just now, Shin Tu had decided to accompany him in his madness, but he hadn't asked Yang Kai what his plans were or what they were going to do. He had thought that Yang Kai was going to leave here for a while and wait for an opportunity to act. As for whether Yang Kai would take care of him and take him away, Shin Tu didn't think much about it. After all, he had already been saved by Yang Kai once, so he didn't want to ask for too much. How could he have known that this guy would be so crazy and direct, launching a violent attack the moment the shackles were unlocked? What made Shin Tu even more speechless was that Kumeng, a third-order Saint Cultivator, was actually defeated by Yang Kai in a single blow. Chapter 994. How did he do it? How was this possible? Shin Tu held the key thrown to him by Yang Kai in his hand as he stared blankly at the bloody mist that filled the sky, a storm raging in his heart. Even if it were him, if he were to fight with Kameng, who would win in the end was unknown. Yang Kai was just a first-order saint, so how could he instantly kill Kameng? Even if Kameng had been careless, he would not have been powerless to fight back. His realm and strength were clear for all to see. Everything had happened so suddenly that Shin Tu was caught off guard. He stood there dumbfounded, immersed in shock, forgetting his own situation and even forgetting to undo his shackles. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that this Yang Kai was extremely dangerous. He could kill Kameng in an instant, which meant that if Shin Tu had been careless, he too would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Shin Tu was so shocked that he almost cried out. "How long are you going to stand there in a daze?" Yang Kai's low voice called out. Shin Tu suddenly came back to his senses and quickly used the key to unlock the shackles binding him. In the next moment, dense bolts of lightning suddenly spread out from his body, each one like a snake with sharp fangs, making him look like he was wrapped in lightning, a terrifying sight to behold. The lifelike electric snakes slithered around his body and suddenly shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire power room was flashing with electric arcs. Shin Tu laughed fiercely. "Brother, you've played quite well. I admire you greatly." As he laughed, his figure suddenly disappeared and in the next moment, appeared next to a first-order Saint Purple Star cultivator. This Purple Star cultivator was about to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai, but Shin Tu quickly grabbed him by the neck. The violent thunder and lightning began to surge, and the martial artist began to tremble violently. The huge amount of energy that could even paralyze a person's soul poured into his body, causing him to instantly lose control of his body. A charred smell filled the air as plumes of smoke rose from the top of the cultivator's head. By the time Shin Tu released him, he had become a charred corpse that fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The power room was the heart of the entire starship, so normally, it was heavily guarded and guarded by Saint King Realm Masters to prevent any accidents from happening. But this time, it seemed that Yang Kai had been too focused on Sword Union's side, so most of the masters guarding this place had been dispatched as reinforcements, leaving only Kameng behind. Kameng died first. Everyone else, under the combined efforts of Yang Kai, who had already used his demon transformation and Shin Tu managed to escape, no one could resist. Relying on his powerful physique and surprise attacks, Yang Kai quickly killed 5 Saint Realm Cultivator. After circling around the power room, he found that only he and Shin Tu were still alive. The last cultivator, who had seen the situation turn bad and was about to escape, was struck down by Shin Tu's lightning strike and ravaged to death. "I'm finally free, ha ha ha," Shin Tu shouted, like a beast that had just been freed. "Where do we go now? You're more familiar with this place. Lead the way." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "There's no hurry before we leave. Let's give Purple Star a big gift." Shin Tu suddenly smiled mysteriously, a crazed look appearing on his face. Entering the power room's central spirit array, Shin Tu sat down cross-legged. Releasing his divine sense, Shin Tu circulated the strength in his body and connected himself to the central spirit array. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression but did not stop him, simply waiting quietly. After being trapped in the power room for so many days, Yang Kai had also gained a certain understanding of the massive starship artifact and the role of the spirit array Shin Tu was currently in. This was the central spirit array that could control the starship. Shin Tu obviously wanted to use this Saint King grade high-rank starship to do something. The spirit array's veins lit up and the starship, which had been anchored somewhere in Star Field, slowly turned around for a moment before coming to a stop. "Heh. Today I'll let you know that Master Shin Tu is not easy to bully." Shin Tu suddenly opened his eyes, a violent light flashing across them as he poured the power from his body into the spirit array below him. The next moment, the starship's hull shook violently. A huge beam of light suddenly shot out from the starship's hull, carrying with it a destructive aura as it shot straight towards the chaotic battlefield. At the same time, Yang Kai keenly felt that the energy contained in the Saint crystals placed in the power room spirit array had decreased in an instant, and their originally crystal clear light had also dimmed significantly. As the beam of light shot out, the cultivators from both Sword Union and Purple Star who were fighting stopped what they were doing and stared in horror at the beam of light that was growing larger and larger in front of them, all of them screaming as they tried to use their flight-type artifacts to flee in panic. But it was too late. The beam of light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it fell on top of the heads of these cultivators. The entire world suddenly became clear. The noisy sounds of battle and the fierce confrontation all stopped at this moment. The people who were still alive stared blankly at this doomsday-like scene, as if they could not speak. Their mouths were open, and their throats were exposed to the air. The beam of light passed through the battlefield and shot towards a certain place in the vast universe. All that was left was a large area that had been cleansed. There, many cultivators had been displaying their divine technique and using their artifacts to fight. But at this moment, there was nothing left. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. At least 100 cultivators had their traces erased by the beam of light. Inside the power room, Shin Tu laughed wildly, as if he had done something he was proud of. Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt that it wasn't right for Shin Tu to kill so many people from Sword Union in order to take revenge, he didn't say anything. He had no friendship with Sword Union, and even He Zhao and He Miao were only acquaintances with him, so he didn't want to meddle in their business. Have you vented your anger? Since you've vented your anger, hurry up and leave, Yang Kai shouted. After what you've done, there will soon be masters coming to inspect this place. You're right. Shin Tu also suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly leapt up from the spirit array's core and flew out together with Yang Kai. This was an extremely time-consuming and exhausting task. Even if an outstanding chart master accepted a disciple, they would only accept 1 or 2, any more, and they wouldn't be able to teach them all. The basic star chart masters were also the foundation of their legacy and wouldn't easily be passed down to outsiders. All kinds of information about chart masters flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he suddenly discovered that this profession seemed to be quite extraordinary. Outside, there were still huge and beautiful stars, but at this moment, there was a dense halo of light on the surface of these beautiful stars that were rich in heaven and earth energy. They looked illusory, as if they had fallen into the clouds. The powerful territory created by these stars seemed to have become somewhat chaotic. The cultivators from both sides, Sword Union and Purple Star, who were originally engaged in a fierce battle, also stopped fighting and instead flew towards their respective starships in a hurry. They're coming back? What's going on? Shin Tu's face changed drastically. Is it because of the crystal cannon shot I fired? Yang Kai just stared at him, not saying a word. Shin Tu felt quite embarrassed and shrugged his shoulders. I didn't expect it to be like this. I just wanted to vent some of my anger. I don't think it has anything to do with you, otherwise, the people from Sword Union wouldn't have retreated and would have instead chased after us. Both sides are retreating, so they should have noticed some kind of danger approaching. Yang Kai looked at the old man in his hand and quickly asked, "What kind of danger is it?" "A riot in their territory. You won't be able to sense it from here. The reason they're all coming back is because they sensed that the territory of the stars in the chaotic abyss is very different from before, so they don't dare stay outside. We have to leave here quickly. If we're too late, even if we hide inside the starship, we won't be safe." A riot in their territory? Shin Tu's expression changed. The biggest danger in the chaotic abyss. The old man hurriedly explained. Do you think the chaotic territory is simply a distraction? You're wrong. The stars in the chaotic abyss contain an unimaginable amount of world energy, and this world energy is constantly in a saturated state, the limit of what this space can withstand. Normally, it can maintain a kind of balance, but if there is excessive stimulation, this balance will be broken and the territory will explode. You can imagine what the result will be, right? Yang Kai and Shin Tu glanced at each other, both of their faces going pale. Do you understand or not? The old man's spittle flew everywhere, not having the slightest awareness of his status as a prisoner. Do you understand? Shin Tu asked faintly. Nonsense. This old master is a chart master. If this old master doesn't understand, who would? The old man reprimanded, leaving Shin Tu speechless. Since you understand, why didn't you stop the two sides before they fought? Isn't it because they fought that the balance of the territory here was broken? Yang Kai stared at him coldly. The old man's expression became awkward, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. He muttered, I only realized it after they started fighting. This old man's astrology is not omniscient and omnipotent. Who would have thought that this place would be so dangerous? Stargazing technique? Yang Kai frowned. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he shouted, You dare come back? Although he had never seen Yang Kai and Shin Tu before, the middle-aged man was certain that these two little rats had escaped from the power room and fired the crystal cannons to kill dozens of Purple Star Cultivator. Looking at them, the middle-aged man's heart filled with monstrous anger, wishing he could immediately kill them to vent his anger. Chapter 996. Looking at the angry and murderous middle-aged man, Shin Tu couldn't help shrinking his neck and smiling awkwardly. We didn't want to come back either. No fool would return after escaping from a cage. If it weren't for the fact that they had no other choice, Shin Tu and Yang Kai would have already escaped with Wuxia. Grandmaster, you can rest assured. With me here, no one will dare hurt you. The middle-aged man looked at Wuxia and comforted him. If you try anything funny, I'll kill him immediately. Yang Kai's Saint Chi and divine sense were ready to explode as he coldly swept his eyes around. Little brat, you dare? The middle-aged man's complexion changed, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. On the other hand, Wuxia, who was being held by Yang Kai, stretched out his hand and hurriedly said, Gui-chan, let's put aside your grievances for now. It wasn't easy for me to convince these two to bring me to the power room. The most important thing for us now is to leave here as soon as possible. Listening to him say this, Lu Gui-chen's expression also became dignified. The territory field outside seems to be undergoing some changes. Grandmaster, what is going on? The territory field is about to erupt. Quickly control the starship to turn around. Wuxia commanded before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Boy, if you want to live, take me to the star array. Yang Kai nodded and followed his instructions, walking to a corner of the power room. Shin Tu followed closely behind, looking around vigilantly. The Purple Star Cultivator also took action, each of them performing their respective duties under Lu Gui-chen's command and beginning to take control of the starship. On Yang Kai's side, Wuxia was still firmly under his control. The huge star array was lit up, and in front of Yang Kai, a three-dimensional image of the star field that had been shrunk countless times appeared, creating a magnificent sight. This was the huge star array stored inside the starship, similar to the star array stored inside the Star Shuttle, but much more detailed and complex. Wuxia immersed himself in this miniature star territory array and began to work on it. He was the chart master of the warship and had the responsibility of guiding the warship. He could find the safest and fastest escape route for the warship in the shortest amount of time. Not long after, on the territory map, which had shrunk countless times, a bright line was lit up by Wuxia. The source was the current location of the battleship, and the end was where the battleship was headed. If nothing unexpected happened, the warship would follow this route and sail out of the chaotic abyss. After finishing all this, Wuxia let out a heavy breath and nodded to Lu Gui-chen. Lu Gui-chen nodded and ordered the starship to move quickly. 3 Saint Kings, the pressure is great. Shin Tu stood beside Yang Kai and silently observed Purple Star's lineup. Inside the power room, in addition to Lu Guichun, the Saint King Realm Master, there were 2 other Saint Kings. In addition, there was an endless stream of Saint Realm cultivators. Wuxia and Yang Kai were like sheep in a pack of wolves, surrounded by so many powerhouses. If they were even the slightest bit careless, they would be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Wuxia's status wasn't low, so Purple Star didn't dare act rashly. Do you have any good plans? Shintu looked at Yang Kai. No, let's take it one step at a time. We'll talk about it after we leave the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai shook his head. Shintu sighed faintly, feeling like his luck was extremely bad. He had just been cruising through the chaotic abyss and had accidentally been caught on the starship, but now he had to experience this life and death situation. It was truly torturous. How did these 2 get in? On the other side, Lu Guichun asked in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Shintu grinned as he watched the Purple Star cultivator endure the torture he had suffered before, seemingly very happy. With the 50 to 60 cultivators providing energy, the starship's speed seemed to increase significantly. But in the next moment, with a loud hum, the starship's speed suddenly slowed down. Not only that, there seemed to be a huge force pulling on the starship, preventing it from moving forward. Under the influence of this force, the starship began to retreat faster and faster. It's too late. It's too late. Wuxia's face went ashen as his body trembled like a sieve, muttering unconsciously, "It's all over now." As soon as he said this, the entire starship seemed to have lost control and began flying towards a certain spot in the star field, causing everyone to lose their footing and be thrown around in the power room. "Look outside!" Someone suddenly screamed. Everyone turned their eyes to the window. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as an uncontrollable sense of horror filled the depths of his heart. Outside, the huge stars were erupting with an unimaginable amount of energy. This energy was visible to the naked eye and was extremely rich. Halos of light and ripples spread out from these huge stars, spreading across the entire chaotic abyss. The territory fields created by these stars also exploded, creating a series of chaotic chain reactions. At the very center of the chaotic abyss, a huge black hole that seemed capable of swallowing all things appeared. The Saint King grade high-rank starship everyone was on was rushing towards this black hole. This black hole was like the maw of a great beast, ready to swallow it whole. Sensing the aura of death, whether it was Transcendence, Saints, or Saint Kings, all of them realized how small and insignificant they were at this moment. In front of this black hole, no one could guarantee they would be safe. Lu Guichun shouted as he tried to command the Purple Star cultivator to stabilize the starship, but to no avail. So this is the real danger of the chaotic abyss. At this critical moment, Shintu suddenly said to Yang Kai, "No wonder no one knows about it. Once you see this kind of danger, all you can do is wait for death." Wait for death? Yang Kai glanced over at him and coldly snorted, "I won't just sit here and wait for death. Heh, neither will I." "Hey, isn't that Sword Union starship?" Shintu pointed out the window and shouted. Yang Kai looked over in that direction and was suddenly speechless. Purple Star starship was being pulled by the black hole and was quickly rushing towards it. Sword Union starship was no exception. This starship was constantly rotating as it flew towards Yang Kai. As it rotated, the sturdy material outside the starship was constantly being peeled off and sucked into the black hole. Yang Kai estimated that the starship he was on was in the same situation. The two starships were originally fleeing in different directions, but none of them succeeded, both of them being pinned down. If things continued this way, before they were swallowed by the black hole, the two starships would collide. That kind of disaster would definitely be devastating. "Brother, I wish you good luck. I hope you can escape this disaster," Shintu said solemnly. Shintu said solemnly before immediately sitting down cross-legged. In the next moment, electricity surged from his body and wrapped around him, forming a cocoon around him. He obviously noticed that something was wrong and wanted to use his strongest defense to withstand the force of the collision in order to find a way to survive. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him and even gave up on Wuxia, who was originally in his hand. At this time, the people from Purple Star had no time to care about him. Everyone was in danger and the situation was chaotic, so no one came to find trouble with him. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he stared intently at the Sword Union starship approaching from the side. The distance between the two starships was getting closer and closer, and just as the two starships were about to collide, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. Summoning his Saint-grade top-rank silver leaf artifact first, Yang Kai transformed it into a silver river that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he also used his 9 Heavens divine skills. A series of grand heavenly shields appeared and surrounded Yang Kai from all directions. Chapter 997. Inside the Purple Star starship, Yang Kai wasn't stingy with his Saint Chi. He didn't know how many grand heavenly shields he had condensed, but there were at least 100 of them. The Yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's Dantian had also been consumed by more than 20 drops. Next, Yang Kai used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy as invisible demon crests appeared on his physique, enhancing his vitality and physical defense. He had done everything he could, and the rest was up to fate. The sound of an earth-shattering collision reached Yang Kai's ears, almost tearing his eardrums apart. At the same time, he felt the Saint King grade high-rank starship tremble violently and disintegrate in an instant. Screams rang out one after another as the originally exuberant life auras were suddenly annihilated. At the moment of impact, countless Purple Star cultivator were killed or injured. Yang Kai also felt like he was a canoe sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of being overturned at any moment. The grand heavenly shields protecting him shattered one after another, filling the air with a despairing sound. More than 100 grand heavenly shields disappeared in just 2 breaths of time. Then, he saw the cartographer named Wuxia, driven by habit, fly in front of him and explode into a bloody mist, not leaving behind a corpse. Immediately afterward, a series of cracking sounds rang out from all over Yang Kai's body, as if all his bones were being crushed into dust. Show. Asterisk fragments of the starship shot out in all directions like lightning as a huge shockwave swept out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by something and immediately lost consciousness. Inside the chaotic abyss, the 2 Saint King grade high-rank starships collided and both shattered into pieces. Sword Union's Purple Star cultivator and the debris were all swallowed up by the huge black hole, leaving no trace behind. After a long time, the chaotic territory field of the chaotic abyss gradually stabilized. As the territory field stabilized, the huge black hole in the star field also gradually shrank and disappeared. Finally, the chaotic abyss regained its calm. No one could have imagined that not long ago, 2 starships had clashed here and the cultivator on both sides had launched a desperate struggle. Yang Kai woke up slowly, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a 7-colored sky that was so beautiful it was, as if he didn't belong to this world. Yang Kai tried to move his eyes, but was unable to perceive his own existence. His whole body was in a state of paralysis and he couldn't feel anything. Yang Kai began to move his hands and feet, trying to speed up the flow of blood in his body to ease the paralysis. Gradually, pain came from all over his body, as if he had been hit by a mountain from all directions, causing him to grimace in pain. He suddenly recalled everything that had happened to him before he fainted and panted heavily. He rejoiced at the fact that he had survived a calamity. Only then did he suddenly realize that he seemed to be in a state of weightlessness and was falling down at an extremely fast speed. Circulating his strength with great difficulty, Yang Kai straightened his body and looked around. Yang Kai's eyes sex origin star field, SSSS body, SS forces star, S Yang star field domain. Yang Kite. SS this continent was extremely strange, as if it was suspended in the air, without any force supporting it. This continent was not small. Yang Kai, who was several thousand meters above the ground, estimated that it was as large as the entire Great Han country. The scenery was beautiful, lush, and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Where is this? Yang Kai frowned. This old lady has never been deceived by a man before. You're the first. Baya sneered. So, when the situation stabilizes, elder sister will take good care of you. I won't let you down. She grit her teeth as she spoke, seemingly holding a grudge. Yang Kai shook his head and stopped talking nonsense with her, instead beginning to examine his own condition. Chapter 998. After a quick investigation, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he wasn't seriously injured. Because his bones had been fused with the unyielding golden skeleton of the great demon god, they were exceptionally strong, so he hadn't suffered any damage in the disaster just now. Only his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been displaced, and there were many bruises and scars all over his body. These were all minor injuries, and with Yang Kai's current restorative ability, he didn't even need to take any pills and would be fully healed in half a day. The only problem was the seal Lu Guichen had placed on him. The Yuan Qi in his meridians seemed to have been shackled and couldn't flow freely, but his spiritual energy wasn't affected. It was probably because Lu Guichen felt that Yang Kai's strength was too low and wasn't worthy of being treated seriously. This gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. If he could use his spiritual energy, he could find an opportunity to escape. He wasn't afraid of Bai Ye. What he feared was a Saint King Realm Master like Lu Guichen. When he was looking down from the sky just now, Yang Kai knew that this continent wasn't very large, so if he couldn't escape without leaving a trace, once they started searching, there would be no place for him to hide. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a decision in his heart. Next, he immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. As soon as he entered his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar was stunned. This was because he had discovered that balls of divine soul energy had appeared in his sea of consciousness at an unknown time. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 balls of divine soul energy, and the energy contained within them varied in strength. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he suddenly realized that these spiritual energy masses should have been left behind by the cultivator who had died beside him during the disaster. The demon eye of annihilation not only could purify the souls of others, but it could also autonomously draw in the spiritual energy left behind by others after they died. These things must have been drawn into his knowledge sea by the demon eye of annihilation while he was unconscious. This was really an unexpected gain. There wasn't enough time, so Yang Kai didn't carefully investigate the spiritual energy masses suspended above his knowledge sea, only giving them a cursory examination. Most of these spiritual energy masses belonged to a Saint Realm cultivator, but among them, Yang Kai actually found a mass of spiritual energy that belonged to a Saint King Realm Master. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Even a Saint King Realm Master didn't survive that disaster, so it was obvious just how destructive the collision of the 2 starships had been when they were swallowed by the black hole. Those who were still alive today should be grateful that their luck was not as bad as the Saint King Realm Master. Bai Ye's soul avatar. Spiritual energy masses of these spiritual energy masses, so he could only wait and wait until he had an opportunity to absorb them later. The comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao of a Saint King Realm cultivator was something Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing. When Yang Kai avatar's avatar Yang Kai, he's TSS Star, An's SSS Purple Star's cultivator, and Sword Union's cultivator were entangled in groups of 3 or 4. None of them had yet to recover from the disaster and were now venting their anger on the other side, fighting to the bitter end. Lu Guichen was also entangled by a dignified and mature beautiful woman. This beautiful woman exuded a noble and graceful aura, but her strength was surprisingly high, not inferior to Lu Guichen in the slightest. She held a square sword box in her hand, and from this sword box shot out a series of powerful rainbow lights towards Lu Guichan. These rainbow lights flickered in and out, varying in length and shape. Clearly, they were all high-grade sword artifacts. Lu Guichun didn't dare show the slightest carelessness when facing this beautiful woman. Wearing a set of golden armor, he held a short spear in his hand. This short spear exuded a strong energy fluctuation, giving him the appearance of a powerful general. Golden light danced in the air and clashed with the incoming swords. The two sides fought mid-air, exchanging blows back and forth, creating a lively scene. All the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators stayed far away from the battlefield, fearing they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai's eyes wandered around the battlefield, trying to find an opportunity to escape. While looking around, he turned to Baiya and asked, "They're really fighting. Don't you need to help?" Baiya glanced over at him and giggled. "You want to find a chance to escape? My strength has been sealed. Where can I run to? Don't worry. Just go fight. I'll wait here for you. A woman like you, I also want to taste what it's like." "Is that so?" Baiya's face suddenly glowed, becoming even more alluring, her red lips quivering slightly as her breasts rippled like a mountain, creating a mesmerizing wave that would make anyone who looked at her feel intoxicated, leaving no doubt that there was an amazing elasticity hidden in her body. Her smile disappeared as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Don't waste your time. I won't give you a chance. I'd rather watch the battle from here than let you escape." "Why bother?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, feeling helpless. Baiya had made up her mind not to relax her surveillance of him, so there was nothing he could do. At that moment, two beautiful white figures suddenly flew past in front of them, seemingly chasing a Purple Star cultivator. When they passed by Yang Kai and Baiya, a soft voice called out. Immediately, the two of them stopped at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai in amazement. The older woman showed a look of pleasant surprise. "How come it's you?" "It's you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. These two women were none other than the first group of cultivators he had encountered when he arrived in Star Territory, He Zhao and He Miao of Sword Union. Seeing them, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. He suddenly discovered that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. "You're here. So, Sword Union's people found you?" Yang Kai asked casually. He Miao nodded heavily and said cheerfully, "Not long after we separated from you, Master brought some people to find us, but those Purple Star people were too hateful and kept chasing after us. As a result, all of us ended up here, yet they still wanted to fight, so we decided to accompany them to the end." "Why are you here?" He Zhao was much more mature and quickly noticed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was standing next to a Purple Star cultivator, and although there were no signs of abuse, his strength was obviously sealed. He was under the control of his opponent. The Purple Star woman, on the other hand, was secretly circulating her strength as if she could attack at any time. "It's a long story." Yang Kai coughed dryly. "You wouldn't be the slut's gigolo, right?" He Miao covered her mouth and exclaimed, a look of disbelief filling her pretty face as her expression became ambiguous and disgusted. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected He Miao to actually recognize Baiya. Only now did he understand that Shen Tu's claim that Baiya's beauty was well known was not an exaggeration. "Little girl, you really have no manners." Baiya's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. He Miao calling her a slut obviously angered her. "Didn't your parents teach you how to treat others with courtesy? Bah, who in Star Territory doesn't know about your affairs? Yet you still have the nerve to talk about manners? Do you have any manners at all?" He Miao snorted as she waved the long sword in her hand, drawing a sword flower as she shouted, "Elder sister, let's not waste words with him. Let's go." He Zhao didn't say a word, gently nodding as she signaled to Yang Kai with her eyes. Together with her younger sister, the two of them covered their tender bodies in sword light and rushed forward. Before they even arrived, a biting cold sword chi swept out like a cold winter wind, causing the ground to crack as a series of sword scars appeared. Baya shouted and lashed out with her dragon bone whip, summoning the phantom of an azure dragon that opened its bloody maw towards the two sisters. At the same time, a series of wind blades were sent towards Hizeo and Himiao's delicate necks. The three figures were instantly entangled together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai quickly escaped. Baya was just a third-order saint, Hizeo was also in the same realm, and although Himiao was slightly weaker, she was still a second-order saint. With the two sisters working together, Baya would definitely not be able to win. As such, he wasn't worried about the safety of Hizeo and Himiao at all. Right now, Yang Kai's main concern was to escape as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and although he couldn't use his Saint Chi, the strength of his physique allowed him to escape from the chaotic battlefield in just a few breaths. Finding a secluded place, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and vigilantly tried to circulate the Saint Chi in his body to resolve the seal Lu Guichun had placed on him. The battle between the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator continued. Both sides had a deep hatred for each other and neither was willing to back down. More and more cultivators were being killed, their corpses strewn across the battlefield. Yang Kai just stood on the sidelines and stayed out of this. Fortunately, no one came to find trouble with him. Suddenly, his eyes turned towards a certain direction, and a strange look appeared on his face. There, a gray-haired old man in a blue robe was searching for something. He was indifferent to everything around him and was simply searching the area where the starship fragments had fallen. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of the starship fragment from the ground and knock it with his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The ring on his finger flashed and he put it away into his space ring. After a short while, he had collected several dozen pieces of the starship. These pieces were of different sizes, but all of them were of good quality. To be able to survive such a disaster, these materials were at least refined from St. King grade high-rank ores. As he picked up the starship fragments, he would occasionally mutter to himself and laugh a few times, seemingly very satisfied. Such a strange person shuttling through the chaotic battlefield naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, Yang Kai was surprised to find that whether it was the cultivator from Purple Star or the cultivator from Sword Union, they all wanted to find trouble with him. No matter who approached within 10 meters of him, they would be pushed back by an invisible force. The cultivator who had gone to find trouble with him immediately realized that this old man was not to be trifled with and quickly retreated, no longer daring to approach him. As such, Yang Kai continued to collect the starship fragments peacefully. The strange behavior of this old man finally attracted the attention of the real masters. Lu Guichun and the beautiful woman from Sword Union, who were fighting in the sky, retreated at the same time, opening up some distance between them, exchanging glances with each other while paying close attention to the old man below. The old man grinned towards the two of them silently and mysteriously. Only then did an extremely dangerous aura emerge from the old man's body. As this aura spread out, everyone couldn't help shivering and stopping what they were doing. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in their ears as a cold wind blew. This old man's aura alone was enough to make everyone feel as if they had fallen into the 9 hells of purgatory, experiencing a mental torture worse than death. You two little things are looking down on people too much. This old man hasn't seen such a lively scene for many years. This time I'll spare your lives. If you dare to do it again, I'll definitely make your souls scatter. The old man laughed maliciously. His body shook, and an incomparably huge impact burst out from his body. Lu Guichun and Yu Shi both screamed as they were sent flying backwards, like kites whose strings had been cut, coughing up a mouthful of blood as they flew through the air, their expressions becoming sluggish and dispirited. Being crazily absorbed by the old man, they almost died on the spot. Steadying themselves, they turned to look at the old man again. their eyes filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes also trembled violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Guichen's heaven-defying cultivation was something he had personally experienced. In front of Lu Guichen, he had no room to resist at all. Lu Guichen was at least a second-order Saint King, possibly even a third-order Saint King. But such a master in front of this strange old man was no different from a 3-year-old child. What kind of cultivation did this old man have? Yang Kai couldn't even begin to imagine. And, right, it's rare for so many people to come here. Tell your people to stop fighting. If one of them dies, it'll soon be deserted again. The old man thought for a moment before suddenly ordering. Lu Guichan and Yushi stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding quickly. We'll obey senior's instructions. After witnessing the strength of this old man, they no longer dared to act rashly. This was because they all knew that if this old man wanted to, he could easily kill everyone here. His strength was not something they could resist. Ha, even if you die, you can't let it go to waste. I'll let you in. The old man seemed to be muttering to himself. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black flag suddenly appeared. This flag exuded a gloomy aura, and many illusory figures of people and beasts could be vaguely seen surging within it. These figures were clearly soul avatars, and each one of them was incomparably powerful, causing one's heart to palpitate. All of them were bound to this flag and seemed to have lost their consciousness, turning into bloodthirsty and cruel, resentful spirits. As the flag fluttered in the wind, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling filled the air. Kai Yang faintly nodded his head, neither warm nor cold, just like how he would treat a stranger he had met by chance. Following Hizeo and He Miao towards the place where the Sword Union people were gathered, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the beautiful woman Yushi. Chapter 1000. The Sword Union's Yushi was a middle-aged beauty. She had a voluptuous figure, a graceful waist, and slender legs. The pure white dress that covered her body was just right, and on her chest was the unique sword symbol of the Sword Union. Her delicate body exuded a mature and dignified temperament. The two sisters, Hizeo and He Miao, led Yang Kai over to her and called out respectfully. Yushi's face was still a little pale and her white robes were stained red. But after hearing these words, she turned a suspicious look towards Yang Kai behind them and asked slightly vigilantly, "Why did you bring someone from Purple Star here?" She had never seen Yang Kai before, so naturally, she thought Yang Kai was a cultivator from Purple Star. "Master, he's not from Purple Star." He Miao walked up and took Yushi's arm, pointing to Yang Kai and smiling as she introduced him. "He's the one who gave me and my elder sister those crystal stones and pills in the chaotic abyss. His name is Yang Kai." "Is him?" Yushi raised her brow, seemingly a little surprised. When she found Hizeo and He Miao in the chaotic abyss, she had heard the two sisters talk about what had happened during that time and knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai providing them with some restorative pills, the two sisters would have long since collapsed. However, she still had some doubts about Yang Kai's origins. How could a little first-order saint cultivator run to the chaotic abyss for no reason? Did he have such ability? Thinking so in her heart, Yushi's expression didn't change as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "Young man, thank you for taking care of my two disciples before. Senior is too polite." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "It was only a slight effort. Good, you provided some help to Hizeo and He Miao before, so I'll give you 1,000 Saint Crystals as a thank you gift." Saying so, Yushi stretched out her hand and gestured to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, looked Yang Kai up and down, and asked, "Friend, where's your space ring?" Yang Kai was stunned and shook his head. "I don't have such a thing." The cultivator looked at Yushi with some embarrassment. Yang Kai didn't have a space ring, so even if he wanted to hand over 1,000 Saint Crystals, he couldn't. Yushi frowned and ordered, "Give him your space ring. It's not something too valuable anyway."
Yes. The cultivator nodded, the space ring on his finger ring, and handed it over to his companion for safekeeping. A moment later, he took off his space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. There are still 1,000 Saint crystals left in here. Count, you count. I didn't come here for a reward, Yang Kai said with a strange expression. He suddenly felt that She seemed to be in a hurry to get rid of him, fearing that he would continue to stay here. He didn't know why. Then what do you want? She frowned, looking a little displeased. The cultivator who handed over the space ring also grinned and said, Friend, 1,000 Saint crystals is not a small amount. I also gave you a storage artifact. You should be satisfied, right? I said, I don't want a reward. Yang Kai also frowned, suddenly realizing that the other party seemed to think he was trying to get something in return. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Master, it's like this. Zhao walked up and said, he has been sealed by Lu Guichun and can't use his strength, so he wants to ask you to help lift the seal. He can't use his strength? Yushi looked at Yang Kai in surprise, sweeping him with her divine sense to confirm before saying, Let me see. Saying so, she stretched out her hand and pointed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't move. Although the other party's misunderstanding made him a little unhappy, the most important thing right now was to lift the seal on his body. So he obediently cooperated. At the moment, he couldn't use the power in his body or circulate his secret art, but the surrounding world energy still flowed into his body on its own accord, penetrating his skin and merging into his flesh, allowing him to enjoy himself to his heart's content. Chapter 1001. On this inexplicably strange floating continent, the scenery was picturesque and the world energy aura was extremely dense. Above the entire continent, a thick layer of mist was formed when the world energy aura reached a certain level. The clear spring water flowing from the nearby mountain peak was sweet and clear, and had great nourishing properties, as if the spring water was not ordinary water, but rather spirit liquid. Purple Star had a total of more than 100 cultivators. But after a great battle, both cultivators found a place to sit down and recover. Soon, they were surprised to find that on this floating continent, their recovery speed was several times faster than normal, because the world energy aura here was simply too abundant. All of them were inexplicably excited, thinking that after surviving a great disaster, they were bound to have good fortune in the future, working hard to absorb the world energy around them. Only the strange 7-colored sky made them feel uneasy. The sky was filled with 7-colored mist, making it impossible to see the sun, moon, or stars. It was completely different from where these cultivators had lived before, and this kind of scenery made them feel somewhat at a loss. After a day, most of the cultivators had almost fully recovered. They had also brought a lot of pills with them, and with the rich world energy aura here, their minor injuries were basically healed. Lu Guichun of Purple Star suddenly came to Sword Union's side and, under the hostile and vigilant gazes of the Sword Union cultivator, walked towards Yushi. Perceiving the sound of footsteps, Yushi slowly opened her eyes and waited for him to come closer before asking, What do you want? Lu Guichun gestured towards the mountain peak not far away and asked pointedly, Aren't you curious about the identity of that senior? So what if I'm curious? Yushi's expression was indifferent, not showing much interest. But how could she not be curious? Over the past few days, she had been thinking hard about the identity of this old man, but she couldn't come up with any clues. She believed that Lu Guichun was also thinking about the same problem, and him coming to find her was the best explanation. The black flag used by that senior shouldn't be a nameless artifact, but after thinking about it for 1,000 years, I can't find any artifact similar to that flag used by a master. What do you think? I don't recognize what that flag is either. Yushi shook her head. As expected. Then how about the two of us join forces to investigate it?
Join forces with you. Yushi disdainfully curled her lips. Isn't that the same as asking a tiger for its skin? You can't say that. Lu Guichun didn't care. Lu Guichun didn't care. Now that your Sword Union's people and my Purple Star's people have all fallen here, and there is a powerful senior here, it stands to reason that we should pay him a visit. You think he's here? I don't know, but where there is a will, there is a way. At the very least, you should inquire about his intentions. This won't be a bad thing for your Sword Union. Lu Guichun persuaded. Yushi frowned and pondered. Lu, you of the sect of this place. Forced by the current situation, she could not refuse Lu Guichun's proposal. So after a while, she gently nodded. All right, I'll go with you to visit that senior. Don't worry, I won't play any tricks this time. You've seen the strength of that senior. I won't act recklessly. Lu Guichun smiled bitterly. Lu Guichun smiled bitterly. A master of that level was almost on par with a star master. Lu Guichun knew that even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be their opponent. Yushi said a few words to the people from Sword Union before standing up and walking with Lu Guichun towards the mountain peak where the old man lived. The movements here didn't escape Yang Kai's prying eyes, and although this place was safe for the time being, he was now alone, so it was always right to be careful. In particular, Baya, that cheap slave from Purple Star, was still eyeing him covetously. If it weren't for the deterrence of that mysterious old man, she would have already attacked him. As such, Yang Kai had been paying attention to the movements of the two cultivator groups. He saw Lu Guichun and Yushi leave together, and he also saw Hizeo and He Miao come to his side but were stopped by the male cultivator. Although he didn't know the details, he could vaguely guess what was going on. Suddenly, a strange sound came from not far away, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and stare blankly. Immediately standing up with a strange expression, he approached the source of this sound. A moment later, he came to a nearby bush and called out, "Shin-Tu!" Shin-Tu's head poked out from the side of the bush and quietly waved to Yang Kai before quickly shrinking back. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and walked over to him, frowning slightly as he asked, "What are you doing?" "Hiding from those people, of course." Shin-Tu replied in a low voice, grinning widely, "Brother, it's good to see you again. I thought the two of us were dead for sure this time, but I didn't expect we would both survive. The two of us are really lucky." After saying these words, he began gasping for breath, his face pale. Only then did Kai Yang notice that this guy's injuries from yesterday's disaster were much more serious than his own. There was a pool of blood on his abdomen and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that something had pierced through his body and then forcibly pulled it out. There were also traces of flesh and blood on his square face, making him look incomparably ferocious. "You're a bit miserable." Yang Kai squatted down. Shin-Tu's face became bitter as he shouted, "That's right. I didn't think anything of it before, but now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like I'm a bit miserable. Why are you unharmed?" "It's just luck. How did you end up like this?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "How should I know? When the starship was destroyed, I fell unconscious directly. When I woke up, I found myself here. Fortunately, the starship fragment didn't pierce my vitals. Otherwise, brother would have to collect my corpse." Shin-Tu muttered, grimacing in pain as cold sweat dripped down his back. "Didn't you take any pills?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Looking at Shin-Tu's appearance, it seemed he hadn't been able to recover properly. "My things were snatched away by those bastards from Purple Star long ago. How could I have any pills? Even my artifacts are gone. If I had some kind of artifact, I wouldn't have ended up like this," Shin-Tu said angrily. "Brother, do you have any pills?" Yang Kai nodded, pretending to take something out of his space ring, but in reality, he was taking out a healing saint pill from the demon mystic tome. "Oh, a saint pill with pill veins?" Shin-Tu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly accepted the saint pill. It seemed that such a pill was also a good thing for him, so he didn't hesitate to swallow it, gasping for breath as he said, "Give me some time. I should be able to recover."
Sit down and meditate. I'll keep an eye out for you. Yang Kai took the initiative to propose. Now that he and Shintu were on the same side, it was only natural for him to help him out a little. Should I stay a little further away? Shintu stared off into the distance with some worry. If we're discovered by Purple Star or Sword Union, don't worry, they won't dare act rashly right now. What do you mean? Shintu was puzzled. He seemed to know nothing about the old man who had appeared yesterday. Shintu guessed that when that old man appeared, he was still in a comatose state. Yang Kai immediately gave a brief account of the old man's story. When Shintu heard this, his expression changed greatly as he muttered under his breath. Doesn't that mean that old Fogey is at least an origin-returning realm master? No, that's not right, he should be even higher. Muttering to himself, Shintu's expression became particularly interesting. The two of them had formed an unreliable alliance. After all, when facing this old man, the pressure they felt was too great. In the blink of an eye, the old man landed in front of Yushi and Lu Guichen. Senior. Lu Guichen immediately cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. When the two of us went to pay our respects, Senior didn't seem to be at that mountain peak. Do I need to tell you where this old master is? The old man glanced over at Lu Guichen. I wouldn't dare. Lu Guichen's expression changed as he fell silent. Good. I came here this time to ask for something from you. Although this continent is rich in world energy and materials, the only thing that annoys me is that there are no rare ores here. The old man muttered to himself. Lu Guichen's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, What kind of ores does Senior need? If it's convenient, please tell us, we may have some. Yushi also eagerly looked towards the old man and echoed, Senior doesn't need to be polite with us. Of course I won't be polite with you. The old man snorted and said casually, Space spirit crystals? Do you have any? Lu Guichen and Yushi, who had been looking forward to taking this opportunity to build a good relationship with this old man, couldn't help wearing bitter expressions when they heard him mention space spirit crystals. Lu Guichen awkwardly said, Senior, if you want other ores, we may have some, but space spirit crystals. They are too rare, we don't have any on us. If Senior needs them, you might as well return to Purple Star's main continent with me. That place is rich in space spirit crystals. My Sword Union also has some, Yushi quickly added. You want to win me over? The old man squinted at them, a strange smile appearing on his face. Senior is too worried. This junior just wants to invite Senior to visit Purple Star's main continent for a few days. If it is convenient for Senior, Lu Guichen hurriedly explained. Being a guest is fine. This old master also wants to go out for a walk. The old man put on a very amiable look, a trace of yearning appearing on his face, but in the next moment his expression suddenly became cold. If this old master could leave this damned place, why would he ask for space spirit crystals from you? Idiot! Lu Guichen and Yushi both wore dumbfounded expressions, not knowing why this old man suddenly became angry, but neither of them dared to answer casually. What is space spirit crystal? Not far away, Yang Kai heard the old man shout and asked Shin Tuesday, It's an extremely precious crystal or one that is extremely rare and expensive throughout the entire star territory, Shintu explained casually. The space ring in your hand was refined using space spirit crystal as the main material. Space rings were refined from space spirit crystals? Yang Kai was stunned, only now understanding why he had always felt that the material of this ring was different from the demon mystic tome. Her mood suddenly became extremely depressed, as if she had lost something precious.
Chapter 1003. On the floating continent, the old man left, leaving behind a group of Purple Star and Sword Union cultivators, all at a loss. Especially those from Sword Union. All of them looked as if their parents had just died, their expressions filled with grief and indignation. Yushi's pretty face was twisted as she stared in the direction the old man left, not daring to say anything. Lu Guichen glanced over at her and laughed. Now that's good. Everyone fought over it. But in the end it all ended up being a wedding dress for someone else. You dare say that? Yushi turned her head sharply and glared at him, grinding her teeth. If it weren't for your Purple Star chasing after my two disciples, they would have already returned to Sword Star with their Star Sect tokens. They wouldn't have broken into the chaotic abyss and we wouldn't have fallen here, forced to act according to others' wishes. This is all your fault. Lu Guichen's face became cold. You're mistaken. The place where your two disciples found their Star Sect tokens was on one of my Purple Star's continents. Strictly speaking, they belong to my Purple Star. I haven't even asked you for the crime of stealing them, yet you want to accuse me? Lu Guichen, you'd better remember this. If one day I manage to escape from here, I'll make sure you suffer eternal damnation. Yushi shouted bitterly, blaming Purple Star for the theft of her Star Sect command. If you can escape, then we'll talk. Lu Guichen sneered, not caring about her threat as he beckoned to the Purple Star cultivator. All of you, come over here and count the things here. See how much belongs to us. Don't let anyone steal anything else. The several dozen Purple Star cultivator immediately rushed over to the mountain-like pile of supplies. Yushi's tender body trembled slightly as she ordered the people from Sword Union to begin counting. More than 100 people suddenly gathered together and began searching for their own things. A Star Sect token, it's actually a Star Sect token. Heavens, it's actually a Star Sect token. Shintu kept shouting, his face filled with excitement. Since the old man took away the Star Sect token, Shintu had become excited and had not calmed down even now. Yang Kai sat beside him without saying a word. When he stopped talking, he asked, "What is that thing? Why does it seem like everyone wants it?" "Of course I do," Shintu shouted. "That's a Star Sect command we're talking about. Once the Stargate order is out, the territory of the Stargate will submit. That is a great killing weapon. If I can get that thing." He muttered to himself as his eyes flickered. He was like a hungry wolf searching for food in the snow as he imagined all the wonderful things that would happen after he obtained the Stargate command. I understand now. No wonder Purple Star and the others didn't hesitate to enter the chaotic abyss to chase after Sword Union. So it was for a Star Sect token. Ha, that's right. A single Star Sect token is indeed enough to attract them to take such risks. Shintu mused. What a pity, what a pity. In the end, it was actually taken away by that old monster. Ha, now that it's in his hands, I'm afraid it's impossible to get it back. He looked like he was wringing his hands and sighing, as if the Stargate order belonged to him. Just as Yang Kai was about to inquire more about the Star Sect command, he suddenly discovered that the beautiful woman named Yushi was actually quickly walking towards him. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't feel at ease with this woman. It seemed that, because of the treatment she had just suffered, Yushi's expression was quite ugly at the moment. She came straight up to Yang Kai and pursed her red lips, hesitating to speak. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned. Can you return that space ring of yours to me? You saw what happened just now. That old senior took away all our space rings. We don't have any artifacts to store things with right now. It's very inconvenient, Yushi said somewhat awkwardly. Her attitude towards Yang Kai yesterday wasn't very good, and now she had to take back what she had already given him, so her expression was somewhat unnatural. If she hadn't been forced to do so, she wouldn't have done so. After speaking, she quietly stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his reply. If I remember correctly, this ring was given to me by you yesterday, so it's already mine, Yang Kai said with a strange expression. Yes, Yushi nodded. But we need this ring now, so I want to take it back. Rest assured, as long as we leave here, I'll give you a much better reward. I'll definitely satisfy you. What do you think? I can't refuse, right? Yang Kai smiled indifferently. You can refuse. Yushi's expression was indifferent. And since we're still here, even if you refuse, I won't do anything to you. That is to say, once we leave here, what will you do to me? Yang Kai pondered over the meaning of her words. Yushi didn't admit it, nor did she deny it, simply saying, I can help you undo the seal on your body now, allowing you to restore your strength, so it'll be easier for you to move around. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. After what happened yesterday, it was impossible for him to allow Yushi to use her strength on him again. Saying so, with a flick of his divine sense, Yang Kai poured out the 1,000 saint crystals from his ring, took off the ring on his hand, and tossed it to Yushi. I just want to tell you that the restoration materials I gave Hizeo and he Miao before weren't for your compensation, but I'll keep these 1,000 saint crystals. Now, we don't owe each other anything. Yushi took the ring in her hand, her expression becoming strange, as if she was feeling a little apologetic, lightly opening her lips and saying, Without my help, no one here will be able to undo the seal placed by Lu Guichun. Don't bother. Yushi's pretty face changed slightly as she coldly snorted, You don't know how to appreciate kindness. She hadn't expected that her good intentions would be rejected by Yang Kai. In her opinion, this young man should be grateful. After all, this was an unknown continent, and no one wanted to be unable to use their own strength in this place. This made her a little angry, feeling like she had just been given the cold shoulder. In the past, with her status, how could she speak directly to a minor character like Yang Kai? But now that she had fallen into such a difficult situation, she had no choice but to lower herself. Not willing to waste any more words with Yang Kai, she took the space ring and turned to leave. Brother, do you have some kind of grudge with that woman? After Yushi left, Shin Tu quietly asked, How did you end up provoking her? I didn't provoke her. She was just too suspicious. Yang Kai shook his head, not caring. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. Looking at it carefully, the nutrients contained in this mass of spiritual energy seemed to be much richer than the others, causing Yang Kai to be overjoyed. Not wasting any time, Yang Kai immediately began to swallow and refine this pure spiritual energy into his knowledge sea, integrating it into his own strength. Time passed by little, and after an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai had almost completely refined these dozens of masses of spiritual energy. He found some problems with them. These cultivators' comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao was much deeper and purer than that of a cultivator from Tongshan realm. Their comprehension of the use of strength and principles was also far superior to that of a cultivator from Tongshan realm. This also meant that the combat effectiveness of these cultivator was higher than that of a cultivator from Tongshan realm because they had a deeper understanding of the use of strength. Chapter 1004. After absorbing these spiritual energy wisps, Yang Kai's understanding of the Saint Realm reached an incredible level and his control over his own strength became far more proficient than before. The benefits were far greater than this though, because every time he swallowed the spiritual energy wisps of others, Yang Kai's spiritual energy would increase in strength, enhancing his own spiritual energy. Although the increase in strength 1 or 2 times was small, it was enough to make his soul several times more powerful than any other cultivator in the same realm. The sea of flames condensed from Yang Kai's spiritual energy also seemed to have become more intense as a result. Yang Kai swallowed the last of these wisps of spiritual energy. However, as he was swallowing one of these wisps of spiritual energy, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange and he quickly stopped what he was doing and stared at it blankly. In front of his soul avatar was a wisp of spiritual energy that wasn't too powerful, even weaker than the others, only at the level of a third-order transcendent. This wisp of spiritual energy was left behind by the chart master named Wuxia after his death. Yang Kai immediately understood because he had seen Wuxia explode into a bloody mist in front of him, not even his bones remaining. At that time, in the entire starship's power room, only Wuxia had reached the transcendent realm while the others were all saints. The wisp of spiritual energy left behind by Wuxia after his death seemed to be somewhat different. Indeed, it was only at the level of a third-order transcendent, weaker than the others, but there was something else hidden inside it, something completely different. Yang Kai condensed his divine sense and probed it. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt as if he had left his knowledge sea and was standing in a vast star field, surrounded by countless stars. These stars exuded a charming and dazzling brilliance, some exuding a vibrant vitality, while others were dull and lifeless. Yang Kai's entire being seemed to have become infinitely large at this moment as he stood in the middle of the star field, overlooking the entire starship territory. No corner, no stars, could escape his eyes. These stars seemed to be driven by some kind of mysterious force and were rotating in a very complex pattern, making it impossible for Yang Kai to grasp them. At a glance, Yang Kai was able to see a certain place at the center of this entire starship territory. Some of the stars there seemed to be particularly bright. Some were as red as burning fireballs, some were as white as frost, some had wind energy that had condensed into substance, turning into wind dragons that reached the sky, and some stars were like ancient trees. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's shock. He immediately realized that this unique star field he was seeing was the chaotic abyss he had been lost in before. These dazzling stars and surging energies were all too familiar to him. The first place he entered after coming to the star field was the chaos abyss. He had long since memorized the appearance of those stars in his mind, engraving them into the depths of his soul. It was no different from what he was seeing now. But this one was Yang Kai. Wuxia's spiritual energy actually contained a star map. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, unable to understand why this was happening. While his divine sense was floating around the star, secretly observing it, the seawater in his knowledge sea seemed to be evaporating, the water level rapidly dropping, and his spiritual energy draining away at an incredible speed. A tearing pain spread from his knowledge sea to his entire body. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, only then discovering the changes in his knowledge sea. In this short period of time, nearly half of the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea had been consumed. "Why are you suddenly asking about him?" Shintu asked with a strange expression. "He seems to be dead. I don't see him here. Why, did you know him before?" "I don't know him. I'm just curious." Shintu chuckled. "He's not a beautiful woman, so I don't know much about him. But Wuxia was a top-level chart master, so I know a few things about him. And it's said that this man came from a small force and his family had declined. He didn't have any extraordinary talent in cultivation and only managed to reach the transcendent realm when he was nearly 200 years old. 200 years old and only transcendent realm. He really is a waste." Shintu knew a lot, so as soon as he opened his mouth, he began chattering away. Yang Kai didn't interrupt him, simply listening to this useless information with an indifferent expression. Right, him becoming a chart master is a bit of a legend. Before reaching the transcendent realm, he was just a small character who no one knew about. But after breaking through to the transcendent realm, he suddenly bloomed with amazing brilliance in the territory of Star Realm. The star chart he drew was extremely accurate and could avoid many potential dangers. He was born on a mainland of Purple Star, and after he became famous, he was recruited by Purple Star. He only became a chart master after reaching the transcendent realm? Yang Kai's expression changed. And isn't that strange? Some people have inquired about this, but haven't been able to obtain much information. However, basically everyone thinks that there should be a very powerful chart master secretly teaching Wuxia. The reason his cultivation hadn't improved so quickly before was definitely because he had been delayed in studying Star Realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a top-level chart master in such a short time. The profession of chart master is too rare, and it takes a lot of time and effort to cultivate one. Every great force in Star Territory has its own chart master training organization, but those chart masters who can be trained are extremely rare. Shin-Tu explained with a smile. If you ask a chart master to draw the star chart from one star to another nearby stars, any one of them will be able to do it. However, once the distance is too great, those chart masters will become useless. The star chart they draw won't be able to provide a safe and accurate route. I understand you can continue cultivating. Yang Kai had inquired about the information he needed and wasn't prepared to continue chatting with him, quickly closing his eyes again. Hey, you still haven't told me. Why are you inquiring about Wuxia? Could it be you want to become a chart master? Shin-Tu muttered to himself, letting out a laugh. I advise you to give up on that idea. Without a few hundred years of immersion and studying the star territory of Star Realm, it's impossible. The things a chart master needs to master are far too complex. Yang Kai ignoring him made Shin-Tu feel very bored, so he immediately closed his mouth and began silently circulating his secret art. Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea again, and after communicating with Shin-Tu, he basically confirmed his previous conjecture. Wuxia really did become a chart master because of a fortuitous encounter, and that fortuitous encounter was the star chart hidden in his soul. With such a star chart, anyone could become a chart master. The reason why Wuxia's soul only began to shine after breaking through to the transcendent realm was likely because the amount of spiritual energy required to spy on the mysteries of the star was simply too great, making it impossible for anyone below the transcendent realm to explore it. This was something Yang Kai deeply understood. Just now, after only a stick of incense worth of time, he had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. If it had been a cultivator like Wuxia at most half a cup of tea's time, he would have died from exhaustion. Yang Kai didn't have much interest in becoming a chart master, but he was still very interested in the structure of the star territory and the distribution of stars. In the star field, there were many hidden dangers that even Saint King Realm Masters would flee at the sight of. Chart Masters were a group of people who could detect and avoid these dangers in a timely manner. If he could integrate this star chart into himself, Yang Kai felt that he would no longer have to worry about getting lost in the star territory. He had suffered a big loss in the chaotic abyss and had always been brooding over it, so he decided to refine this star chart. This was originally Wuxia's fortuitous encounter, but now that it had fallen into his hands, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't let it go. Chapter 1005. Back on the floating continent, the people from Sword Union and Purple Star maintained their respective camps, each of them living in peace. Since the mysterious old man came here and snatched the space rings of more than 100 people, he had disappeared for more than 10 days. No one knew what he wanted to do with those space rings, let alone why he wanted to pick up those starship fragments. Yang Kai and Shin-Tu formed an alliance and stayed away from the people from the two great forces. After such a long period of recovery, Shin-Tu's condition had finally stabilized, and all of his previous injuries had basically been healed. However, because Yang Kai had been meditating all this time, he didn't dare to run around. The people from the two great forces began to inquire about the situation of this unknown continent, and after some investigation, they found that, as the mysterious old man had said before, there was no danger here. They didn't find any living creatures here, as if the mysterious old man was the only living being here before they arrived. While they feared this old man, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy for him. Living alone in such a place with no one to communicate with was indeed a dull and tedious thing to do. Lu Guichun and Yu Shi also used their star shuttles to fly deeper into the sky, trying to leave this unknown continent and return to star territory, away from this old man. But what made them feel desperate was that no matter how high they flew, no matter how far they flew, they were unable to see the twinkling stars. The seven-colored sky was like a cage that trapped them all on this continent. As time passed, everyone's mood began to become restless. If it weren't for the old man's words before, the two sides would likely have immediately begun fighting. Inside his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's burning spiritual energy wrapped around Wuxia's soul and began swallowing it. He had been refining this soul for more than 10 days now, but even with the strength of his spiritual energy, he was still unable to completely refine the star. He had underestimated the quality of this star. However, he now saw hope. Wuxia's divine soul energy had already disappeared, leaving behind only a cluster of twinkling starlight and an exceptionally beautiful star atlas. Yang Kai continued to use his spiritual energy to invade the star, leaving behind his own soul brand and engraving his own life aura onto it. The whole process was like refining an artifact. The star began to become unstable. It gradually expanded and became bigger and bigger, as if it could explode at any time. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of uneasiness. His soul avatar flew to the six-colored island and continued to stimulate the power of his knowledge sea to refine the star. A slight noise suddenly came out from the star, as if something had cracked open. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt his spiritual energy madly pouring into the impregnable star, causing the seawater in his knowledge sea to rapidly decrease. Multicolored rays of light exploded in his sea of consciousness. Numerous shining stars shot out in all directions. Yang Kai's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. It was incomparably chaotic, making him feel dizzy and disoriented in an instant. The stars in the sky were like a swarm of locusts, densely packed and innumerable. They continuously flew out from the sea of knowledge and began to decorate the originally empty sky. Slowly, the sky above Yang Kai's knowledge sea became colorful, as if a small invisible hand was arranging the scenery of his knowledge sea for him. Yang Kai fell into a daze. His soul avatar stood on the six-colored island and stared blankly, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. The scenery in his sea of consciousness was undergoing tremendous changes at an extremely fast speed. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the turbulent knowledge sea finally stabilized. At this moment, the scenery in his knowledge sea was very different from before. The six-colored island was still standing at the center of the sea, and the demon eye of annihilation was still floating in the air. Night had fallen, and the sky was covered in a layer of dazzling starlight, as if it was covered in a layer of gauze. This was not an illusion created by Yang Kai's spiritual energy, but a real one. This was the sign that the star and Yang Kai had merged into one. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stood on the six-colored island, grinning widely. With a thought, Yang Kai's eyes stared at a certain position in the star field, where several stars suddenly appeared. The stars slowly rotated, and under the guidance of a mysterious force, they moved in the same direction as the stars in the real world. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered among the stars, witnessing the various mysteries in the territory of the star field, his spiritual energy rapidly draining away. Although spying on this star consumed a lot of spiritual energy, Yang Kai was very satisfied. With such a star in his knowledge sea, he would no longer have to worry about getting lost. He could accurately find the destination he wanted to go to, and he could even use this to become an excellent chart master. Restraining his thoughts, Yang Kai began to investigate his current position. On this star, there was a white dot of light that was constantly flashing. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate this, the white dot suddenly gave off a strange fluctuation, allowing him to understand that where this white dot was located was where he was now. Yang Kai's expression became strange, because he found that on this star, the white dot was actually at the very center of the chaotic abyss, the place where the black hole had swallowed everyone. Whether this star was accurate or not, Yang Kai wasn't sure and would have to wait until later to verify. So, Yang Kai calmed his thoughts and no longer wasted his spiritual energy. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai immediately heard a low cry of surprise. Following this sound, Yang Kai suddenly found that on Purple Star's side, Lu Shan and Bai Ye were holding some herbs and saying something to Lu Guichen excitedly. Lu Guichen's expression also gradually became excited, his eyes flashing as he took the herbs from the two of them and examined them with rapt attention. "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Purple Star's people seemed to have found something incredible. Shin Tu had been paying attention to the situation over there, and although he didn't hear what they were saying, he had his own speculations. What is it? Saint King Grade Herbs. Shin Tu shouted. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. They found them when they were exploring this continent, and there seems to be a lot of them. That old man seems to have said that the world energy aura here is rich, and there are plenty of materials. Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. He also said that the only regrettable thing was that there were no rare minerals here. Shin Tu suddenly glanced over at him. No minerals but rich materials. Could it be that this place is rich in herbs? That's possible. Yang Kai gently nodded. Purple Star's people are about to act. Shin Tu shouted again. Shun Tu shouted again, causing Yang Kai to turn his head and look over. Sure enough, he found that the Purple Star cultivator had set off in all directions. A moment after they left, Yushi of Sword Union also gathered her subordinates and anxiously gave them a few instructions. The next moment, the people from Sword Union also set off. Before Hizeo left, she glanced over at Yang Kai and nodded apologetically. Yang Kai smiled lightly in response. These days, he had noticed that Hizeo and Himiao wanted to come to his side several times, but each time they were stopped by a male cultivator from Sword Union. He knew that this was Yushi's idea, so he didn't care. Yang Kai, let's go find some. Shin Tu was quite tempted. In any case, there's nothing to do here, and the world energy aura here is so rich, the grade of the herbs produced here is definitely not low. Good. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but didn't object. We can also collect some herbs for alchemy. You can perform alchemy? Shin Tu looked at him in surprise. And just barely. If I can find the right materials, I may be able to refine a barrier-breaking pill that can unlock the seal on my body. Yang Kai nodded. Then what are we waiting for? It's better to rely on yourself than others. Let's go. I'll take you with me. Shin Tu said as he pushed his Saint Chi and enveloped Yang Kai in it before flying off in a certain direction. All around them were cultivators from Sword Union and Purple Star. Shin Tu and Yang Kai flew all the way. From time to time they would hear someone laughing and shouting. Saint King Grade High-Rank Blue Bloodgrass. Such a big piece. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Saint King Grade Mid-Rank Soul Calming Flower. Come here. There's a Dark Moon Spirit Grass here. Saint Grade High-Rank Earth Emperor Fruit, it's not that valuable. It seemed that because the quality of the herbs produced here was extremely high, the vision of these cultivators had become much higher. In the past, although Saint Grade High-Rank Spirit Grasses and Spirit Medicines weren't too high-end, they were still quite valuable and there was no reason to ignore them. But now, these cultivators didn't care about these Saint Grade herbs at all. Everyone's eyes were focused on searching for Saint King Grade and above spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Shin Tu's face was bitter as he listened to the cultivators sharing their joy with their companions, his heart feeling like it was being scratched by a cat, fearing that these cultivators would move too quickly and sweep away all the herbs on this continent. I don't have a star shuttle. I can't fly as fast as them. Shin Tu flew for more than an hour but still couldn't find a suitable place to land. Everywhere he flew, there would be cultivators searching. Keep going. Yang Kai's eyes were deep as he stared ahead. Off in the distance, he vaguely saw a jungle. Jungles had always been rich in herbs. How come they didn't discover that this continent was rich in herbs until now? During the flight, Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It had been almost half a month since they arrived here, so they should have discovered this long ago. They were afraid of that old man and didn't dare act rashly before. It wasn't until a few days ago that they began exploring the surrounding area and the sky to see what was happening nearby. After exploring for a while, they made some discoveries. Shin Tu explained casually, his eyes suddenly lighting up. No one should have entered that jungle before. Let's go take a look. A group of 2 figures flashed through the air and rushed into the jungle. As soon as they entered the jungle, both of them were shocked because the world energy aura here was much richer than elsewhere. Exchanging a glance, both of them knew they had come to the right place. The richer the world energy aura, the higher the grade of herbs produced. Releasing their divine senses at the same time, Yang Kai suddenly pointed in a certain direction. There's something here. Shintu looked at him in amazement. Are you sure? I'm sure, because there's a medicinal fragrance in the air. You're not really an alchemist, are you? Shintu was surprised. Chapter 1006. Inside the jungle, Yang Kai and Shintu moved like the wind, collecting high-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines one after another. The herbs produced here were all at least Saint grade, with most of them being Saint King grade. Shintu's face twisted with excitement. He had never imagined that this continent would be so rich in materials. Almost every few dozen meters or so, there would be a spirit herb that had grown for countless years waiting for him and Yang Kai to pick. The spirit grasses and spirit medicines on this continent were more than 10 times more abundant than on any other medicine star in star territory. The most valuable thing was that they seemed to be in a state where no one cared about them. The mysterious old man's cultivation was profound, so most likely he didn't care about the herbs here, so collecting them wouldn't be of much use, allowing these spirit grasses and spirit medicines to have plenty of time to grow. Shintu didn't know much about herbs. He usually only took pre-refined pills. But even so, he was dazzled by the abundance of herbs before him and couldn't help feeling excited. Under Yang Kai's precise guidance, Shintu swept up all the mature herbs he passed. Hey, Yang Kai, come over here and take a look. Shintu suddenly called out from the side, his voice trembling slightly, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Kai Yang hurried over and arrived in front of him. He saw him squatting in front of a strange orchid. That orchid exuded a faint fragrance, which made people feel refreshed and comfortable. Its pure white petals were overflowing with brilliant colors, making it look extraordinary. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he muttered, 7-colored thousand-knot orchid? The spirit grasses and spirit medicines produced on this continent were basically the same as those on Tongshen realm, the only difference being that they were of much higher grade. However, there were many that even Yang Kai didn't know the names of as they were not on Tongshen realm. If such a 7-colored thousand-knot orchid were to grow on Tongshen realm, it would at most be Saint grade mid-rank. But at this moment, this orchid was exuding astonishing energy fluctuations and a terrifying medicinal efficacies that far surpassed Saint grade mid-rank. Yang Kai, what kind of grade is this? Why do I feel like it's different from the rest? Shintu exclaimed as he stared at the 7-colored thousand-knot orchid in front of him. According to the Star Territory's classification of cultivator strength, this should be an origin grade herb, Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Shintu sucked in a breath of cold air as his expression changed several times, muttering to himself, There are origin grade herbs here. Heavens, there are origin grade herbs here. Even in the entire territory of the star, origin grade herbs were extremely valuable, yet they had found one not long after arriving. It was easy to imagine how rich the resources of this world were. Yang Kai carefully picked up the rainbow thousand-knot orchid and placed it into his Chenkuan bag. Deep in his heart, he was a little excited. Exchanging a glance with Shintu, the two of them continued to search without saying a word. The floating continent was rich in herbs, so the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were stimulated by these herbs and seemed to have temporarily forgotten their current awkward situation, all of them wandering around like crazy. Whether they could leave this continent or not, these herbs had a huge effect on the improvement of a cultivator's strength. Yang Kai and Shintu also had a huge harvest. The floating continent was not small, and the total number of cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union numbered less than 100. After they scattered in all directions, it was basically impossible for them to run into each other. Thus, they could safely search for herbs as much as they liked. Ten days later, Yang Kai came to a stop. What's wrong? Shintu was still in high spirits, his eyes shining as he looked around. Noticing that Yang Kai had stopped, he couldn't help turning around and asking, I've collected enough herbs. I'm going to start alchemy. Are you going to refine the pill that can lift your seal? Shin Tu asked. But you can't use your strength. How are you going to perform alchemy? Shin Tu was puzzled. I have my own way, you can go find the herbs yourself. There's a cave over there. I'll be staying there for the time being. You can find me there. Yang Kai pointed to a spot not far away. When the two of them were walking over, Yang Kai had found a good place to rest. Good. Shin Tu didn't insist, knowing that Yang Kai was anxious to restore his strength. Then be careful. I'll go search for a while. After saying this, he left in a carefree manner. Yang Kai identified the direction and headed towards the cave he had discovered before. A short time later, he arrived in front of the cave and used his divine sense to search it. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Yang Kai walked inside. The cave should have been naturally formed. At the top of the mountain, there was a large amount of stalactite hanging upside down. From the tip of the stalactite, there were drops of mountain water filled with rich world energy. Yang Kai took a few drops and drank them, immediately feeling refreshed. The mountain water here was not ordinary. It contained a huge amount of world energy, almost as if it had been transformed from world energy. Anyone who took it would have great benefits, having the same effect as the myriad drug liquid in that it could improve one's physique and enhance one's strength. However, its effect was slightly worse than the myriad drug liquid. Yang Kai went all the way to the innermost part of the cave, found a dry place and sat down cross-legged. The bottom of the cave was not small, about the size of a few houses. Although the light was dim, this environment gave Yang Kai plenty of room to practice. His physical strength was indeed unable to be used, but his spiritual energy was not restricted. Since a long time ago, Yang Kai had no need to use his physical strength to perform alchemy. With just his conflagrated knowledge C, he could refine any pill he wanted much faster and more convenient than using his Saint Chi. After a long time of alchemy, Yang Kai first found some Saint-grade herbs and prepared to refine a few Saint pills to familiarize himself with. Taking out a small pill furnace, he placed it in front of him. Yang Kai wrapped the herbs with his divine sense and released his conflagrated knowledge C to condense the medicinal liquid. After a short while, the several Saint-grade herbs were purified, leaving behind a rich medicinal liquid. Engraving the various spirit arrays used in alchemy, Yang Kai engraved them into the pill furnace, then poured the medicinal liquid into it to control the heat. Kai Yang was very familiar with this process, so he was very familiar with it. Even if it had been a long time since he had refined a pill, this process had become second nature to him. Not a single detail was wrong, and his precision was impeccable. Gradually, the cave was filled with the fragrance of pills. When the pill fragrance reached a certain level, Yang Kai withdrew his conflagrated knowledge C and waited for a moment before flicking his finger on the pill furnace. A round pill flew out and was pinched between Yang Kai's fingers. It did not form pill veins, which was a bit of a pity, but it was still a genuine Saint-grade mid-rank pill. Gently nodding, Yang Kai was very satisfied and put the pill into the demon mystic tome before closing his eyes to restore himself. Refining a saint pill didn't consume a lot of spiritual energy, but it wasn't a small amount either. Yang Kai couldn't squander his spiritual energy at will, so he had to maintain his peak state at all times. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai continued refining. Back in Tongshan realm, Yang Kai was able to refine saint-grade high-rank pills. At that time, 9 Heavens Holy Land had gathered a lot of herbs and wealth, allowing him to improve his alchemy skills at will. However, a saint-grade high-rank pill was probably not enough to lift the seal Lu Guichun had placed on him. Lu Guichun was a Saint King realm master, so only a Saint King grade pill could break his seal. As such, Yang Kai's top priority right now was to use the resources at hand to improve his alchemy skills. When he left Tongshan realm, Yang Kai had brought a lot of materials with him. On this continent, he and Shintu had also collected many Saint King grade and origin grade herbs. Yang Kai didn't need to worry about materials at all. Time flew by and Yang Kai immersed himself in the world of alchemy, living alone in the cave. The floating continent, on the other hand, was very lively. The cultivator from Purple Star and Sword Union had a huge harvest and was in high spirits every day. However, Lu Guichun was a little unhappy, because they didn't have any storage artifacts on hand. Without any storage artifacts, even if they collected herbs, there was no place to store them. This was only a small matter. The most serious problem was that after these herbs were collected, their medicinal efficacies were constantly fading. This made Lu Guichun's heart bleed. Feeling the medicinal efficacies of these Saint King grade and origin grade herbs diminish with each passing day, he felt extremely pained every day. He couldn't wait to find that mysterious old man and take back his space ring. But he only dared to think about it. If he really faced that old man, Lu Guichun couldn't even think of resisting. Oh! Atop a mountain peak, the mysterious old man wore a nervous expression as he carefully arranged something on a large piece of flat ground. On this flat ground, there were many extremely high-grade Saint crystals arranged in rows to form a large spirit array. At the center of this spirit array, there was something that looked like a door standing on the flat ground. This transparent door was made from the fragments of the starship he had picked up before. The two fragments of the starship were both Saint King grade high rank, so the materials used to make them were also extremely high grade, just perfect for the old man to refine this door. There were no rare ores on this continent, so the old man had been unable to find suitable materials to refine this crucial door. Only the heavens knew how excited he had been when the fragments of the starship fell from the sky and landed on this continent. The frame and base of this door were also inlaid with top-grade Saint crystals, making it look extremely beautiful. A strange energy fluctuation slowly flowed out from this door. Even a character as strong as the mysterious old man didn't dare approach this door casually, as if there was some great danger hidden inside. The old man's expression was ferocious and crazy as he wandered around to make his arrangements, muttering to himself, "Soon, soon, soon." A terrifying light flashed across his eyes, causing all who saw it to shudder. After a while, he suddenly stopped and spread out his divine sense, covering the entire continent in the blink of an eye. The movements of everyone who was active on this continent were clearly displayed in his mind. Grinning strangely, the old man muttered, "Heh, everyone is quite lively. Good, good, this old master is most afraid of lifeless people. This old master has been alone for 2,000 years and can no longer bear this kind of torture. If you all become lifeless, this old master will have a headache. Oh, this little brat is quite interesting." Chapter 1007. The mysterious old man's cultivation was unfathomable, and with a single thought, the situation of the entire world could not escape his perception. He had discovered something strange about Yang Kai. His divine sense quickly gathered towards the cave where Yang Kai was located. Inside the cave, Yang Kai, who was trying to refine a Saint King grade pill, suddenly stiffened and opened his eyes, looking up with a dignified expression. Faintly, he felt as if there was a pair of invisible eyes spying on his movements, making him nervous. However, after carefully examining himself, Yang Kai did not find anything wrong, so he couldn't help shaking his head, a look of confusion on his face, wondering if he was being too paranoid. After such a delay, the Saint King grade pill Yang Kai was trying to refine immediately failed and a burnt smell came from the pill furnace. The medicinal liquids he had worked so hard to condense were all mixed together and could no longer be used. Yang Kai sighed faintly and took out the discarded medicinal liquids from the pill furnace, temporarily not using his conflagrated knowledge C, and instead closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing this scene, the mysterious old man, who was 10,000 kilometers away, took back his divine sense and muttered to himself suspiciously, "His senses are so sharp?" He believed that with his own methods, it was impossible for this little brat to detect his divine sense, but he was still vigilant. This was clearly an instinctive sense of danger. Shaking his head, the old man no longer paid attention to Yang Kai and focused on dealing with the matter at hand. For a small cultivator like Yang Kai, the old man would not pay too much attention to him. Inside the cave, Yang Kai closed himself up and continued to refine pills. Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed, but he had refined several hundred Saint-grade mid-rank and Saint-grade high-rank pills, many of which had pill veins. Yang Kai's alchemy skills had greatly improved, and now he was even able to refine Saint-King-grade pills. One day, Yang Kai took out some herbs from the demon mystic tome with a dignified expression. These herbs all contained rich Saint-King-grade energy. He was going to start refining the seal-breaking pill. Yang Kai was very familiar with the seal-breaking pill's pill recipe. This was a pill recipe that originally existed in Tongxian realm, and according to the grade of the herbs used, the grade of the seal-breaking pill would also be different. Now that he had chosen Saint-King-grade herbs, the seal-breaking pill he refined was naturally Saint-King-grade as well. He didn't have a few of the herbs on hand, but he had found substitutes. Yang Kai was now considered an outstanding alchemist, so changing a pill recipe was naturally not a difficult task for him. Calming himself down, Yang Kai adjusted himself to his best state and began to refine. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. His expression was indifferent, without nervousness or anticipation, as if he was refining an ordinary pill. That was because he had full confidence in refining this pill. He didn't think he would fail. In fact, this was indeed the case. After about half an hour, a light yellow barrier-breaking pill with restrained energy was refined by him. Taking this pill out of the pill furnace, Yang Kai held it in his hand and silently examined it for a moment before slowly shaking his head. This pill was a genuine Saint-King-grade pill. However, according to his observation, it should only be a Saint-King low rank. Yang Kai didn't know if such a pill could unlock the seal. If Lu Guichen's strength was also at this level, then there would be no suspense, but Yang Kai estimated that Lu Guichen was at least a second-order Saint-King or even a third-order. Yang Kai didn't have much confidence. It is indeed very dangerous, especially for you. Wei Wu smiled gloatingly. Your cultivation has been sealed by Lu Guichen, right? How pitiful, all alone with no one to rely on. You can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. TSK. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable. He ridiculed him, as if he was very happy to see Kai Yang's miserable and helpless appearance. Yang Kai didn't say a word. Boy, how about I show you a clear path? Wei Wu suddenly squatted down in front of Yang Kai. What clear path? Yang Kai frowned. You see, in this strange place you have no one to protect you, and your cultivation has been sealed. Once you encounter some kind of danger, you won't be able to fight back. For example, if someone with malicious intentions were to approach you. He sneered coldly as he stared at Yang Kai. Chapter 1008. Inside the mountain, Wei Wu stared at Yang Kai, his face becoming more and more gloomy under the illumination of the strange stone. Yang Kai stared back at him, his expression indifferent, unmoved. Wei Wu's face twitched a few times, apparently not expecting Yang Kai to show no fear at all. Suddenly feeling bored and curling his lips, he said, I can persuade my master to help you release the barrier, but in return, you must hand over your soul brand and do whatever I tell you to do in the future. After a pause, he added, Here, you can't use your strength and there are many dangers, but as long as you hand over your soul brand, I will naturally protect your safety in the future. You won't suffer a loss, and if you're lucky, you may even be able to join Sword Union in the future. Are you done? Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him. Wei Wu was stunned, and he stopped speaking. If you're done, please leave. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Wei Wu's face instantly became gloomy as he slowly stood up and grinned coldly. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You'd better think carefully before answering, otherwise you may regret it. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I don't know why you want my soul brand. but I absolutely cannot allow my life to be controlled by others. You don't have that qualification. Boy, you're quite arrogant. Wei Wu laughed out loud as if he had heard something funny. He lowered his voice and threatened. Tell me, if I kill you here, who will know? Yang Kai's face sank as he narrowed his eyes at him. Although the mysterious old man had said before that no one was allowed to cause trouble here, who knew if he could protect everyone's safety? What reason did he have to do this? I'm indebted to your 2 junior sisters, and not only did you misunderstand me, you even want to kill me? Yang Kai's voice was cold and murderous intent surged. It's because you're indebted to them that you deserve to die. If it weren't for you meddling in other people's business, they would have already died. Wei Wu roared fiercely, but halfway through his words, he suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly stopped. In the darkness, the two of them looked at each other with strange expressions. Yang Kai originally thought that the reason this guy hated him so much was because he was afraid that he would snatch away his love. He thought that he was interested in He Zhao and He Miao. Who would have thought that things were not what he thought at all? He seemed to want He Zhao and He Miao to die as soon as possible. Yang Kai did not know what kind of secrets were involved in this. It was probably related to the internal disputes of the Sword Alliance, but Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. However, because of Wei Wu's careless words, the temperature in the cave dropped significantly. Kid, if you want to live, then it's best that you forget what happened earlier. Otherwise, I'll surely tear you into pieces. Wei Wu went silent for a moment before he grunted coldly and threatened Chen Shi, and then he turned around and left. The moment he turned around, a cold light suddenly flew out from his sleeve. That cold light was like a silent snake, accurately finding Kai Yang's position in the darkness. Climbing up his neck, it circled around his neck. Humph. Only the dead won't reveal secrets. Wei Wu chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, the cold light returned to his hand with a whoosh. This cold light was actually a flexible sword that was incredibly sharp. Then, he turned his head and prepared to deal with Yang Kai's body, not leaving any clues behind. The moment he turned around, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the soft light of the strange stone, Wei Wu could clearly see Yang Kai's face twisted in anger. On this young man's neck, there was a bloody wound from which golden blood flowed out. When she saw this face, she almost couldn't believe her eyes, because this appearance was very different from the one she was familiar with before. It was almost as if they were 2 completely different people. How could it be Yang Kai? He Miao was also stunned and shouted innocently, "It can't be him, right? His strength hasn't recovered yet, and even if he did, with his strength, it's impossible for him to be Brother Wei Wu's opponent." Chapter 1009. Yu Shi and her 2 disciples all stared at the angry face in the soul mirror and couldn't help showing a look of disbelief. Because just as He Miao said, Yang Kai had Lu Gui Chen's seal in his body that he couldn't unlock with his current strength. On the entire floating continent, there were only 2 people who could unlock this seal. One was Yu Shi, whose strength was comparable to Lu Gui Chen's, and the other was the mysterious old man. Although the mysterious old man's methods were heaven-defying, his temperament was strange and he probably wouldn't be so kind as to help Yang Kai. Yu Shi also didn't help him unlock the seal. So how did he restore his strength? And even if he was restored to his peak state, he was still just a first-order saint. How could he be the opponent of Wei Wu, a third-order saint? In any case, Wei Wu was definitely killed by this little brat. Yu Shi's pretty face was filled with anger. Daring to kill my Sword Union's people. I'll make him pay the price. Master, let's investigate this matter first. He Zhao hurriedly tried to persuade. Yu Shi glanced over at her and said lightly, I know he has shown you sister's kindness and we have misunderstood him, But this little brat is really strange. You don't need to worry about this matter. I'll handle it myself. Perceiving the resolute attitude of their master, He Zhao and He Miao glanced at each other bitterly. Although Wei Wu was their brother, they didn't have much affection for each other. The two sisters actually felt that he was quite annoying, so even if Wei Wu was killed, they didn't care. However, Yang Kai was probably in trouble now. They were secretly worried and didn't know how to deal with this matter, so they couldn't help sighing. Inside the cave, Yang Kai looked as if he had been drenched in blood, his entire body blood red, giving him a terrifying appearance. Yang Kai stood in place, adjusting his state, restraining his evil and bloody aura while experiencing the pleasure of recovering his strength. The strength he had lost and then regained gave him the illusion that he had been reborn as a human. The huge wound on his neck felt a burst of numbness and his flesh seemed to be wriggling. But under the powerful restorative power of his demon god golden blood, the wound quickly healed. With a casual wave of his hand, Yang Kai wiped off the blood and his neck was once again as good as new, with no trace of his head being nearly decapitated just now. Just as he stared at Wei Wu's corpse and was about to burn it and destroy the evidence, a strange laughter suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang's face went pale and he quickly turned his head to look, only to see a figure standing quietly in the darkness. The strange shining stone that Wei Wu had been holding earlier fell at the feet of this figure, and the light from the stone illuminated this person's face clearly. Seeing his face clearly, the power Yang Kai had just gathered dissipated involuntarily. His expression was solemn, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Facing this person, he had no intention of fighting him at all. This was because the person who was laughing strangely was the mysterious old man who originally lived on this continent. Being able to easily injure Lu Guichun and Yushi meant he was at least an origin-returning realm master. The First Order Saint Yang Kai was like an ant in front of him. "Senior," Yang Kai frowned and called out. He didn't know when this old man had arrived here, but it was as if he had been standing there the entire time, drifting about like a ghost. From this old man's body, there was an uncomfortable gloomy aura that filled the entire cave. Vicious and merciless. Not bad. Not bad. The old man laughed strangely, a trace of appreciation flashing across his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest. With just a First Order Saint, you were actually able to kill a Third Order Saint in a head-on confrontation. Do you have some kind of external force you can borrow? Hearing this question, Yang Kai immediately understood. This old man had not seen the conflict between him and Wei Wu just now. Otherwise, he would not have asked such a question. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded, not intending to conceal anything. Little brat, it seems you've had a lot of fortuitous encounters. No wonder you were able to cultivate to such a degree at such a young age. The old man looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded with satisfaction. Good, very good. Your physique is also very strong. Far stronger than any other cultivator in the same realm, almost as strong as a Saint King realm cultivator. On top of that, there are also 2 or 3 different types of power in your body that can perfectly coexist. The old man casually exposed Yang Kai's background, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything and clearly see what kind of capital Yang Kai possessed. Yang Kai shuddered and his face couldn't help paling. The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Rest assured, I won't rob you of your things. They don't have much use for this old master. However, suddenly changing the subject, his expression suddenly became gloomy. Didn't this old master say before that no one can cause trouble here? No one is to stir up trouble here. In my territory, your lowly lives belong to me. Whoever dares to take them away will have to pay the price. He made the first move. Yang Kai tried to defend himself. I don't care who made the first move. The old man coldly snorted, a trace of cold and dark evil energy suddenly gushing out from his body. This evil energy was like the incarnation of a demon, full of evil and violent aura. As soon as it appeared, it all pointed its spearhead at Yang Kai and rushed towards him. In an instant, Yang Kai was enveloped by this evil energy, as if he had fallen into a black curtain, all the light around him disappearing. An aura of despair spread out,
Yang Kai shuddered and couldn't help but have the illusion that he was about to be gnawed away, as if these demons could eat away at his flesh and blood and devour his strength. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai silently resisted with all his strength. The old man's strange laughter rang in his ears. 10 breaths. If you can last 10 breaths, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll become their food. When these words reached Yang Kai's ears, Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his spirit as he once again saw a glimmer of light. So, he pushed his strength even harder to resist the evil energy invading his body. As time passed by, the old man who was quietly observing Yang Kai's movements couldn't help his eyes from flashing as his expression changed. He hadn't expected that not only was Yang Kai's physique strong, but even his consciousness was so tenacious. Even masters like Lu Guichun and Yu Shi, once these demon phantoms invaded their bodies, would not necessarily be able to last more than 10 breaths. Under the influence of this evil aura, they would lose consciousness and become mad demon before being gnawed away by these demon phantoms. However, this young man, who was only a first-order saint, was still resisting, doing his best to maintain his consciousness and not be confused by these external forces. After 10 breaths, the old man waved his hand and the demon phantoms that had invaded Yang Kai's body flew back into the old man's body. Yang Kai collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, his body dripping with sweat and his face pale. But he still stared firmly at the old man and anxiously said, "I hope Senior won't go back on his word." The old man was startled and couldn't help laughing loudly, his laughter echoing throughout the cave, causing anyone who heard it to feel their blood run cold. "Little brat, I have to say, although the yang attribute energy in your body displeases this old master, there is a completely different kind of energy that I like very much. Hehe, it seems you're also a cultivator of this Tao. And you live, this old master keeps his word." Yang Kai exhaled heavily. "You refined a pill to remove the restriction on your body?" The old man suddenly asked without rhyme or reason. "Yes." Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on the ground, took out a pill, and stuffed it into his mouth to restore himself. "What kind of pill can you refine?" The old man seemed to be interested in this. "With my current strength, I can only refine St. King low-rank pills. It seems that not only are you proficient in the martial Tao, but you also have a high level of attainment in alchemy." The old man looked surprised for a moment before grinning. "But little brat, if you keep dividing your attention like this, you may be too busy in the future. Either concentrate on the martial Tao or concentrate on alchemy, otherwise in the future your two territory will be stuck in a difficult position and you'll regret it. Many thanks for Senior's reminder. I only study alchemy as an auxiliary to the martial Tao. Your future has nothing to do with this old master." This old master was just speaking casually. "Enough nonsense. Come with this old master." Saying so, the old man waved his sleeve and a thin layer of energy accurately enveloped Yang Kai. The next moment, Yang Kai felt himself fly up like a bolt of lightning. His speed was even faster than when he used his star shuttle, causing Yang Kai to pale slightly, wondering just how profound this mysterious old man's cultivation was. A moment later, the old man suddenly stopped, put down Yang Kai and said, "Wait here. Don't run around if there's nothing important." Yang Kai looked around and quickly discovered that this was the mountainside where the old man lived. There was a large flat area halfway up the mountain, and in the center of it, there were rows of saint crystals arranged in a strange pattern, forming a strange spirit array. In the center of this spirit array, there was a large bronze door, its frame and base inlaid with many high-grade saint crystals. The entire mountainside was filled with world energy, and a thick fog formed from this energy filled the air, making this place look like a paradise. The old man, who was as gloomy as a ghost, did not fit in with the scenery here. Yang Kai remained silent, not saying a word as he sat quietly, observing his surroundings while recovering his strength. He didn't know why the old man had brought him here, but being around such a temperamental and eccentric master gave Yang Kai a great deal of pressure, so he didn't dare to make any strange movements lest he cause a misunderstanding. The old man shuttled back and forth through the spirit array, adjusting the position of the saint crystals and the structure of the spirit array from time to time. A short time later, streaks of blue light suddenly flew over from all directions. These were the cultivators from Purple Star and Sword Union approaching on their star shuttles. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding as they all gathered at this flat area halfway up the mountain, each of them carrying large and small bags as they searched for a suitable location, whispering to each other in groups of 3 or 5. They had obviously been summoned here by the old man, but from the blank looks on their faces, it was obvious they didn't know why the old man had summoned them. A moment later, 3 more beautiful figures landed nearby, naturally Yushi, Hizeo, and He Miao of Sword Union. As soon as Yushi arrived, her pair of phoenix eyes swept around, instantly fixing on Yang Kai. Her pretty face filled with anger as she quickly walked over. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.